Chapter 3451. This Zhao Fanxian's cultivation is really powerful. Even the existence in the demonic mist is not his match. I really wonder what realm this person is at. Yeah, Zhao Fanxian is really terrifying. His future is simply limitless. Many people could not help but whisper to each other. Zhao Fanxian was indeed too extraordinary. It caused many people to exclaim in surprise. At this moment, even Yang Lan-er's gaze towards Zhao Fanxian changed. Yang Lan-er was extremely arrogant, and her standards were extremely high. She would not easily fall in love with a man, unless that man was extremely outstanding. And now, it seemed that Zhao Fanxian was such a man. He was handsome, powerful, and had an extraordinary background. Other than Zhao Fanxian's reputation in terms of women, he was really a near-perfect man. If she were to take Zhao Fanxian in the future, with her beauty and means, would she be afraid that she could not subdue Zhao Fanxian? Yang Lan-er could not help but think in her heart, she was extremely confident in herself. Lin Feng could not help but shake his head slightly. This Zhao Fanxian might have defeated the cultivator in the demonic mist. However, that cultivator was only a subordinate of Ling Shuzi. Ling Shuzi would definitely be furious. Once a powerful expert like Ling Shuzi was angry, it was definitely not something that Zhao Fanxian could contend with. Since Ling Shuzi was determined to get that supreme treasure, then Ling Shuzi would not let it go. If Ling Shuzi came, no one could save the Yang family. Zhao Fanxian could not save them either. As for Zhao Fanxian's extraordinary identity, it was useless here. This was the Great Destruction World, not the Northern Sacred Starfield. Zhao Fanxian, on the other hand, flew down. Everyone from the Yang family hurriedly surrounded Zhao Fanxian. Nephew is really resourceful. With your talent, you will definitely become an Emperor Lord level powerhouse in the future. You will be invincible in the world. Yang Tianwen could not help but praise. These flattering words were said so naturally by Yang Tianwen. Lin Feng had already seen Yang Tianwen's skin that was as thick as a city wall. Therefore, Lin Feng did not find it strange when he heard Yang Tianwen's words. Thank you for your compliment, uncle. My goal is to ascend to immortality. Being an imperial emperor is just a stepping stone, Zhao Fanxian proudly declared. Yang Lan-er smiled and said, Lan-er believes that senior brother Zhao can definitely do it in the future. Thank you for your kind words, Lan-er. Zhao Fanxian smiled. A group of people welcomed Zhao Fanxian into the Yang family mansion. The entire Dark Nether City was talking about the battle between Zhao Fanxian and the cultivator in the demonic fog. Zhao Fanxian became famous in a single battle. Countless people couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. Many female cultivators found it even harder to forget Zhao Fanxian after seeing him. They would talk about him every day and some even suffered from lovesickness. Yang family. Main hall. Yang Lan-er said, Senior brother Zhao, now that Ling Shuzi's subordinates have been beaten back, I'm worried that Ling Shuzi will personally come. If he comes, then the situation will be extremely bad. Hearing this, the faces of the Yang family members became solemn. Indeed, if an expert like Ling Shuzi personally came, it would definitely be a disaster for the Yang family. Unless Zhao Fanxian could resist Ling Shuzi. But that was not realistic. Therefore, the Yang family hoped that Zhao Fanxian could invite the experts of the Zhao family behind Zhao Fanxian to help them resolve the crisis. Zhao Fanxian said, Ling Shuzi is indeed very powerful, but I don't take him seriously. I have a way to deal with him. What? Senior brother Zhao has a way to deal with an expert like Ling Shuzi? Yang Lan-er immediately cried out in surprise, unable to believe her ears. As for the group of people from the Yang family, they all looked at Zhao Fanxian with deep shock. Of course, just wait and see, Zhao Fanxian said confidently. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble senior brother Zhao to take action. Yang Lan-er looked at Zhao Fanxian with a hint of admiration. Zhao Fanxian smiled. Everything was under his control. Perhaps soon, he was about to embrace the beauty. There was no woman that he, Zhao Fanxian, couldn't get. 10 days later, a cultivator wearing a daoist robe arrived at the Great Destruction World. The cultivator in the daoist robe had a thin figure and a gaze that was as sharp as a knife. This cultivator's body emitted a cold and terrifying aura, which was the complete opposite of the righteous aura of the daoist sect. Although this cultivator was wearing a daoist robe, he shouldn't be a real daoist. And this cultivator was none other than the famous Ling Shuzi. Ling Shuzi arrived with an icy gaze. Someone had actually attacked for the Yang family and injured his subordinates. As the saying goes, if you want to beat a dog, you have to see who its owner is. Since the other party dared to attack, it meant that they didn't give him any face at all. Ling Shuzi was a vicious and merciless person with a vicious mind. Moreover, this person was vengeful. All these years, those who offended Ling Shuzi didn't have a good ending. Not long after, Ling Shuzi arrived at Shenming City. Yang family. They were still waiting for Ling Shuzi's arrival. However, Zhao Fanxian was here. Yang family. He wasn't afraid of Ling Shuzi. Who dares to go against this poor daoist? Come out and accept your death. Ling Shuzi walked towards the Yang family. Ling Shuzi. It's Ling Shuzi. He's going to attack personally. Ling Shuzi is a cultivator who's extremely close to the sovereign realm. Now that Ling Shuzi is here, that Zhao Fanxian won't be a match for Ling Shuzi at all. Just wait and see, the Yang family will definitely be destroyed this time. That's right, Ling Shuzi is too powerful. No one can fight against him. Although that Zhao Fanxian is strong, compared to Ling Shuzi, he's too far away. Many people couldn't help but discuss. They didn't think highly of Zhao Fanxian. Zhao Fanxian and a group of people from the Yang family rushed out. Lin Feng was still watching the conflict with the attitude of watching a show. Your Excellency, your words are too harsh. Zhao Fanxian looked coldly at Ling Shuzi. Ignorant child, who do you think you are? How dare you interfere in this poor daoist's matter? I think you're tired of living. Ling Shuzi's eyes flashed with killing intent. Ling Shuzi's hands were stained with the blood of countless cultivators. He was a great devil that everyone feared. Now, Ling Shuzi wanted to kill Zhao Fanxian. This person would definitely not let Zhao Fanxian go. Ling Shuzi, I'm from the Zhao family, the master of Northern Sacred Star region. If you know what's good for you, leave now. If you leave now, I'll pretend that nothing happened today. Zhao Fanxian put his hands behind his back and looked at Ling Shuzi indifferently. Now, he had brought out the force behind him, the Zhao family. Chapter 3452. Lin Feng could not help but shake his head slightly. The Zhao family was indeed powerful, but it was not enough to make an expert like Ling Shuzi fear them. They were not from the same starfield at all. Generally, there were very few conflicts between forces from different starfields. Once there was a conflict, it might be a war between starfields. The Zhao family was actually able to stand for so many years without falling. Firstly, it had to do with the Zhao family's powerful strength. Secondly, it had to do with the Zhao family's ability to deal with conflicts between starfields. The Zhao family was very high profile, but that was within the Northern Sacred Starfield, which was their own territory. They could be as high profile as they wanted. After all, the entire starfield was ruled by the Zhao family. And now, Zhao Fanxian had not changed his arrogant attitude even after leaving the Northern Sacred Starfield. Ling Shuzi sneered and said, "What a reckless thing. A mere disciple of the Zhao family, a force from the Northern Sacred Starfield, actually came to the great world of destruction to show off. What a joke." Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Shuzi attacked and blasted a palm towards Zhao Fanxian. A terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. The power caused by an Emperor Realm expert's attack was truly peerless and terrifying. It was shocking to the extreme. As expected of an Emperor Ancestor Realm expert. The pressure emitted from Ling Shuzi's body. It was already unbearable for many cultivators who were watching the show. And that pressure. It was not targeted at the surrounding cultivators who were watching the show. But even so, many of the spectating cultivators also spat out mouthfuls of blood due to the terrifying pressure. Their faces were pale. Retreat. Many people cried out in horror. Many cultivators were retreating quickly, not daring to get close to the center of the battle. Because it was too dangerous. If they were careless, he might die and his Dao would vanish. Facing Ling Shuzi's powerful attack, Zhao Fanxian's face revealed an incomparably cold smile. "Today, I'll let you have a taste of my power," Zhao Fanxian shouted coldly. Then, a large amount of golden light surged out from his body. And those golden light rays, they surrounded Zhao Fanxian's body. Under the support of the golden light, Zhao Fanxian seemed to have completely changed into a different person. His cultivation level soared. Bang! With a violent clash, Zhao Fanxian and Ling Shuzi's attacks collided. Zhao Fanxian had actually neutralized Ling Shuzi's attack. It was truly inconceivable. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. How did Zhao Fanxian do it? Could it be that nephew Zhao is the reincarnation of an immortal? He actually blocked Ling Shuzi's attack. Yang Tianwen exclaimed. "Geniuses, truly geniuses." Yang Qian and the others sighed, looking at Zhao Fanxian and the others with envious expressions. Yang Lan'er's beautiful eyes were full of splendor. "Isn't Zhao Fanxian a little too terrifying? How powerful. He is still so young, yet he is already able to contend against Ling Shuzi. Just how strong will he be in the future? Yeah, he's really too strong. This Zhao Fanxian will definitely become the supreme overlord of the starry sky world in the future," many spectators couldn't help but say. They were deeply intimidated by Zhao Fanxian's terrifying battle prowess. Hearing the exclamations of the surrounding people, Zhao Fanxian's face couldn't help but reveal a proud expression. He liked the feeling of being looked up to. "Mph, you must have used the Zhao clan's invulnerable glass golden body, right? I've been to the northern sacred starfield in the past, so I have some understanding of the Zhao clan's invulnerable glass golden body. Although your techniques are extraordinary now, this isn't your true strength." Ling Shuzi couldn't help but sneer. Zhao Fanxian said coldly, "You're wrong. This is my true strength. Don't forget that treasures, clones, and other techniques are all a part of one's strength. The world of cultivators is a world that only cares about the results, not the process." Ling Shuzi said. "You're right. However, do you think that a mere invulnerable glass golden body is enough to contend against me? That's just wishful thinking. I haven't even used 1/10 of my battle prowess. How arrogant. When I defeat you later, I'd like to see if you still dare to say such words." Zhao Fanxian couldn't help but sneer. Next, Zhao Fanxian took the initiative to attack Ling Shuzi. Zhao Fanxian opened his hand, which was surrounded by an endless amount of golden light. Zhao Fanxian attacked Ling Shuzi with his palm. One could vaguely see that the golden light had condensed into countless runes. No one knew what kind of divine ability Zhao Fanxian was using. However, it was definitely an unparalleled divine ability. Ling Shuzi sneered and attacked as well. He attacked with a sky-flipping palm towards Zhao Fanxian. The sky-flipping palm was extremely powerful. It was as if it could turn the world upside down. Bam! Accompanied by a violent collision, Zhao Fanxian and Ling Shuzi collided again. This time, Zhao Fanxian was sent flying by Ling Shuzi. Barf! He spat out mouthfuls of blood in mid-air. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Zhao Fanxian was severely injured and the golden light surrounding his body dissipated. Zhao Fanxian, on the other hand, fell straight to the ground. His face was as pale as a sheet. The attack just now had caused Zhao Fanxian serious damage. Zhao Fanxian no longer had the strength to fight. Oh no! The expressions of the Yang family members changed drastically. Zhao Fanxian was defeated. Then, wouldn't the Yang family be massacred? Everyone's heart. It instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. Fear. Despair. It shrouded everyone's heart. Zhao Fanxian has been defeated. The Yang family is finished this time. Many cultivators who were watching the battle exclaimed. Everyone knew that. This time, the Yang family was definitely finished. No one could save the Yang family anymore. The Yang family. They should be killed. However, Yang Lan'er doesn't have to die. It would be a pity to kill such a beauty. She can become my cultivation cauldron. Ling Shuzi couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. Any cauldron would definitely end up in an extremely miserable state. Young Lan naturally knew what would happen if she became a cauldron. However, now, the Yang family had no way to resist Ling Shuzi. Because Ling Shuzi's strength was simply too powerful. He was so powerful that it made people feel despair. Beauty, come on. Ling Shuzi laughed loudly and reached out to grab Yang Lan. How dare you? Yang Tianwen couldn't help but roar and pounce towards Ling Shuzi. Although Yang Tianwen was a little snobbish, he gave his all to his daughter. However, he was willing to give his all to his daughter. Perhaps this was the fearless spirit of a father. Therefore, although he knew that he was no match for Ling Shuzi, Yang Tianwen continued to charge towards Ling Shuzi without fear of death. Ling Shuzi's gaze turned cold and the big hand that was originally grabbing Yang Lan changed to slapping towards Yang Tianwen. Chapter 3453. Father. Seeing that Yang Tianwen was seriously injured, Yang Lena immediately pounced on him. Beauty who can't escape. Ling Shuzi sneered and continued to grab Yang Lena with his big hand. Many people were watching this scene from afar, but no one made a move. No one would offend an expert like Ling Shuzi for the Yang family. Even the experts whose cultivation could suppress Ling Shuzi were definitely not willing to offend an existence like Ling Shuzi. No. Yang Lena screamed in horror. She didn't want to become Ling Shuzi's furnace. That was definitely an extremely sad thing. When the time came, she would rather die. However, Yang Lana discovered that at this time, she had no one to respond to her cries. No one could save her. Yang Lena was in despair. This despair, it made her feel extremely sad. Such a beauty is actually going to become Ling Shuzi's furnace. What a pity. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Yang Lena was a peerless beauty. A woman who was so beautiful that it took one's breath away. Now. But she had to face such a tragedy. Many people couldn't bear to see it. However, no one dared to make a move for Yang Lena. They couldn't afford to offend an expert like Ling Shuzi. Even if they wanted to be a hero to save the beauty, they had to weigh their own strength first. Just as Yang Lena was about to be caught by Ling Shuzi, a faint laughter suddenly sounded. Wearing a Taoist robe but doing such a dirty thing. I wonder if those real Taoist masters will come to deal with you, a fake Taoist master. I think you'd better leave with your tail between your legs. If a Taoist master really comes, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. When this voice came out, everyone was stunned on the spot. Obviously, the person who spoke was mocking Ling Shuzi, who was wearing a Taoist robe. Who? How could he be so daring? He actually dared to mock Ling Shuzi. It was really unimaginable. Did he not want to live anymore? There was someone who thought that their life was too long. Even Ling Shuzi stopped in his tracks. Ling Shuzi's eyes were extremely gloomy. Someone actually dared to mock him in front of so many people. Wasn't this a slap to his face? How could Ling Shuzi tolerate it? Everyone turned to look at the person who spoke. Everyone saw. The person who spoke. It was an extremely young human cultivator. Among those present, no one recognized Lin Feng. Who is this kid? How dare you mock Ling Shuzi? He seems to be just a quasi-emperor cultivator. You are courting death. Courting death. This brat is simply courting death. Just wait and see. This brat is dead for sure. Ling Shuzi will not let this brat go. This kid will die in an incomparably miserable way. Many people couldn't help but discuss. In their eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. It's him. Yang Lan looked at Lin Feng in surprise. She never thought that Lin Feng would stand up for her at this time. Although he had looked down on Lin Feng before. But now, Yang Lena's view of Lin Feng had changed a little. Lin Feng's realm was not high. But at the very least, Lin Feng was still a man. He would stand up for her. At this moment, Yang Lan still thought that Lin Feng admired her. That was why he stood up for her. But in reality, Lin Feng did not do it because of Yang Lan. It was because the Yang family's treasure. He decided to help the Yang family, but the prerequisite was that the Yang family had to give him the treasure. If the Yang family did not know how to appreciate favors, Then Lin Feng could not be bothered with their life and death. At most, he would help Yang Kuan and Yang Kuan's parents. As for the rest of the Yang family, for example, what did the life and death of Yang Tianwen, Yang Lan Yang Qian have to do with Lin Feng? Lin Feng was not a savior. Why should he save them? Brat. Are you trying to be a hero saving a beauty? But unfortunately, with your little strength, you are not qualified to be a hero saving a beauty. The corner of Ling Shu's mouth curled up into a sinister expression, and he said with a sinister smile, "But don't worry, this penniless priest will not kill you directly later, but will torture you until you are better off dead. This penniless priest will then kill you. This is the miserable outcome of provoking this penniless priest." As the sound of his voice faded, Ling Shuzi directly slapped towards Lin Feng with his palm. A large energy handprint immediately condensed and charged towards Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng's cultivation had increased explosively, he was still a little lacking when it came to dealing with Ling Shuzi. However, Lin Feng was not afraid of Ling Shuzi. Because, even though his cultivation might not be able to defeat Ling Shuzi, but Lin Feng had many tricks up his sleeves. He had many powerful magic treasures, and the help of magic iron. In addition, it was time for the great desolate demon refining insects to reveal their fangs. True incantation of the army. Stone sword birth. Lin Feng activated the true incantation of the army. All of a sudden, 3 stone swords flew out. Under the control of the true incantation of the army, the 3 stone swords unleashed an extremely terrifying power and instantly charged towards Ling Shuzi. The large energy handprint that Ling Shuzi condensed. It was instantly broken by Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. Then, the 3 stone swords quickly arrived in front of Ling Shuzi and slashed towards him. Ling Shuzi's expression could not help but change slightly. His reaction was fast enough. He flicked the sword 3 times in a row across the void. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 stone swords were actually hit by an invisible force and changed their direction. However, at this moment, behind Ling Shuzi, the void split open. Magic iron flew out and smashed towards Ling Shuzi. Ling Shuzi was indeed an expert of the high-level Emperor sect. He was actually able to react at such a close distance. Ling Shuzi turned around and punched the magic iron. Clang. The magic iron collided with Ling Shuzi. Ling Shuzi underestimated the magic iron's strength. The magic iron directly smashed Ling Shuzi's fist until it was deformed. Blood immediately flowed out. "Come out, Chaos Demon refining bugs." Lin Feng waved his hand. All of a sudden, the Chaos Demon refining bugs covered the sky and pounced towards Ling Shuzi. Ling Shuzi was surrounded by a huge group of Chaos Fiend refining bugs. Ling Shuzi attacked in a frenzy, trying to destroy the Chaos Demon refining bugs. However, the Chaos Demon refining bugs were too powerful. Although some of the desolate demon refining insects were killed by Ling Shuzi, most of them were still in good condition. Moreover, many of them bit off a piece of Ling Shuzi's flesh. It was extremely ferocious. In addition, Mo Tai was continuously attacking Ling Shuzi from the side. All of a sudden, Ling Shuzi was trapped between heaven and earth. "I am the supreme, reincarnation is immortal, I have eternal life." At this moment, Lin Feng stepped out. At that moment, a terrifying aura was emitted from Lin Feng's body. It was the supreme aura. The supreme aura. Thump, thump, thump. Countless cultivators who were watching the show could not withstand the terrifying aura from Lin Feng's body. They immediately knelt on the ground. Oh my God, just how powerful is he? Chapter 3454. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng was provoking Ling Shuzi. It was an act of seeking death, but now they knew that they were gravely mistaken. Lin Feng's strength shocked everyone's hearts. Yang Lan looked at Lin Feng without blinking. Her breathing seemed to have become a little rapid. Wasn't this the man she wanted to see even in her dreams? Boom. Finally, Lin Feng unleashed an unparalleled punch. He unleashed the Supreme Reincarnation Fist, a powerful ability. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. It was Lin Feng's trump card. When the Supreme Reincarnation Fist was activated, All the abilities that Lin Feng cultivated were activated together. 2,400 types of 3,000 great Tao. All kinds of powerful immortal techniques, emperor techniques, and so on. These super abilities were continuously enhancing the might of the Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Strong. Too powerful. The power of this punch was unimaginably powerful. Of course, such a powerful ability also consumed a lot of his mana. Lin Feng couldn't hold on for too long. However, Lin Feng felt that, even if he could only hold on for a short period of time, it was already enough. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Enough. At this moment, it destroyed Ling Shuzi's defense. When Lin Feng's invincible punch came, Ling Shuzi's expression suddenly changed. He couldn't believe it. A quasi-emperor realm cultivator could actually unleash such a terrifying battle strength. In Ling Shuzi's opinion, Lin Feng must have borrowed the power of some magic treasure to be able to unleash such a powerful attack. With just Lin Feng alone, absolutely impossible. But this time, Ling Shuzi guessed wrong. This was Lin Feng's peak battle strength. This was Lin Feng's own Tao. It was also Lin Feng's most powerful ability. Ling Shuzi was entangled by the primordial demon refining insects and demon iron. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to deal with Lin Feng with all his strength. However, Ling Shuzi was indeed a terrifying person. His reaction was extremely fast. Although he was entangled by the prehistoric demon refining insect and the devil iron, he was still able to escape. When Lin Feng's fist moved towards him, Lin Feng's expression changed. Ling Shuzi still threw out a punch to counter Lin Feng's attack. Ling Shuzi's fist was surrounded by an endless amount of destructive power. It was a destructive force. It was as if it could collapse the universe. This mystique was called destruction of all worlds. It was the sublimation of the great art of destruction, one of the 3,000 great Taos. It was an ultimate technique that he had obtained. Bang! Lin Feng's Supreme Reincarnation Fist collided with Ling Shuzi's World Extermination. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Lin Feng's Supreme Reincarnation Fist had broken Ling Shuzi's world-destroying divine ability. Ling Shuzi was sent flying by Lin Feng. Poof! What was unbelievable was that, Ling Feng's punch had actually caused him to vomit blood. Shocking. His expression changed. It was unbelievable. Everyone's expression was as if they had seen a ghost. A powerhouse who might soon enter the sovereign realm had actually been beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a young human cultivator. It was too terrifying. It was too unbelievable. He's really strong. This person is too heaven-defying. I've never seen such a heaven-defying character. Yeah, I've never seen such a heaven-defying character either. If this person continues to grow, how terrifying will he become? It's simply unimaginable. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed one after another. Everyone's heart was deeply shaken. At this moment, Lin Feng continued to attack Ling Shuzi. He wanted to get rid of Ling Shuzi. However, Ling Shuzi's body turned into a ball of demonic light. He quickly fled into the distance. Ling Shuzi. He was so scared by Lin Feng that he fled. Lin Feng frowned. He did not chase after him. Lin Feng naturally understood the principle of not chasing after a cornered enemy. Moreover, after performing the Supreme Reincarnation Fist, Lin Feng felt that his dharmic powers were severely depleted. At this stage, only the Supreme Reincarnation Fist could hurt an expert like Ling Shuzi. The other divine abilities could not hurt an expert at Ling Shuzi's level at all. After Ling Shuzi escaped, Lin Feng descended from the sky. He once again regained his harmless expression. If they had not seen the previous battle, no one would have believed that Lin Feng was actually so terrifying as a young cultivator. Lin Feng waved his hand. In an instant, 3 stone swords. Demonic iron. All of them flew back into the mountain river ring. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for your help. Yang Lan hurriedly thanked Lin Feng. She looked at Lin Feng affectionately. Lin Feng directly ignored Yang Lan. He looked at Yang Tian when he was being helped up by Yang Qian and the others. Now Yang Qian did not dare to face Lin Feng because he had mocked Lin Feng before. Now that he knew how terrifying Lin Feng was, he was so scared that his entire body was trembling. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for helping our young family resolve this crisis. If we don't dare to forget your kindness, we will definitely be rewarded, Yang Tianwen said. Lin Feng said indifferently, I want the thing that Ling Shuzi want. Hearing that, Yang Tianwen's expression suddenly changed. Lin Feng said indifferently, if you are a smart person, you should know that you should hand that thing over to me at this time, although Lin Feng spoke with a very gentle expression. However, how could Yang Tianwen not know? An expert like Lin Feng. If he could not get what he wanted, he did not know what crazy things he would do. Not to mention, Yang Tianwen also knew. Since that thing had already been exposed, it was impossible to keep it. Lin Feng did not want it. There would also be other forces coming to ask for it. If those who came to ask for it were all like Ling Shuzi, then the Yang family would still be on the path to death. All right, that thing. I will hand it over to Lin Gongzi, Yang Tianwen said. Lin Feng nodded his head. Young master, please follow me, Yang Tianwen said. Lin Feng followed Yang Tianwen into a mysterious secret room deep within the Yang family residence. That thing. It was placed in this secret room. Lin Feng was also very curious about what that thing was. Young master, this is the treasure of our Yang family. Yang Tianwen took out a golden brocade. After seeing the golden brocade, Lin Feng could not help but be surprised. He did not expect the treasure of the Yang family. It was actually a golden brocade. Lin Feng held the golden brocade in his hand and looked at it. He realized that the golden brocade was filled with words, but those words were too ancient. Lin Feng did not recognize those words. What is written on it? Lin Feng asked. Yang Tianwen smiled bitterly. Our Yang family does not know either. What's so special about this brocade? Lin Feng asked curiously. He carefully studied the brocade. However, there were no clues. Lin Feng also did not know about this brocade. What could it be used for? Or did it hide some shocking secret? Rumor has it that this brocade is related to the emperor brush. Through this brocade, we can find the emperor brush, Yang Tianwen said. What? Could he use this piece of silk to find the legendary emperor brush? Chapter 3455. The Emperor Brush. Lin Feng had naturally heard of it before. The human emperor held the emperor brush and wrote down the great Tao and human ethics to enlighten the people. Words were the medium to spread ideas. And the emperor brush. Starting from the first human emperor, it was passed down from generation to generation. The emperor brush inherited the spirit and will of the human emperors. Therefore, the emperor brush was important to the entire human race. It was extremely important. And most importantly, it was rumored that the emperor brush was the first treasure in the history of the human race to surpass an immortal artifact. This was because the emperor brush. It collected the will of the 9 human emperors. It finally completed the breakthrough. Therefore, the power of the emperor brush was simply unimaginable. A brush. It wrote down thousands of scrolls of mountains and rivers. A brush. It wrote down eternity. A brush. It wrote down the vicissitudes of life. A brush. It wrote down the immortality of human Tao. A brush. It wrote down the rise and fall of the human race. The emperor brush. One of the greatest treasures of the human race. Whoever could obtain the emperor brush was equivalent to obtaining the approval of the 9 human emperors of the human race. It was equivalent to obtaining the sacred power of the 9 human emperors of the human race. One could even obtain the legacy of the 9 human emperors. This was the extraordinary part of the emperor brush. It was the witness of human Tao. The writer of human Tao. It was the emperor brush. A treasure like the emperor brush had already transcended the meaning of a treasure. To be precise, the emperor brush. It represented the legacy of human Tao. If the emperor brush was found, perhaps, one day, Lin Feng would become the new human emperor of the human race recognized by the 9 human emperors. This was a supreme honor. Lin Feng had been waiting for this moment to come. He was also looking forward to being able to control the Emperor brush. To be able to become the new human emperor of the human race. It had been too many years since the human race had produced a human emperor to lead the human race forward. This brocade has been in your hands for so many years. Have you not discovered the secret of the brocade? Lin Feng looked at Yang Tianwen and asked. Yang Tianwen smiled bitterly and said, "What is the secret of this brocade? It is indeed too difficult to understand." Lin Feng nodded. Naturally, not everyone was qualified to search for the Emperor brush. Therefore, those who were not qualified to search for the Emperor brush would not have the opportunity to understand the secret of the brocade even if they obtained it. This was also the reason why the Yang family had not been able to understand the secret of the brocade for so long. Good. I will accept this brocade. As for that Ling Shuzi, you don't have to worry. When the time comes, the news of me obtaining your Yang family's treasure will definitely spread. At that time, if Ling Shuzi really wants to make a move, he will look for me and not your Yang clan. After saying that, Zhong Wuji said Lin Feng left the secret room. He planned to leave Shenming City and head to the Upper Kang Mountains to cultivate the 8-9 arcane art. Lin Feng hoped that he could also find the Great Wish technique. If he could find the cultivation method of the Great Aspiration art, that would definitely be of great benefit to Lin Feng. Lin Gongzi. Will we have a chance to meet again? Yang Lan was guarding outside. She couldn't help but exclaim when she saw Lin Feng. Yang Lan looked at Lin Feng affectionately. Lin Feng only needed to beckon with his finger. Yang Lan might offer herself to him. However, Lin Feng wasn't interested. He didn't like Yang Lan-er's personality. Lin Feng ignored Yang Lan-er and walked towards Yang Kuan. He started chatting with Yang Kuan. Everyone in the Yang family looked at Yang Kuan enviously. They didn't know how Yang Kuan got acquainted with an expert like Lin Feng. They wanted to be like Yang Kuan. That way, they would be able to form a relationship with Lin Feng. After chatting with Yang Kuan for a while, Lin Feng flew into the distance. Seeing Lin Feng leave, Yang Lan couldn't help but sigh. She had always been very confident in herself. However, Lin Feng didn't even have the mood to look at her. This made Yang Lena feel a great sense of defeat. If, when I first met him, I would have interacted more with him. Perhaps, I might have had a deeper relationship with him. But now, the more Yang Lana thought about it, the more depressed she felt. In the end, she sighed. Lin Feng quickly left Shenming City. A month later, he came to the famous Azure mountain range. This was a land of death. It was extremely dangerous and was surrounded by the destruction law. The power of the destruction law could destroy heaven and earth. It was so terrifying that it made people pale with fright. Apart from that, there were definitely terrifying creatures living in a land of death like the Azure mountain range. Those creatures had the strength to threaten the life of a great emperor. When Lin Feng arrived at the outer area of the Azure mountain range, he found many cultivators wandering around. Because of the Great Wish art, the Azure mountain range had become the focus of many cultivators after being immersed in it for countless years. A large number of cultivators gathered there. It was also because of the Great Wish art, which was a divine ability that had never existed since ancient times. To any cultivator, or any power, this was an extremely important matter. The effect it could have was immeasurable. Many major forces were still discussing the plan to enter the Azure mountain range. At this moment, Lin Feng continued walking towards the supreme Kang mountain range. Look, someone is walking toward the inner part of the Azure mountain range. Some cultivators noticed Lin Feng walking toward the inner part of the Azure mountain range and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's a human cultivator, and it's a human cultivator from that group. Is that kid going to die?" Many people looked at Lin Feng. They saw Lin Feng walking step by step toward the inner part of the Azure mountain range. Many people were discussing. They all felt that Lin Feng was simply going to die. What was the difference between entering a dangerous place like the Azure mountain range and courting death? Just as everyone was discussing the matter, Lin Feng entered the Azure mountain range. The Azure mountain range was a continuous chain of mountains. Soon, a creature from the Forbidden Zone appeared. This creature of the Forbidden Zone was actually a zombie. This zombie demon was surrounded by a terrifying baleful yin qi. Its body was as hard as the most powerful Dharma treasure, and its nails were 1/2 meter long. The zombie's nails. This was the zombie's most powerful Dharma treasure. The zombie's sharp claws scratched toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He used the demon ancestor's sacred fist and punched the zombie. A powerful fist shadow condensed and blasted toward the zombie. The zombie was no match for Lin Feng's attack. It was sent flying by Lin Feng, but the zombie's physical body was strong and didn't suffer any injuries. Therefore, the zombie demon roared. It pounced toward Lin Feng again. Chapter 3456. Just nice to suppress you. Let me ask you about the situation here. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He used his palm as a sword. In the void. With a light stroke. Whoosh. A dazzling light surged out. Then. A dazzling sword chi flew out in an instant. Then, it quickly slashed toward the zombie. Clang. The sword energy collided with the zombie's claws, making a clanging sound. Lin Feng's sword energy directly shook the zombie back. However, the zombie's body was too hard. Therefore, it took such a heavy blow. The zombie didn't suffer any damage. Lin Feng stepped forward, opened his big hand, and directly suppressed the zombie. Dense runes appeared. They pressed down on the corpse demon. Every rune was surrounded by terrifying power. The runes pressed down on the corpse charm, suppressing it in place. Roar. The zombie demon let out an angry roar. It struggled hard, but it couldn't break free. Lin Feng walked toward the zombie, put his right hand directly on the zombie's head, and then began to search the zombie's soul. The zombie struggled violently. But after struggling for a while, it couldn't break free from Lin Feng's soul-searching technique. Lin Feng saw the zombie's memory. His memory was very complicated. Endless scenes appeared before his eyes. Lin Feng found some content he wanted to see from these images. For example, Lin Feng knew some terrifying existences in the heavenly mountain range. In the deepest part of the heavenly mountain range, there seemed to be several unimaginably terrifying existences sleeping. Back then, a terrifying existence that had been sleeping in the depths of the Azure mountain range had awakened. When that terrifying existence awoke, something terrible happened. The entire heavenly mountain range was shrouded in an extremely terrifying aura. Some creatures in the heavenly mountain range even died. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the battle strength of the terrifying existence was to cause such pressure. Therefore, the Azure mountain range was an extremely dangerous place. When entering the Azure mountain range, one had to pray that the sleeping creatures inside would not wake up. Of course, so many years had passed. The existence in the heavenly mountain range never woke up again. Perhaps those existences would not awaken often, which was something worth celebrating. After Lin Feng found the answer he was looking for, he quickly flew into the depths of the forest. The place Lin Feng was going to was called Dragon Soul Valley. It was an extremely terrifying place in the Azure mountain range. Not only did that place contain the laws of destruction that could obliterate the heavens and the earth, it was said to contain extremely violent dragon origin energy. This kind of dragon origin energy. It was said that it was left behind after the fall of the giant dragon. It was said that the dragon that fell in the Dragon Soul Valley was an extremely powerful divine dragon. Because their deaths were too tragic. Therefore, after his death, his body turned into the Dragon Soul Valley. The zombie had been to that place before. But it was too dangerous. Shumai hurriedly left that place. And that place. This was the place Lin Feng was looking for. Lin Feng had already entered several terrifying places of death. Therefore, Lin Feng had a lot of experience in entering those places of death. He knew how to restrain his aura in those places of death to avoid those terrifying creatures. Of course, it was very difficult to pass through those places of death. Lin Feng was also in danger in those places of death. He was targeted by a terrifying creature. That terrifying creature lingered in the darkness. After several battles, Lin Feng was almost killed by that terrifying creature. Fortunately, The mysterious iron box played a key role at this time. The mysterious iron box scared off that terrifying creature. And Lin Feng was lucky enough to escape in the end. If it wasn't for the mysterious iron box, Lin Feng knew that he would definitely die. Along the way, he saw some powerful cultivators join forces and enter the Azure Mountain range. Have they finally come in to look for the Great Wish Art? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He knew. Those experts should have come in to look for the Great Wish Art. Many powers had already spied on the Great Wish Art to the point of madness. This was because those major powers were fully aware of how powerful the Great Wish Art was. If they could cultivate it successfully, it would be very useful to them. At that moment, Lin Feng sensed that a dangerous qi was approaching him quickly. No, it's not targeting me. It's targeting those experts from the major forces. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. A terrifying creature from the Forbidden Zone was rapidly approaching. Lin Feng hurriedly left that area. There was more than one creature from the Forbidden Zone rushing over from afar. And it was extremely terrifying. Those great emperors were powerful. However, it was unrealistic to completely escape from the attacks of the creatures from the Forbidden Zones. When that happened, there would definitely be casualties. 5 days later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the Dragon Soul Valley after experiencing several life and death crises. Inside the Dragon Soul Valley, everywhere was steaming dragon qi and destructive energy. Vaguely, Lin Feng even felt that he seemed to hear a dragon's roar. When he heard the dragon's roar, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the dragon origin power in the Dragon Soul Valley had already developed spirituality? It could actually let out a dragon's roar. It was really unbelievable. And it was extremely shocking. Lin Feng wandered around the Dragon Soul Valley for a while. He squatted down and deduced with the innate 8 trigrams. Then he revealed a look of contemplation. Dangerous place. Dead place. It's actually so dangerous. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh slightly. Inside the Dragon Soul Valley, it was definitely a dangerous place. It was so terrifying that one couldn't help but be shocked. But such a place. It was the place where Lin Feng cultivated the 8-9 mysterious art. No matter how dangerous it was, Lin Feng had to take the risk and enter. He walked towards the interior of the Dragon Soul Valley. When he entered the interior of the Dragon Soul Valley, a terrifying power swept towards Lin Feng. That power was a special power formed by the fusion of the power of destruction and dragon origin power. That kind of power was incomparably terrifying. It swept across Lin Feng's body. Puff! Lin Feng's body was actually torn apart in an instant, dripping with blood. What a terrifying power! Lin Feng was extremely shocked. One had to know that Lin Feng's body was now equivalent to the body of an Imperial Emperor cultivator, but he was still unable to withstand the attack of that energy just now. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying was that energy. More and more terrifying energy surged towards Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Those energies seemed to have their own spiritual consciousness. It was extremely strange. Lin Feng hurriedly activated the 8-9 mysterious art. When those terrifying energies surged over. Chapter 3457. One had to admit that Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art was too overbearing. It devoured all energy. As the terrifying energy was devoured by the 8-9 arcane art, the terrifying energy was quickly refined by the 8-9 arcane art. Waves of powerful fluctuations surged out. That powerful fluctuation was enough to cause one's expression to change. As more and more terrifying energy was absorbed by Lin Feng's body was adapting to the terrifying energy. Time passed. Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art was steadily improving. Of course, it was not easy to make a breakthrough in the 8-9 arcane art. It required Lin Feng to be patient. Moreover, he had to endure all kinds of terrifying torture. Only in the end could he complete the breakthrough. Ah! Lin Feng could not help but roar. At this moment, Lin Feng came to the depths of the Dragon Soul Valley. He suffered a calamity here, and his body was almost completely torn to pieces. At the critical moment, Lin Feng hurriedly operated the immortal divine body and luckily saved his life. Fortunately, Lin Feng withstood this wave of attacks. The energy in the central region after the fusion of the dragon essence and the power of destruction was more terrifying than the energy in the outer region. In fact, Lin Feng had already thought of this situation and was mentally prepared. It had always been extremely difficult to make a breakthrough in the 8-9 arcane art. Lin Feng had been cultivating the 8-9 arcane art for many years. Therefore, he knew the 8-9 arcane art very well. The 8-9 arcane art was heaven-defying, but it was also very deadly. At that moment, Lin Feng could only practice the 8-9 mysteries, but he couldn't use it. In the future, perhaps he could find a way to resolve the 8-9 arcane art's consumption of vitality. At that time, the 8-9 arcane art would become one of the methods Lin Feng relied on the most. Lin Feng crazily operated the 8-9 arcane art to absorb the terrifying energy. A large amount of energy poured into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art was steadily improving. Lin Feng knew he had found the right place. Although this place was dangerous, it could indeed make a breakthrough in his 8-9 arcane art. Lin Feng cultivated in the outer region for a day, but in the central region, he cultivated for 3 days. After 3 days, Lin Feng found that his body had a strong immunity to the terrifying energy in the central region. Lin Feng's physical body was also becoming stronger under the pressure of that terrifying strength. So, in this cycle of destruction and constant recovery, Lin Feng's physical body had become much stronger. When Lin Feng's body was strong to a certain extent, he would be immune to the terrifying energy. At that moment, the 8-9 mysterious arts seemed to be affected by Lin Feng's physical body. It was immune to that kind of strength. Therefore, at this time needed to absorb the energy to absorb. At this time, Lin Feng had to go to a deeper position. Lin Feng continued walking deeper and deeper. When Lin Feng arrived in the depths of the palace, his physical body was attacked again. But this time, Lin Feng was already prepared. He used his immortal divine body to resolve the great damage to his body in the depths of the Dragon Soul Valley. Then, Lin Feng continued to devour the powerful energy that was the fusion of dragon origin power and destruction power in the depths of the Dragon Soul Valley. Time flew by. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. And Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art had finally reached the point where it was about to transform. Waves of terrifying fluctuations surged out of Lin Feng's body. The fluctuations were so terrifying that it was suffocating. Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art was operating at an unprecedented speed. When the 8-9 arcane art was operating, Lin Feng felt the immortal power and sovereign power in his body begin to operate quickly. The immortal power and sovereign power were the two powers contained in Lin Feng's immortal bloodline and sovereign bloodline respectively. The operation of the 8-9 arcane art actually took the initiative to drive the two bloodline powers to operate, which surprised Lin Feng. Right at this moment, a blurry world appeared on Lin Feng's left. In that world, several blurry figures appeared. They were the ancestors of Lin Feng's father's bloodline. They were all people who had stunned the ages. Lin Qi, Lin Xiaobai, Lin Beitian. There were also a few others that Lin Feng didn't recognize. This bloodline began with Lin Qi. It seemed that a few top experts had appeared in the past. Lin Feng's father, Lin Beitian, was among them. This was enough to show how extraordinary Lin Beitian's strength was. Another illusory world appeared on his right. The figures that appeared in that illusory world were the experts of the sovereign bloodline. The ancestors of the sovereign bloodline were incomparably powerful. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the greatest and noblest bloodline of this era. The strength of this clan was something that no other clan or power could compare to. However, unfortunately, the sovereign bloodline had declined. Of course, Lin Feng's rise. It also meant that the sovereign bloodline would rise again. This was because half of Lin Feng's bloodline flowed in his body. It came from his mother's bloodline. The ancestors of the undying bloodline and the sovereign bloodline appeared at the same time. They all looked at Lin Feng. Their eyes were filled with endless anticipation. These ancestors. They seemed to be waiting for Lin Feng to fully mature. But right at this moment, Something strange had happened. A third illusory world appeared behind Lin Feng. This third illusory world was a misty and mysterious world. It was like a mysterious world surrounded by the power of chaos. This mysterious world emitted a suffocating and terrifying aura. This mysterious world seemed to be filled with endless secrets. It seemed to be filled with the most mysterious secrets of all the worlds in the universe. That world. Immortal. Ancient. Powerful. What's up with the third world? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. The first two worlds represented the undying bloodline and the sovereign bloodline. What did the third world represent? Lin Feng racked his brains but still couldn't figure it out. At this moment, the 8-9 Mysteries art sped up again. The 8-9 Mysteries art seemed to be completing its final transformation. Thus, Lin Feng withdrew his mind and didn't continue to think about what happened before. Boom. Then, a terrifying aura spread out. Then, the 8-9 Mysteries art broke through the barrier and directly broke through from the third level to the fourth level. This made Lin Feng happy. Just as Lin Feng broke through, a mountain in the depths of the Dragon Soul Valley suddenly collapsed. A huge cave was revealed. Then, a low voice came from the cave. Someone actually dares to enter the Dragon Soul Valley. Is he here to die? Along with the low voice, Li Tianlan's voice fell. An incomparably terrifying devouring power was emitted from the cave. That devouring power enveloped Lin Feng, wanting to suck Lin Feng into the cave. Chapter 3458. Not good. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. Something happened inside the Dragon Soul Valley. It must be full of danger. He had to leave this place quickly. Otherwise, the situation would be extremely dangerous. This point, Lin Feng was very clear. He increased his speed to the extreme and then rushed out of the Dragon Soul Valley. However, what made Lin Feng depressed was that he was enveloped by the powerful devouring force. His body flew uncontrollably toward the deepest cave in the Dragon Soul Valley. Lin Feng hurriedly activated his supreme aura. He wanted to use his supreme aura to resist the devouring force emitted from the depths of the cave in the Dragon Soul Valley. But unfortunately, Lin Feng failed in the end. Even the Supreme Being's domineering aura was destroyed by the terrifying devouring power. This made Lin Feng reveal a feeling of horror. What exactly was it that emitted such a terrifying aura? It was actually so tyrannical. It made one's hair stand on end. In the end, Lin Feng was swallowed by the cave. The cave was extremely dark. And it was very deep. The cave emitted a gloomy and terrifying aura. Lin Feng was sucked into the deepest part of the cave. There was a huge mountain here. The devouring power disappeared into the belly of the mountain. Then, plop! Lin Feng fell to the ground. He was dizzy from the fall. Lin Feng couldn't help but get up from the ground gloomily. Just as he got up, Lin Feng felt a terrifying aura enveloping his body. In the darkness, there was a pair of cold eyes staring coldly at Lin Feng. When he saw that pair of cold eyes, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a trace of a horrified expression. What kind of eyes were that? Take a look. It made people feel as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. That pair of eyes. Like the eyes of the Grim Reaper. Terrifying. Terrifying. Awe-inspiring. People couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. Who are you? Lin Feng looked at the owner of those eyes with a serious expression. It should be this terrifying existence that had sucked him into the belly of the mountain. Lin Feng's mind was full of thoughts as he tried to think of a way to escape. The terrifying existence sneered. I haven't even asked you a question yet, and you're asking me a question first. You've got guts. Lin Feng said, if you're a coward, you wouldn't dare to come in. That terrifying existence said, I didn't expect you to have such guts. I'm very surprised. I've seen many people with extraordinary cultivation. Once they're trapped here, they'll change their appearance. You're different from those people, said Lin Feng. People are different, of course. In this world, there are no two people who are exactly the same. The terrifying existence asked, countless cultivators who were sucked into this place have died at my hands. Many of them are much stronger than you. Aren't you worried about dying at my hands? Lin Feng replied indifferently, why should I be worried? Because I know. I definitely won't die here. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the terrifying existence sneered, you're quite confident. However, I'm afraid you've guessed wrong today. You'll definitely die here today. No one in this world can save you. As soon as its voice faded, a loud rumbling sound suddenly rang out. A huge claw stretched out from the darkness. Then, it grabbed at Lin Feng. The huge claw emitted a sinister and terrifying aura. It was like the claw of an evil dragon that had lived in hell for billions of years. Dragon claw. When Lin Feng saw the claw, he was very shocked. Because before this, from the memories of the zombie, he knew that a powerful divine dragon had fallen in the Dragon Soul Valley. Now, the existence that attacked him seemed to be a divine dragon. Was this existence related to the legendary giant dragon that had fallen in the Dragon Soul Valley? Or was there some special connection? Lin Feng was very curious about this. Of course, Lin Feng was also aware of one thing. Such a terrifying existence. It would definitely not be easy to deal with it. Although Lin Feng said that he would not die here, he was actually quite nervous. Buzz. Lin Feng activated the weapon mantra. The 3 stone swords quickly flew out and slashed at the dragon claw that was coming at them. Fart, fart, fart. 3 consecutive ripping sounds could be heard. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. He originally thought that the 3 stone swords could at most block a few rounds of attacks from this terrifying existence. But who would have thought? The first attack of the 3 stone swords actually injured this terrifying existence, which made Lin Feng very puzzled. Such a terrifying aura should not be so weak. But it was an indisputable fact that this terrifying existence was injured. Stone sword. You actually have the stone sword. The terrifying existence could not help but cry out in horror. There was a hint of trembling in his voice. Lin Feng was very shocked. It seemed that this terrifying existence was afraid of the stone sword. The power of the stone sword was indeed incomparably powerful. But the key was that this existence was too terrifying. He should not be so afraid of the stone sword. Could it be? Could it be? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. He remembered. The stone sword was the most harmful to those living beings who had crossed eras. If Lin Feng activated the stone sword, he could kill this era's Emperor Realm expert. Then, if Lin Feng controlled the stone sword, he might be able to kill those emperors and holy emperors among the living beings who had crossed eras. The damage caused by the stone sword to living beings who had crossed eras was far greater than the damage caused by other living beings. Lin Feng did not know the exact reason. Therefore, Lin Feng saw the terrifying existence's terrified voice when facing the stone sword. He thought of that possibility. This terrifying existence should be a living being who had crossed eras. Only this could explain why this existence was so severely injured by the stone sword. Since it was a living being who had crossed eras, there was no need for him to be so afraid of this living being. The 3 stone swords floated beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked towards the depths step by step. He wanted to see the appearance of this terrifying existence. When Lin Feng approached the existence, he finally saw the appearance of the existence clearly. It was indeed a huge dragon, but it was a black dragon. This made Lin Feng feel extremely surprised. The black dragon in front of him was exactly the same size as the Eastern Divine Dragon. However, the Eastern Divine Dragon's dragon scales were purplish gold. The dragon scales of this dragon were black. This was the biggest difference. This dragon was very similar to the weapon spirit of Lin Feng's black dragon sword. You are a living being who has crossed eras? Chapter 3459. Since you know, you still have to ask. The black dragon glared at Lin Feng fiercely. However, the black dragon no longer dared to attack Lin Feng. This was because Lin Feng had 3 stone swords in his hands. The suppression of the 3 stone swords was too great. If he rashly attacked Lin Feng, even if his cultivation level was far higher than Lin Feng's, he would still be killed. Lin Feng might even kill him. Of course, the most likely outcome would be a lose-lose situation. This was not something the black dragon wanted to see. However, The black dragon was intimidated by Lin Feng, a young cultivator with a low cultivation level. This made the black dragon very angry. Therefore, when he faced Lin Feng, his tone was extremely bad. Lin Feng naturally knew what the black dragon was thinking. Therefore, he did not care about the black dragon's attitude. He was now wondering if he could get some benefits from the black dragon. This guy was so powerful. He must have many extraordinary and unimaginable abilities. He might even have divine abilities so powerful that others would drool. Perhaps he could use some methods to obtain these powerful divine abilities from the black dragon. What kind of state are you in? I feel like there's something wrong with your body. Lin Feng looked at the black dragon and could not help but ask. This was something he was extremely curious about. Although the black dragon had transcended epochs, his combat strength was not as strong as he had imagined. The black dragon said, "In your opinion, what does transcending epochs mean?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had not expected the black dragon to ask him such a strange question. Lin Feng said, "Transcending epochs. Naturally, it means living to the next epoch. Moreover, one can obtain an extremely long lifespan." The black dragon said, "Have you ever heard of the law of conservation?" Lin Feng nodded. At the same time, he pondered over the black dragon's words. The black dragon continued, "The law of conservation tells us that the more we gain, the more we lose. Living beings who transcend epochs obtain new life, and their lifespans are extremely long. Therefore, they will definitely suffer losses in other aspect." Lin Feng was speechless. Because this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. It was no wonder that this was the first time Lin Feng had heard of such a thing. Although Lin Feng had seen living beings that had transcended epochs, he had never seen them before. However, he had never had a serious conversation with the black dragon. Lin Feng thought of the black fog creature from before. He used to be so powerful. Especially at the beginning of the new era, the strength of the black fog creatures was simply indescribable. But as the era gradually passed, one era after another passed, the strength of the creatures in the black mist continued to decline. In addition to the decline of their strength, their bodies seemed to have encountered some other problems. However, Lin Feng didn't know much about the other situations that the creatures in the black fog encountered. However, Lin Feng knew that those living beings in the black fog must have encountered a lot of trouble. Lin Feng said, "It seems that living beings that have transcended epochs will more or less encounter some trouble." Black Dragon nodded and said, "That's right. That's indeed the case. At the beginning of the new era, after absorbing the era's luck, one's cultivation will reach its peak in a relatively short period of time. Many people think that they are about to break through their shackles and reach an even greater peak. However, at that time, terrifying things will happen. All sorts of strange things, curses, and other things will happen to the living beings that have transcended epochs. Therefore, many living beings that have transcended epochs will experience a constant decline in their strength after reaching their peak. Moreover, they will encounter some terrifying things." Black Dragon's eyes revealed an extremely terrified expression when he said this. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Black Dragon was so terrified. What did that mean? Lin Feng thought of a possibility and said, "It seems that you are actually hiding in this place to avoid some danger that you have sensed." Black Dragon said, "That's right. You guessed correctly." Lin Feng asked, "What are you hiding from?" Black Dragon said, "I can't say. I don't dare say. Everything has its own premonition. If I tell you, it won't end well for me. You shouldn't be asking about this. Do you think that with your cultivation, you will be able to continue living smoothly after knowing all this?" Lin Feng fell silent. It was indeed as Black Dragon had said. This matter was filled with mysteries and unknown dangers. Therefore, it was better not to know some things. Black Dragon continued, "There are still some living beings like me who are struggling at death's door and trying their best to survive until the end of an epoch. That way, we will have a chance to be reborn. At that time, we will once again obtain the power of a new epoch, gain new lifespan, and become stronger once more." Lin Feng sneered and said, "So, the living beings that have transcended epochs are one of the driving forces behind the great wars that have engulfed the universe." They want the epoch to end as soon as possible. Only then will they have a chance to be reborn. That's right. However, don't think that there is anything wrong with this. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. This is a principle that everyone understands. Black Dragon said. Lin Feng frowned, but he did not refute Black Dragon's words even though he did not want to admit it. However, he had to admit that Black Dragon's words were correct. Every man for himself. The devil takes the hindmost. Humanity. That was it. This was especially true in a place like the world of cultivators. Cultivators were even more selfish than cultivators. They only had themselves in their hearts. How could there be anyone else? Black Dragon continued, although the living beings that have transcended epochs will encounter all sorts of troubles, there will always be some heaven-defying existences among them. Those existences are truly enviable. They can resolve all sorts of troubles and remain incomparably powerful even until the end of an epoch. Lin Feng had thought of this as well. Nothing was absolute. Anything. Accidents would always occur. For example, the calamities encountered by the living beings that have transcended epochs. However, there would always be some living beings that could view the calamities as a way to improve their cultivation. Moreover, those living beings that have transcended epochs were able to achieve this. The previous epoch. What kind of world was it? Lin Feng could not help but ask curiously. He only knew that this world had a boundless starry sky, beautiful mountains and rivers, 3,000 worlds, dazzling epochs of history, legendary heroes that could make one weep and sing, beautiful fairies, and countless myths and legends. However, Lin Feng did not know what the previous epoch was like. Chapter 3460. Hearing Lin Feng's question, the Black Dragon was shocked. The Black Dragon couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He seemed to be thinking back to the previous era and what kind of world it was. In the end, the Black Dragon shook his head and said, "I've forgotten. I've completely forgotten." "How could you forget?" Lin Feng asked. The Black Dragon said, "Even if you cross eras and live another life. But have you ever thought that your family, loved ones, relatives, friends, fellow disciples, etc., would all die? At that time, you would be left all alone in the world, with no one to rely on and no one to rely on. Do you know what kind of feeling that is? That kind of feeling. It's really terrible. It's simply infuriating. It's a feeling worse than death. Thus, at that time, many living beings who have crossed eras will choose to forget some things, such as forgetting the mountains and rivers of the previous era, or even forgetting their family, loved ones, friends, fellow disciples, and so on. Lin Feng said, "The mountains and rivers can be forgotten, but can one really forget their family, loved ones, friends, fellow disciples, and so on?" The Black Dragon sighed and said, "You won't know if you haven't experienced it yourself. Perhaps you'll have the chance to experience it in the future. At that time, you'll know if you can forget them." Lin Feng could hear the sadness in the Black Dragon's voice. Perhaps, the Black Dragon couldn't forget those people either. Who could do that? For any living being of any race, the thing they couldn't let go of the most was their emotions. Perhaps the so-called severing of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, perhaps it was just a beautiful wish. Even the great Thunderclap Temple's holy monks couldn't do that. Lin Feng said, "What powerful techniques did the previous era have? Give me a few. I'll use them to defend myself." Scram. The Black Dragon, who was still a little sad, was furious when he heard Lin Feng's words. He glared fiercely at Lin Feng and roared. If Lin Feng didn't have the 3 stone swords, the Black Dragon wouldn't be afraid of Lin Feng. In the Black Dragon's eyes, Lin Feng was simply an ant-like existence. Such an ant actually dared to negotiate with him. How hateful. Black Dragon almost couldn't hold it in any longer and directly swiped his claw at Lin Feng. However, when he thought of the 3 stone swords Lin Feng had grasped, Black Dragon managed to restrain himself with great difficulty. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Why are you so angry? This is a normal exchange of sacred arts. Teach me a few powerful techniques, and I'll teach you a few divine abilities from this epoch. How about it? Do you think I care about your divine abilities?" The Black Dragon looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Lin Feng said, So you're saying that you're not willing to cooperate? Are you planning to fight? Wang, Wang, Wang. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the 3 stone swords began to vibrate the void. The terror was boundless. The power of these 3 stone swords. They could be said to be pitilessly terrifying. When Black Dragon sensed the aura emitted by Lin Feng's 3 stone swords, his expression turned incomparably gloomy. It hadn't been easy for him to survive until now without dying. Hei Long didn't want to expose himself because of Lin Feng. He didn't want to die. Black Dragon said fiercely, if it weren't for these 3 stone swords, I would be able to kill you with a single swipe of my claw. That point, Lin Feng wouldn't deny it. It was indeed as Black Dragon had said. Considering Black Dragon's terrifying strength, he was indeed capable. Black Dragon could kill him with a single swipe of his claw. But so what? Lin Feng wasn't someone to be trifled with either. But I have 3 stone swords. Therefore, in this world, IFS, none of these are valid. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. You're right. None of these are valid. Black Dragon shook his head and couldn't help but say. Finally. He nodded and said, I can teach you a sacred art. After you cultivate it, hurry up and leave this place. I don't want to see you again. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, I don't want to stay here either. However, before I teach you the sacred art, we have to make it clear that the sacred art you teach me later must be that kind of powerful, terrifying top sacred art. You can't teach me ordinary sacred art to fool me, otherwise, I won't leave. Lin Feng said. Black Dragon said coldly, don't worry, the sacred art I teach you is definitely a sacred art that can cause a storm of blood in the myriad realms. After Black Dragon finished speaking, he raised his huge dragon claw. Then, a claw pointed towards Lin Feng. Following that, Lin Feng felt as if there was something extra in his mind. He checked it carefully and found that it was a cultivation technique. 9 heavens 10 earths supremacy technique. After seeing this sacred art, Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. What a domineering name. 9 heavens 10 earths. It referred to a vague concept, roughly referring to the myriad realms of the myriad realms. The words I, the unique and righteous, were even easier to understand. It meant that between heaven and earth, I am the supreme. What made Lin Feng pleasantly surprised was that this sacred art was similar to his own path of the supreme being. There seemed to be some similarities. Of course, Lin Feng's path of the supreme being was created by him. Even though it was similar to the 9 heavens 10 earths supremacy technique, it was estimated that there wouldn't be too many similarities. Lin Feng felt that this 9 heavens 10 earths supremacy technique might be able to inspire him. Let him better perfect his own path of the supreme being. One day. Maybe. Could the path of the supreme being created by Lin Feng surpass the path of the mortal created by the Red World Fairy? This kind of thing. Who could say for sure? Now that the sacred art has been taught to you, you can leave. Black Dragon said. He had already begun to drive Lin Feng away. He didn't want Lin Feng to continue to stay here. Because after seeing Lin Feng, he felt that his temper would become extremely irritable. As for the reason, naturally, it was because he was angered by Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, we have such a good cooperation. Don't be in such a hurry to let me go. Aren't you lonely by yourself? Isn't it good to chat with you more? Stop. 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 Black Dragon hurriedly said. He didn't believe that Lin Feng had such good intentions. Hurry up and leave, don't make me flip out. Black Dragon continued to look at Lin Feng fiercely. If possible, he really wanted to smash Lin Feng into meat paste with his claws. Lin Feng said, answer my question and I'll leave. Hurry up and ask. Black Dragon said angrily. This guy only wanted to send Lin Feng away as soon as possible. Nothing else. He didn't want to think about anything else. You should know where the Great Wish Technique is, right? Chapter 3461. Great Wish Technique. The most difficult Great Tao to cultivate among the 3,000 Great Taos. It was also the Great Tao that Lin Feng had peeked at for a long time. This 3,000 Great Tao. It was incomparably terrifying. Countless people wanted to obtain this 3,000 Great Tao. One of the reasons why Lin Feng took the risk to enter the Azure mountain range was to search for the Great Wish technique. As for the collision with the Black Dragon, if he could obtain the Supreme in the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths ability from the Black Dragon, he would be able to obtain it. It was a pleasant surprise. Of course, this pleasant surprise made Lin Feng extremely happy. If he could obtain the Great Wish technique, Lin Feng was even happier. The Great Wish technique was too important to Lin Feng. The mountain in the northwest is called the Great Wish Mountain. There is a Great Wish stone. You can go to that place and take a look. Perhaps you can gain something there. The Black Dragon said. All right, then we'll meet again. Lin Feng waved his hand at the Black Dragon and kept the 3 stone swords. Then, he quickly rushed outside. Who the hell would meet you again? It's best if we never meet again. The Black Dragon couldn't help but mutter. For Lin Feng. The Black Dragon gnashed his teeth in hatred. Lin Feng walked out of the Dragon Soul Valley. At this moment, it was night. The night in the Death Impasse was extremely unpeaceful. Every Death Impasse was like this. For example, Lin Feng had seen terrifying things like ghost soldiers borrowing the path in some Death Impasse nights. He had also seen things like Ghost Parade in some Death Impasse. He had also seen some terrifying and heaven-defying existences awaken from their slumber in some Death Impasse. Therefore, the night in the Death Impasse, it was too terrifying. Too terrifying. When night fell, if one was still wandering outside the Death Impasse, they might die without a burial place. If I knew it was night outside, I would have stayed with the Black Dragon for a while. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. However, since he had come out, he had no intention of going back. Lin Feng locked onto the mountain that the Black Dragon mentioned. He headed towards that mountain. Rustle, 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 rustle. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a faint sound. If it weren't for his strong spiritual sense, he would have been able to escape. He couldn't hear those voices at all. When Lin Feng heard that sound, he couldn't help but frown. In the darkness, something seemed to be approaching them quickly. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a sudden pain in his right hand. He looked at his right hand and saw a small black bug lying on it. Lin Feng wanted to slap that little bug to death. However, he was horrified to find that he couldn't move his body at all. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that all of his consciousness was rapidly leaving his body. Little bug. It was highly toxic. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying poison. Even with Lin Feng's tyrannical cultivation base, he was still able to withstand it. Even he was unable to resist this poison. From this, one could see how terrifying this poison was. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the powerful Mui Tokyo. Rumor had it that Muyo was an immortal. Even now, there were endless legends about Muyo in the 9 states world. Later, Lin Feng followed many cultivators into the martial origin immortal mansion left behind by Muyo. In the martial origin immortal mansion, Lin Feng found some clues. He found a poisonous bug. According to the clues left behind by Muyo, Lin Feng learned. Muyo, a terrifying expert, was stung by a poisonous bug. Then he was poisoned to death. Muyo was an immortal. Yet he was poisoned to death by a poisonous bug. It was unimaginable, shocking, and unbelievable. However, it was indeed true. Between heaven and earth, there would always be some terrifying creatures born that you could never imagine. And those terrifying creatures, they were incomparably heaven-defying, so heaven-defying that people couldn't help but turn pale with fright. For example, the poisonous bug that killed an immortal like Muyo. And Lin Feng encountered the same thing as Muyo. Now, Lin Feng could only smile bitterly. Along the way, how many life and death situations had he experienced? No matter how dangerous it was, he had successfully overcome them. But now, was he going to die under the claws and fangs of a poisonous bug? This made Lin Feng extremely depressed and unwilling. He didn't want to die like this. But now, Lin Feng's body couldn't withstand the strong poison. Even his divine sense was sealed by the strong poison. He couldn't use it to communicate with the white jade toad. Croak, croak, croak. Just as Lin Feng was about to be poisoned to death, Lin Feng suddenly heard the white jade toad's voice. The white jade toad was extremely sensitive to strong poison. Although Lin Feng couldn't communicate with the white jade toad, but because the white jade toad was connected to Lin Feng's soul, it was a spiritual beast. So the white jade toad could sense everything about Lin Feng. Not long after Lin Feng was poisoned, the white jade toad sensed it. So the white jade toad quickly flew out, stood on Lin Feng's shoulder, and suddenly inhaled. Suddenly, the strong poison in Lin Feng's body began to be continuously absorbed by the white jade toad. In these years, the white jade toad had completed its evolution. Now it stopped at the 4th stage. The ability that the white jade toad got every time it evolved was extremely extraordinary. But, even though its ability was extremely terrifying now, after absorbing the strong poison in Lin Feng's body, the white jade toad's body turned pitch black. Even the white jade toad couldn't detoxify the strong poison absorbed from Lin Feng's body in a short time. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this strong poison was. That was Lin Feng. If it were anyone else, they would have been poisoned to death long ago. Lin Feng felt his body recover and could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Lin Feng found that the poisonous bug on his hand was already dead. He put the poisonous bug into the porcelain bottle. Then he touched the white jade toad's head. Croak, croak, croak. The white jade toad called out a few times, revealing a friendly aura. Then it returned to the mountain river ring to refine the strong poison absorbed from Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng put the porcelain bottle with the poisonous bug into the mountain river ring. Although Lin Feng didn't like to use poison. But it didn't mean that Lin Feng didn't know how to use poison. Taking this poisonous bug, it might be useful in the future. Damn it! As expected of the land of death, there is actually such a terrifying bug that almost took my life. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter gloomily. He didn't stop and continued to walk towards the Grand Aspiration Mountain. This night, there were roars of beasts everywhere, and terrifying creatures of the forbidden area appeared. Fortunately, Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary, and he avoided those terrifying creatures of the forbidden area. At noon the next day, Lin Feng finally arrived at the foot of the Grand Aspiration Mountain. Chapter 3462. The Great Wish Mountain was vast and majestic. It was definitely a terrifying place. The aura it emitted made Lin Feng feel very uncomfortable. This place is not simple. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Boom! At this time, a terrifying fluctuation was emitted from the Great Wish Mountain. After feeling the terrifying fluctuation, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but become solemn. He felt as if a terrifying creature had been born. Once a creature from the death impasse was born, it would be extremely terrifying. He had to be on guard. Otherwise, for anyone, it was very likely that it would be a disaster. Lin Feng had entered the death impasse many times, so he knew how to seek survival in the death impasse. Waves of sinister and terrifying aura spread out. Soon, Lin Feng saw a terrifying creature. It was a 3-headed monster. Its body was like a purple python, and it was nearly 1,000 meters long. Among the 3 heads, the head in the middle was a python's head. The head on the left was a malicious ghost's head. The head on the right was a Chiline's head. Lin Feng had seen many creatures in his life, but this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying creature. This kind of creature was simply too strange. The aura it emitted was like the aura of the death god. Such a terrifying existence, who knew how powerful its combat strength was? Lin Feng completely hid himself, and even his aura was completely restrained. If he was seen by that terrifying creature, Lin Feng knew how terrible the result would be. Such a terrifying creature was too powerful, so he had to be on guard against it. That terrifying creature rushed out of the Great Wish Mountain, and then disappeared into the mountain range in front of it. After that terrifying creature left, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter, "This death impasse is really a strange place. There are all kinds of fierce beasts. Yes, death impasse. It's really strange." At this time, the demon lord's voice sounded. Lin Feng came out from his hiding place and continued to walk towards the Great Wish Mountain. The Great Ambition Mountain was a mountain that was 7 to 8,000 meters tall. The mountain ridge extended for 40 or 50 miles. The ancient forest was densely packed, and danger lurked everywhere. Lin Feng walked all the way to the top of Grand Ambition Mountain. When Lin Feng arrived halfway up the Great Wish Mountain, Lin Feng saw a huge rock at the top of the mountain. The boulder was surrounded by a powerful primordial force. Grand Wish Stone. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The boulder was extraordinary, and it was surrounded by endless saint power. It was densely covered with runes. Vaguely, one could even hear the sound of the Tao. That Great Wish Stone should be related to the Great Wish technique, the Demon Lord said. Lin Feng nodded. He thought so too. He felt that the Great Wish Stone and the Great Wish technique must have an extremely close connection. However, he still needed to observe carefully for now. Roar. A deep roar suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. A terrifying creature flew over from afar. It was a Bayan. Its bloodline was incomparably powerful. The Bayan's bloodline dyed half the sky blood-red. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. The Bayan's strength was absolutely shocking. He observed the Bayan's every move from afar. When the Bayan came to the side of the Great Wish Stone, it actually sat down cross-legged. It straightened its body. Its two front legs stretched out in front of its body, like the two hands of a cultivator, and its hooves were together. He began to meditate in a dignified manner. This works. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. The Bayan was extraordinary. Although it didn't take human form, Lin Feng guessed that it wasn't because it didn't have the strength. It was because the Bayan didn't want to take human form. Not only was the Bayan powerful, but its comprehension was also extremely powerful. Not long after it sat down cross-legged, the Great Wish Stone vibrated and emitted a mysterious sound. Those were the voices of many people. It resounded through the clouds. When they heard the voices one after another, they were stunned. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He felt the aura of the Great Path from the sound. Perhaps I can use the Bayan's comprehension of the Great Path to have an epiphany, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the Great Path of heaven and earth. Lin Feng comprehended the mysterious aura of the Great Path. When he felt the aura of the Great Path, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He sank into a deep level of epiphany. He was comprehending the aura of the Great Path. Lin Feng vaguely saw a long river. Then, all kinds of voices entered Lin Feng's mind. I hope to become a peerless expert and never be bullied again. I hope to win Siu's heart. I will love her for the rest of my life. I hope that my parents and loved ones can be healthy. With my demon blood, I will dye the sky red. I am willing to burn my demon blood to protect the demon race's holy land. I will have no regrets even if I die. To protect my homeland, I will shed blood in battle. I am willing to fight until my soul is shattered. I will never retreat. Those voices were echoing in Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng felt as though his head was about to split open. Pain. Unparalleled pain. That kind of pain, it made Lin Feng feel as though he was better off dead. Fortunately, Lin Feng's soul power was extremely powerful. He successfully resolved the pain of his soul being shattered. Finally, Lin Feng was gradually getting used to the voices of those people. These voices are the wishes of every living being. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. These wishes were naturally different. Some wished for their loved ones to be healthy, some wished for themselves to have a meteoric rise, and some wished for those who were willing to sacrifice themselves to protect the safety of their people's homeland. Lin Feng realized that he had unknowingly arrived at the Long River. He was traveling through the Long River. Lin Feng saw the runes formed by the wishes one after another. All of a sudden, the runes turned into rune fish. They swam around Lin Feng. This river of wishes had been formed over countless tens of thousands of years. The wishes of countless people had successfully condensed into this river of wishes. However, these wishes, they couldn't be considered grand wishes. The so-called Great Ambition was just like the Great Ambition that immortal Venerable Red Dust had made. For the sake of all living beings in the world. The Red World Fairy was even willing to sacrifice herself. That was the true grand wish. I am willing to give up my 9 bodies in exchange for another chance to reverse the fate of all living beings. Suddenly, a new voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. When he heard this wish, Lin Feng's body couldn't help but tremble. For all living beings in the world, he was willing to give up his 9 bodies. This wish, it was enough to be called a grand wish. Chapter 3463. Vaguely, Lin Feng seemed to have seen a mysterious world. That world. Smoke filled the air. War raged on. He didn't know what kind of world it was. He could only vaguely see some scenes. Cultivators fell from the sky one by one. However, it still couldn't stop those cultivators from charging into the sky without fear of death. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky. It emitted a suffocating and terrifying aura. After feeling that terrifying aura, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a shocked and moved expression. That aura was too terrifying. Anyone who felt that aura would probably feel a chill down their spine. Kill. Earth-shaking shouts resounded through the sky. Myriad Daos were shattered, and the heavenly Dao collapsed. Cultivators fell, and the sky cried blood. A man shrouded in boundless holy light charged into the 9 heavens. It was him who made a great wish, abandoning the 9-fold body, in exchange for a chance to reverse the fate of the world. What kind of feeling was this? There were very few people in the world who could do this. Because, no matter who it was, their own lives were the most precious. Giving up one's life for someone else sounded unbelievable. If one lived, only then would there be hope. If one died, just like an extinguished lamp flame, once one died, everything would become nothing. So the cultivators in the world of cultivators, they were all striving to live longer. They were all striving to make themselves stronger. They were even yearning for eternal life. And now, someone actually gave up his life for the sake of the world. What kind of great moral integrity was this? It was unimaginable. It was shocking. It was moving. That powerhouse fell. In the end, the fate of the world was reversed. The scene changed. Lin Feng suddenly found that the world filled with war had become another scene. There were scenes full of vitality everywhere. He sacrificed himself in exchange for hope. Lin Feng couldn't help but say to himself. Vaguely, Lin Feng felt that he seemed to have an epiphany. Runes began to form in his mind. Those runes were combining. Lin Feng could feel the sound of the great Tao from the runes. Those runes were surrounded by endless mysterious power. His voice sounded like the chanting of the great Tao. It shook the soul. The runes of the great vow art. Lin Feng was shocked. Those runes were actually the runes of the great wish art. Very soon, Lin Feng closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the mysterious power within the runes. Time passed quickly. It was unknown how much time had passed. More and more mysterious runes appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng comprehended even more runes. Those runes intertwined in his mind and turned into the eternal immortal rune. Those eternal immortal talismans. It turned into the most primitive cultivation method. And this kind of cultivation technique was the cultivation technique of the Great Wish technique. I really obtained the cultivation formula for the Great Vow Art. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. The Great Vow Art was a magical ability that everyone wanted to obtain. Once such a magical ability was displayed, it would play an incomparably crucial role for a cultivator. Now he finally obtained the magical ability, the Great Vow Art. As long as he could successfully cultivate this magical ability, Lin Feng believed, in the future, this divine ability would definitely be able to display endless miraculous effects. At this moment, a gloomy and cold aura filled the air. That aura made Lin Feng's body freeze in an instant. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He looked around. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly focused. To the left, a terrifying creature looked at him with cold eyes. That terrifying creature walked over step by step. That terrifying creature was none other than the mighty Swanni. It wasn't the first time Lin Feng had seen such a terrifying creature like Dao Wu. However, The Dao Wu he had seen before was far from being as powerful as this one. Not only was his cultivation inferior in terms of bloodline, compared to this Dao Wu in front of him, it was unknown how many times worse it was. This Dao Wu in front of him was definitely a peerless and terrifying existence. The aura emitted from its body made one feel a sense of horror. There was no way to know how powerful such a terrifying existence was. After seeing this Dao Wu, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He quickly got up and looked at the Dao Wu divine beast walking over step by step with a guarded expression. "You're very smart. You can actually comprehend the great vow art from the great Dao aura emitted when I was comprehending the Dao." The Dao Wu divine beast said. Its voice was very cold, making Lin Feng feel as if he was in the North Pole snowfield. That feeling. It could be said to be incomparably terrible. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He was quietly observing the changes. Because Lin Feng felt that this Dao Wu divine beast didn't seem to want to attack him. If it had attacked, with this Dao Wu divine beast's strength, it wouldn't have needed to wait until now. It could have attacked long ago. But since it hadn't attacked yet, it was enough to explain too many problems. "Quickly leave this place. This is not a place you should be," the Dao Wu divine beast said in a cold voice. Lin Feng looked at the Dao Wu divine beast in surprise. Although he didn't feel any hostility from the Dao Wu divine beast, he didn't expect that the Dao Wu divine beast would let him leave so easily. "Goodbye." Lin Feng couldn't figure out the reason, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He cupped his fists at the Dao Wu divine beast. Then he quickly rushed into the distance. After Lin Feng left, the Dao Wu divine beast couldn't help but mutter to itself. "He's really too similar to that man." The Dao Wu divine beast couldn't help but say. 60 years ago, a human cultivator arrived at this place. What happened that day? The Dao Wu divine beast could never forget. After that human cultivator came to the heavenly mountain range. The entire heavenly mountain range. It was as if it was frozen. Countless powerful beings in the land of extremis were imprisoned, including itself. Different from other beings in the land of extremis. The Dao Wu divine beast. It was lucky enough to see that man's appearance. That man entered the deepest part of the land of extremis. That was the place where several terrifying existences were sleeping. What did that man do in there? Later, everything returned to normal. And several terrifying existences gave orders at the same time. If any living being sees that man, you must keep this a secret. Otherwise, kill without mercy. The Dao Wu divine beast itself didn't know how powerful these terrifying existences were. But the Dao Wu divine beast knew one thing. Those terrifying existences almost never woke up at the same time. But now they woke up at the same time and gave orders. There were some hidden reasons. Thinking about it carefully. Chapter 3464. Originally, the divine beast Swanni thought that it might never see that terrifying man again. Until it saw Lin Feng. It even almost thought that Lin Feng was that man. Very quickly, the divine beast Swanni could tell the difference between Lin Feng and that man. Bloodline inheritance. The divine beast Swanni could feel the bloodline that Lin Feng inherited from that man. It was a direct bloodline. The divine beast Swanni knew. That man. He should be the father of the young cultivator in front of it. So, even if the divine beast Swanni had 100 guts, it wouldn't dare to deal with Lin Feng. Instead, it reminded Lin Feng to leave this place quickly. He didn't want other people to kill Lin Feng. When the time came, it was likely that all the living beings in the land of death would be buried together with him. The divine beast Swanni didn't want to die so miserably. After leaving the heavenly mountain range, Lin Feng found a secluded place in the ancient forest to cultivate in seclusion. He planned to cultivate the supremacy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths technique. This was a supreme ability passed down from the previous era. If he succeeded in cultivating it, he would definitely be able to erupt with unimaginable terrifying power. It wasn't easy to cultivate this ability. Lin Feng spent a full 5 months to comprehend the supremacy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths technique. This was a shocking ability, reversing fate and shattering 10,000 Tao. 9 heavens and 10 earths. Who could match it? After comprehending this ability, Lin Feng hurriedly comprehended the Great Wish technique, the 3,000 Great Tao. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. But Lin Feng still couldn't successfully comprehend the Great Wish technique. It was really too difficult to cultivate this 3,000 Great Tao. Even for Lin Feng and the others. It was the same. Wanting to cultivate this ability was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Maybe the time isn't right yet. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He chose to come out of seclusion and left the great world of destruction. After confirming the route, he continued to fly in the direction of the undying realm. Traveling through the starry sky was lonely and lonely. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the ancient starship Shenyuan by himself. The ancient starship Shenyuan jumped through space-time. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was studying the heart plate. Heart plate. It was a supreme treasure. No matter where he wanted to go, even if he didn't know about the ancient star map. However, as long as he could control the heart plate. In that case, the heart plate can take you to that place. This was the most heaven-defying aspect of the heart plate. Lin Feng had already obtained the heart plate for some time. However, he was still unable to comprehend the secrets of the heart plate. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity. If he could comprehend the heart plate, to him, it would be a great help. The heart plate would definitely have an unimaginable effect. 1 month later, Lin Feng arrived in another part of the star region. This star field was called the scattered star field. The reason why this star field had such a name was said to be because the star-scattered star field was filled with small life planets. Moreover, there were many life planets here. An ordinary star field might have a flourishing great world, as well as some massive planets with life. The scattered star field was the complete opposite. All of them were small life-bearing planets like this. Lin Feng landed on the dustless star of the scattered star field. He planned to rest here. Myriad Immortals Restaurant. It was very lively. Lin Feng ordered a table full of delicious food. He also ordered a few pots of wine. He planned to enjoy the delicious food and wine. Have you heard? Some time ago, Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star was ambushed and severely injured. He seemed to have been captured. Now, Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star's Myriad Immortals planet has been taken away. At this time, the conversation of the guests at the next table attracted Lin Feng's attention. Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star. This name left a deep impression on him. Wasn't this Yu Simon's father? Back then, Lin Feng had competed with Naylan Manley, Yu Simon, and the others for the Supreme Treasure Purple Flame Golden Lotus. Naylan Manley was a cultivator from the Heavenly Sage Great World. Together with young Master Nai and the others, they formed the Anti-Lin Feng Alliance. They wanted to kill Lin Feng, but they failed several times. And Yu Simon first appeared as a good friend of Naylan Manley. They had once trained together. So their friendship was quite good. However, in order to compete for the Supreme Treasure Purple Flame Golden Lotus, Yu Simon ambushed Naylan Manley and injured Naylan Manley. Then, she ambushed and killed another 12 cultivators who were allied with them. For benefits. Yu Simon was also a ruthless and unscrupulous woman. However, Lin Feng was already used to this kind of thing. The world of cultivators had always been so cruel. It was just that Yu Simon had calculated everything, but she couldn't calculate Lin Feng's appearance. At that time, Lin Feng was hiding in the dark and saw this group of people killing each other. Lin Feng rushed out at the critical moment, suppressed Yu Simon, and captured Naylan Manley. At that time, Yu Simon used her father's identity to threaten Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng knew that Yu Simon's background was extraordinary. Her father was actually an Emperor Realm powerhouse. It was this supreme venerable myriad star. Later, when Lin Feng refined the 12 lotus seeds of the purple flame golden lotus to increase his cultivation, he was eroded by the power of the purple flame golden lotus and almost went berserk. At the critical moment, Lin Feng pounced on Yu Simon and Naylan Manley and absorbed their primordial yin power. Only then did he recover. Furthermore, His cultivation base had also been greatly improved. He originally thought that he wouldn't have a chance to meet again. Who would have thought that he would hear about Supreme Venerable Myriad Star here? A powerhouse like Supreme Venerable Myriad Star is a master that no one dares to provoke in the starry sky world. In our star-scattered star region, he's a super powerhouse that can be ranked in the top 10. Which force dares to attack Supreme Venerable Myriad Star? A cultivator asked doubtfully. I'm not sure. The other party is very mysterious, the cultivator said. After a pause, the cultivator continued, but I heard that Supreme Venerable Myriad Star's daughter, Yu Simon, has been looking for her father's old friend. She hopes to unite those powerhouses and rescue her father, but no one is willing to help. Of course no one is willing to interfere in this kind of thing, lest they get into trouble, someone said. The others nodded. Since they dared to attack Supreme Venerable Myriad Star, they could roughly guess how powerful the cultivator was. Who would dare to provoke such a terrifying force? A delicate face appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Yu Simon's appearance became clearer and clearer. No matter what, back then, Yu Simon's virginity was taken away by Lin Feng. Fellow brothers, may I know where Yu Simon is? Do you know? Lin Feng stood up, cupped his fists, and asked. Who are you? Why are you asking about Yu Simon? Chapter 3465. After hearing this voice, Lin Feng looked in the direction of the voice and immediately saw a group of people. The person who spoke was a young man. This young man was dressed in blue and was extraordinarily handsome. He was very eye-catching. He was only around 30 to 40,000 years old. However, his strength was extremely tyrannical. His aura was terrifying and shocking. Such a young cultivator was naturally extraordinary. In addition, there were so many experts following him. It was obvious that this young cultivator was definitely from a top force. Of course, he didn't know which force he was from. Yes. Do you know Yu Simon's whereabouts? Lin Feng looked at the young cultivator and asked. The young cultivator didn't answer Lin Feng. Instead, he asked, what's your relationship with Yu Simon? Friend. Lin Feng replied. At this time, there's actually someone who dares to admit that he's Yu Simon's friend. I have to say that your courage is really admirable. The cultivator couldn't help but say. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This cultivator's tone was a little strange. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that this cultivator was very likely not on the same side as Yu Simon. He might even be Yu Simon's enemy. So what if I admit it? Lin Feng curled his lips and said. Kid, you're quite arrogant, said a tall and sturdy cultivator next to the young man. He looked at Lin Feng indifferently and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Han Yi, go and play with this kid, the young cultivator ordered. Yes, young master, young master. After receiving the order, the cultivator jumped out and landed on the ground. He didn't hide his aura. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. Immortal Emperor. This cultivator was actually an Immortal Emperor expert. This level of cultivator was extremely powerful. Of course, to Lin Feng, he was naturally not a powerful expert. This was because Lin Feng's strength was too tyrannical. But to others, an Immortal Emperor level expert was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. Many diners who were eating changed their expressions after sensing the burly cultivator's aura. Who are those people? How could a random cultivator be so powerful? Are they cultivators from the force that attacked Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star? It's really possible. I'm afraid that brat is finish. At this moment, many diners no longer cared about eating. They all stood up and watched the battle from afar. After the burly cultivator released his Immortal Emperor level aura, he directly released this aura, wanting to use this terrifying aura to intimidate Lin Feng. After sensing that terrifying aura, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression. This person actually wanted to use his aura to suppress him. What a daydream. Lin Feng said sarcastically, you dare to release your aura to suppress this young master with just this bit of cultivation. You really don't know your place. If I were you, I would be so ashamed that I would buy a piece of tofu and kill myself. However, you seem to be feeling good about yourself. You really live up to the saying, the ignorant are fearless. Upon hearing Lin Feng's sarcastic words, the burly cultivator's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. You don't know what's good for you. I'm going to tear you apart. The cultivator roared and then directly threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He released a little bit of his aura, which directly enveloped the burly cultivator. The burly cultivator, who was rushing quickly toward Lin Feng, was actually imprisoned in place. He couldn't move at all. He couldn't go forward at all. You. The burly cultivator revealed an expression of disbelief. A young human cultivator with a lifespan of only about 100 years had actually suppressed him with his aura. This was too unbelievable. Oh my God, am I seeing things? The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but exclaim. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was really too unbelievable and shocking. He was so young. Yet, he was so powerful. Lin Feng's combat strength shocked everyone's heart. Who is that brat? He's actually so powerful. It's really unbelievable. Yeah, he's too strong. It's really unbelievable. Many cultivators who were watching the show couldn't help but discuss softly. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. However, all of this was really happening in front of their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. I couldn't tell that you were quite capable. Brat, let my people go. Then kneel down and swear to become my slave. I'll spare your life. The young man had his hands clasped behind his back and was looking down at Lin Feng. He said in an unquestionable tone. In his eyes, Lin Feng was like an ant or a dog. If Lin Feng dared to reject his suggestion, he could crush Lin Feng as easily as crushing an ant. He wanted Lin Feng to acknowledge him as his master. It was as if Lin Feng had cultivated his fortune in his previous life. This person is really arrogant. It's not arrogance. It's because this person is really terrifying. That's right. This person's cultivation is absolutely terrifying. Although he only emitted a trace of his aura, it doesn't seem to be weaker than the aura of some Imperial Emperor realm cultivators. That's right. Not only is this person powerful, but the force behind him is also so terrifying. Naturally, he wouldn't take that human brat seriously. Many people whispered to each other. Everyone looked at Lin Feng, wanting to know what choice Lin Feng would make. Fart. At this moment, Lin Feng raised his right hand. Then, he raised his hand and slashed down. Fut, blood splattered out. The head of the burly cultivator who was suppressed by Lin Feng soared into the sky. He was directly killed by Lin Feng. The entire restaurant instantly became silent. Just now, the young cultivator had threatened Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng turned around and immediately killed the burly cultivator he suppressed. This was equivalent to a slap to the young cultivator's face. Lin Feng was too domineering. This was out of everyone's expectations. I've killed him. What can you do to me? After killing the burly cultivator, Lin Feng's lips curled into a sneer as he looked at the young cultivator. His eyes were filled with provocation. The cultivators in the restaurant who were watching the show couldn't help but become excited because this conflict didn't seem to be ending so easily. Although the young human cultivator's cultivation didn't seem too high, he might have cultivated some special technique to hide his cultivation. If that was the case, then there would be a show to watch. Chapter 3466. Anyone could see the disdain in the young cultivator's eyes. Perhaps he really did have an extraordinary background and powerful strength, but so what? Lin Feng didn't care at all. Lin Feng had always had an extremely domineering personality. He killed decisively. Others respected him. He respected others. If anyone dared to offend him, Lin Feng would return the favor tenfold, no, 100-fold. Someone like you dares to say that I've committed a capital offense. To deal with trash like you, I only need one hand to deal with you, Lin Feng said as he stretched out a hand and gestured in front of the young cultivator. Arrogant. Lin Feng was too arrogant. He treated the young man with disdain and contempt in front of so many people. It was a direct slap to the young man's face. The onlookers grew more and more excited. Although Lin Feng was incomparably arrogant, but The cultivators felt that there must be a reason for Lin Feng's arrogance. To cultivate to Lin Feng's level, who would be so overconfident? I haven't been angry in a long time. Anyone who offends me doesn't have a good ending, and you're no exception. Suppress this brat for me, then cut him into 1,000 pieces. The young man gave the order. Yes, young master. Following that, the dozen or so cultivators by the young man's side answered in succession. Boom. A terrifying aura emanated from the group of cultivators. Every single one of them was a great emperor. Heavens, why are there so many great emperors here? Where did these people come from? It's usually difficult to even see a great emperor, but this young man has so many great emperors by his side. The power behind him must be unimaginable. In the Starry Sky realm, there aren't many factions that can casually dispatch a dozen great emperors. Could he be a young master from one of the top 3,000 great realms? Many people began to guess the young man's identity. In fact, Lin Feng had also guessed this point. He felt that the young master was probably a direct descendant of one of the top 3,000 major worlds. This was the only way. Only that young master could mobilize so many great emperor resources. Or else, how could there be so many great emperors following that young man? The great emperors all charged towards Lin Feng. So many great emperors were attacking Lin Feng at the same time. In the eyes of many people, this time, Lin Feng was dead for sure. There was no way he could fight against so many great emperors at the same time. Sure. Right at this moment, Lin Feng raised his right hand. In the void, he gently waved his right hand. Suddenly, the terrifying sword Qi shook the void. He charged towards the group of great emperors who were flying towards him. The sword Qi was dazzling. In an instant, he charged over. Bastard, you're courting death. The group of great emperors attacked coldly. They wanted to break Lin Feng's sword Qi. However, the group of great emperors' expressions quickly turned ugly. Because, when their supernatural powers collided with Lin Feng's sword Qi, their supernatural powers were instantly torn apart by Lin Feng's sword Qi. The great emperors quickly retreated, trying to dodge Lin Feng's sword Qi. However, it was obviously not easy for them to dodge Lin Feng's sword Qi completely. Fart. Fart. Suddenly, there was a tearing sound. After the sounds of tearing were heard, Yi Zichen's voice rang out. One by one, the great emperors fell to the ground from mid-air. Some of them were hit in their vital parts. They died on the spot. Some managed to avoid being hit in their vitals by a hair's breadth. However, although they avoided their vital parts, their bodies were still pierced by the sword Qi. Those cultivators were lucky enough to escape with their lives, but they were also severely injured. They no longer had the power to fight. One by one, they fell to the ground and wailed. This, everyone was completely dumbfounded. They were stunned on the spot. They couldn't even think properly. A young cultivator had only used one move to instantly defeat the combined forces of a dozen great emperors. This was simply too unbelievable. Therefore, everyone was stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. Who are you? The young master looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Previously, he was extremely contemptuous of Lin Feng and didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all. However, the young cultivator didn't know until now. Lin Feng was such a terrifying existence. To be able to defeat more than 10 of his subordinates in an instant, he had to be at least at the Emperor realm. When the young master saw Lin Feng, he sensed Lin Feng's life aura. It was just 100 years of life. It was so terrifying. This made him incomparably envious and jealous. Although he couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces, he wanted to vent the hatred in his heart. However, Lin Feng's powerful force made the young master somewhat afraid. He wanted to know Lin Feng's identity and then make a plan. What? Are you afraid? Since you're afraid, kneel on the ground now and kowtow to me. I can spare your life. Lin Feng said indifferently. The world of cultivators was so heartless. The strong controlled the rules of the game. If Lin Feng couldn't defeat these people, the one who would be humiliated and killed would be him. Kid, this young master has indeed misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be so tyrannical. However, If you think you can compete with this young master, then you're dreaming. This young master's origin is not something you can imagine. If I tell you, it's enough to scare you out of your wits," the young master said with an indifferent expression. He was obviously very confident in the power behind him. Lin Feng was very surprised. What kind of power was behind this guy? Could it be from the undying realm? However, no matter what kind of power the other party came from, Lin Feng didn't care. Lin Feng wanted to walk the path of invincibility. This path was destined to be incomparably firm. It was destined that the path would be filled with white bones and corpses. If he wanted to become a supreme being, he wanted to become a human emperor. He had to be fearless. Even if the other party was a creature that had crossed eras, he had to trample the other party under his feet. Lin Feng sneered, "Trash only knows how to talk about the power behind him, and you are such a trash. 3 moves. Only 3 moves. I can suppress you." Arrogant. Lin Feng was too arrogant. He actually said that he could defeat this cultivator in 3 moves. This caused the surrounding people to be incomparably shocked. "Kid. This young master wants to see what kind of ability you have to actually say such shameless word." Chapter 3467. The power of the heaven flipping seal was extraordinary. It pressed down. It contained a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth, making one's hair stand on end. After feeling the terrifying aura emitted from this young master's body, everyone's face couldn't help but turn pale with fright. This young master's cultivation was indeed too powerful. I wonder if that young human cultivator is a match for that young master. Many cultivators couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then they said aloud. At this moment, that young man's fist was about to crash onto Lin Feng's body. Swish. Lin Feng's body moved slightly. Then, he raised his right hand and sent a palm strike towards the young master. Roar. A loud dragon roar resounded through the clouds. Lin Feng was using the ancestor's dragon punch, which was a powerful skill. An illusion of an ancestor's dragon appeared. It suppressed the world. Bang! Accompanied by the violent collision, Lin Feng and the young master collided. The void collapsed. Destructive power spread out from the cracked void. The power caused by that strike just now was simply apocalyptic. After the collision, Lin Feng didn't move at all, and the young cultivator was directly pushed back by Lin Feng. That young master of the human race is so strong. Yes, he's really too powerful. He definitely has the battle strength of an imperial emperor or above. When he saw that Lin Feng had forced the young man to retreat, he was furious. Many people couldn't help but gasp. The battle strength that Lin Feng displayed. It was really too terrifying. It made everyone's almost numb heart twitch again. Is that all you've got? You really disappoint me. Lin Feng looked at the young master indifferently. He stepped forward towards the young master. Then, Lin Feng's body emitted an aura of a king. With a thought, flowers bloom, the king descends to the world. A deep voice suddenly sounded. Lin Feng used a new ultimate skill. This was the great Tao inheritance of the demon lord. It was powerful. It shook one's soul. Now, Lin Feng was using this ability. Lin Feng immediately unleashed the aura of this divine ability. At this moment, his soul seemed to have truly transformed into a peerless monarch. When a sovereign descends from the heavens, who can contend against him? The young master's face was extremely gloomy and unsightly at this moment. The battle prowess Lin Feng displayed was actually able to suppress him. He couldn't accept it. His jealousy of Lin Feng was growing. Facing Lin Feng's attack, this young master did not dare to be careless. Rays of holy light surged out of his body. Sage limitless art. A deep roar suddenly rang out. This young master displayed a peerless divine ability. Endless holy light intertwined in the void. Every ray of holy light contained a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. The holy light condensed into a ball of energy. The energy ball's aura was simply too terrifying. The void around the energy ball began to distort violently. Crack, crack. It was faintly discernible. It could be heard. The void was cracking. It was truly a shocking attack. This young master came from an extraordinary background, so he also possessed some extremely powerful divine abilities. Bang! Accompanied by a second violent collision sound, Lin Feng's a thought flower blooms, Sovereign Descend's divine ability collided with the young master's sage limitless art. Everyone saw that. Lin Feng's divine ability instantly broke the young master's divine ability. The young master was sent flying by Lin Feng's divine ability. In midair, the young master spat out a mouthful of blood. His face. It was as pale as a sheet of paper. Defeated. Completely defeated. The two of them are not on the same level at all. Actually, that young master's cultivation is already strong enough. He definitely has the battle prowess of an imperial emperor, but that young human cultivator is simply too heaven-defying. That's right. That guy is really heaven-defying. It's been a long time since such a heaven-defying genius appeared in the human race, right? I haven't heard of such a tyrannical genius appearing in any human force recently. The world is so big. There are all kinds of strange things. We haven't heard of it, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. After all, some forces are more low-key. Even if such a top genius appears, I'm afraid the news won't leak out casually. That's right. That's indeed the case. I wonder which human force that young human cultivator is from. Many cultivators who were watching the battle couldn't help but discuss. At this moment, the injured young master knew that he was definitely no match for this young human cultivator. Although he was extremely resentful in his heart. However, now, he could only choose to escape. Otherwise, he would definitely die without a burial place. Brat, just you wait. I'm not done with you. The young master left behind a ruthless sentence, then turned around and fled outside. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He didn't give the young cultivator a chance to escape at all. He sneered and said, "It's too late for you to escape now. I'll let you have a taste of my ultimate technique, the 9 heavens and 10 earths supreme technique." As soon as his voice fell, Lin Feng directly used the 9 heavens and 10 earths supreme technique. At that moment, everyone had a feeling that Lin Feng seemed to have transformed into the supreme ruler of heaven and earth. No one could compete with Lin Feng. The young master was locked down by Lin Feng and couldn't escape at all. After sensing the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body, the young master's face was filled with incomparable horror. Limitless universe technique. The young master roared. Facing Lin Feng's attack, he launched a counterattack. However, his divine ability was instantly broken by Lin Feng's 9 heavens and 10 earths supreme technique. Lin Feng's divine ability was simply too heaven-defying. Its power was so strong that it made people pale with fright. Bang! Catcher, catcher! Accompanied by the sound of violent collision and the sound of bones breaking. Lin Feng's tyrannical attack directly bombarded the young master's chest. Whoa! The young master couldn't help but vomit blood. His body couldn't bear it anymore. He directly fell to the ground. Lin Feng was like an invincible ruler as he walked towards the young master step by step. A powerful aura suppressed the young cultivator, making it difficult for him to struggle. Do you know who I am? If you dare to hurt me, no one in the world can save your life. At that time, you will die without a burial place. Chapter 3468. You're about to die, yet you still dare to threaten me. What a joke. No matter how extraordinary your identity is, can you compare to the cultivators of the heavenly human race? I even dare to kill the cultivators of the heavenly human race, let alone you. Lin Feng sneered as he looked at the cultivator he suppressed. After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone's expression changed. He even dared to kill the cultivators of the heavenly human race. He was really audacious. The young master who was suppressed by Lin Feng also had an ugly expression. From the beginning to the end, he had never figured out Lin Feng's identity and background. Now, Lin Feng actually said that he dared to kill the cultivators of the heavenly human race. Then, what was Lin Feng's identity? What do I have to do for you to let me live? The young master looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Do you know fear now?" The young master's expression was gloomy. He didn't say anything. He lowered his head, but his eyes flickered with dense killing intent. He couldn't help but think in his heart, "Brat. Just you wait, as long as I can escape. When the time comes, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground." The young master's killing intent towards Lin Feng had risen to an uncontrollable level. However, the most important thing now was to escape. Once he escaped, he could call for reinforcements. The Imperial Emperor was no match for Lin Feng, so he could find an expert of the Emperor realm. Or even an expert of the Emperor realm. No matter how strong Lin Feng was. But now, he was only a mere 100 years old. Could it be that he could contend against the Emperor realm and the Emperor realm? The young master didn't believe that Lin Feng could do this. After hearing the young master's begging words, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. Since he had already formed a grudge with this person, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let this person off. Lin Feng naturally understood the principle of letting the tiger return to the mountain. If he didn't kill this young master, then once this person escaped, he would definitely find trouble with him. Of course. If he killed this person, the person behind the young master might still find trouble with him. Since he had come to find trouble with him, why should he spare him? Lin Feng ignored the young master's pleas. He immediately used the soul-searching technique and placed his hand on the young master's forehead. Then, he used the soul-searching technique. "No, no, no." The young master screamed in horror. Then it began to struggle. However, he was unable to struggle free. When Lin Feng searched the young master's soul, a terrifying power surged out from the depths of the young master's mind. That terrifying power instantly destroyed the young master's soul. Soul restriction. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The young master's soul was destroyed by the soul restriction in his mind. As such, he couldn't get any information from the young man's soul. These major powers liked to set up soul restrictions in the minds of their clansmen. It was to prevent the secrets of the clan from being leaked out. However, setting up a soul restriction was too cruel for the clansman. Because once he was captured, if the other party used the soul-searching technique, he would be dead for sure. There was no other possibility. Lin Feng took the young master's storage ring and looked at the few cultivators who were talking about Yu Simon. "Do you know where Yu Simon is?" Lin Feng asked again. A cultivator said, "We're not sure about that, but I think she should still be in the Star Luo starfield." "Thank you for telling me." Lin Feng cupped his fists and left quickly. If it was a stranger, it naturally had nothing to do with Lin Feng and Lin Feng wouldn't care. However, Yu Simon was different. After all, Yu Simon's relationship with Lin Feng was not ordinary. Lin Feng used the Xiantian 8 trigrams to deduce Yu Simon's location. However, this wasn't easy to deduce. He tried many times but failed. In the end, just now, he had deduced a rough direction. Star Luo star field. Myriad Kingdom star. This was one of the top few stars in the Star Luo starfield. Although the Myriad Kingdom star wasn't very big, it was unique. However, the Myriad Kingdom star was unique in that there were many countries on it. There were simply too many countries. Hence, this star was called the Myriad Kingdom star. Some people jokingly called it, after arriving at the Myriad Kingdom star, they threw out a pair of shoes. Anyone who was hit by the shoes might be a relative of a country's royal family. Although it was a little exaggerated, it also reflected the uniqueness of the Myriad Kingdom star. "Is she on this star?" Lin Feng arrived at the Myriad Kingdom star. He had roughly deduced that Yu Simon was here, but Lin Feng wasn't sure if Yu Simon was really here. Hence, Lin Feng decided to head to the Myriad Kingdom star to investigate. The Myriad Kingdom star was extremely lively. It was one of the most lively stars in the Star Luo starfield. The Myriad Kingdom Star Lord was an Emperor-level expert called the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. This Emperor Realm Master was incomparably powerful. Very few people dared to provoke this existence. Hence, the Myriad Kingdom Star had an extraordinary status. Lin Feng arrived at the number 1 ancient city on the Myriad Kingdom Star, the Myriad Kingdom City. He planned to inquire about Yu Simon here, but he didn't expect that not long after arriving, Lin Feng would see Yu Simon in a hurry. It had been many years. Yu Simon was still as beautiful as ever. However, due to her father, the Myriad Kingdom Star-Lord, Yu Simon was running around, so she looked much thinner than before. Because Yu Simon was in a hurry, she didn't notice Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw Yu Simon arriving at the entrance of the Myriad Kingdom City's City Lord Manor and handing over a visiting card. The guard leader glanced at it and said, "The Lord Star-Lord isn't here. Fairy Yu, please wait for the Lord Star-Lord to arrive before paying a visit." Yu Simon asked, "May I know when Uncle Myriad Kingdom Emperor will return?" "The Lord Star-Lord is out to meet with friends. It's hard to say when he will return," the guard leader said. "If Uncle Wn Guo comes back, I would like to ask this lord to enter the message into this paper crane," Yu Simon said as she took out a paper crane and handed it to the guard leader. This paper crane was very mysterious. One could communicate with the paper crane using one's divine sense, and then transmit some information to the paper crane. After receiving the information, the paper crane would turn into a red-crowned crane and transmit the information to the person who wanted to transmit it. "Okay," the guard leader said. "Many thanks." Yu Simon bowed to the guard leader and left with a lot on her mind. After Yu Simon left, the guard leader looked at the paper crane in his hand and couldn't help but sneer. A ball of demonic fire surged out from his hand and enveloped the paper crane. Next, the ball of demonic fire burned fiercely. In the blink of an eye. Chapter 3469. This scene was seen by Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already thought of this. That so-called Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms didn't want to see Yu Simon at all. That was why he told his subordinates to say that he went out to visit a friend. Therefore, Yu Simon's paper crane naturally couldn't be delivered to the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms. Why did those people attack Yu Simon's father? Could it be that Yu Simon's father has something that they want? Now that they still haven't killed Yu Simon's father, does that mean that Yu Simon's father is hiding that thing? Is that why those people haven't killed Yu Simon's father, because they haven't gotten that thing yet? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. The world was bustling for benefits. If there were no benefits, no one would dare to offend an Emperor Realm Master. Yu Simon walked on the street, but this bustling street didn't seem to have anything to do with her. She felt a deep sense of exhaustion. Yu Simon really wanted to rest. But she couldn't do that. Yu Simon's mother had passed away when she was very young. Yu Simon was brought up by her father. Yu Simon told herself. No matter what, she had to find a way to save her father. She planned to wait for a few more days on Myriad Kingdom Star. Maybe she could wait for the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms to return. Although deep in her heart, Yu Simon knew why she couldn't see the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms. But Yu Simon wanted to leave herself a glimmer of hope. Perhaps everyone was like this. When endless despair shrouded them, they had no choice but to accept it. They needed some hope to survive. This was the motivation to work hard to survive. If there was no hope at all, no matter how strong a person was, they would definitely be crushed by the merciless reality. Suddenly, Yu Simon felt that her willowy waist was hugged by a pair of thick and powerful hands. Not good. Yu Simon's pretty face suddenly changed. At that moment, she thought of those people from the enemy forces. Those people had been searching for her whereabouts. And there were many people spying on her appearance. The other party had found her. Did he want to capture her and do something inhumane to her? Yu Simon slapped her palm to the side. TSK, TSK. Old lovers, why are you attacking as soon as you meet? Lin Feng grabbed Yu Simon's palm and smiled at Yu Simon. It's you. At this time, Yu Simon clearly saw who Lin Feng was. She was extremely surprised. She didn't expect to see Lin Feng here. Yu Simon would never forget what had happened in the 9 States world. It was in the 9 States macro world that she lost her pure virginity. And the man who had obtained her virginity was the man in front of her. Therefore, how could Yu Simon forget the man in front of her? At that time, Yu Simon hated Lin Feng so much that she gnashed her teeth. He wished he could chop Lin Feng into pieces. However, as time passed and the family suffered a tragic change, the family became more and more powerful. Yu Simon no longer had the time to think about the matter between her and Lin Feng. Perhaps they would never meet again in this life. But now, they met again. It was just that Yu Simon didn't expect that when she saw Lin Feng again, she didn't have a trace of hatred in her heart. She even had a complicated feeling about it. Yu Simon needed someone to rely on. Could this man who had obtained her body be her pillar of support? Little man, have you missed me all these years? I missed you very much. Didn't you say you would come to propose marriage to father-in-law? Aren't I here now? Lin Feng said with a smile. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Yu Simon immediately spat at Lin Feng. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, many figures rushed over from all directions. Suddenly, the endless stream of people on the surrounding streets all disappeared without a trace. Except for the cultivators who were walking towards Lin Feng and Yu Simon from all directions. There was no one else. Oh no! Yu Simon's expression suddenly changed. She naturally knew what had happened. Someone wanted to deal with her. Moreover, the other party had used a large array to trap her and Lin Feng. There were a total of 13 people on the other side. These people all had powerful auras and were proficient in large arrays. Yu Simon. You're really a slut. At this time, you still have the mood to flirt with another man. A cultivator sneered. Wan Qing, it's you. At this time, Yu Simon saw clearly who had come, and her pretty face suddenly became extremely ugly. Who is he? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Yu Simon seemed to know this cultivator. However, these people obviously came with ill intentions. This is someone from the city lord's mansion. This person is the nephew of the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms, Yu Simon said. Then she whispered, this person's father visited my father back then and wanted to matchmake me with this person. However, this person had evil intentions, so my father didn't agree. I also hate this person very much. Lin Feng nodded. Now that Yu Simon's family was in trouble. Therefore, this Wan Qing jumped out to add insult to injury. Wan Qing, what are you trying to do? Yu Simon asked with an ugly expression. What am I trying to do? Ha 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 ha. Wan Qing laughed loudly. This young master just happened to cultivate a technique to pluck one's vitality. I want to capture you and try it out. You. Shameless. Yu Simon's pretty face instantly turned ugly, and she couldn't help but curse. I'm shameless. No matter how shameless I am, I'm still a slut. Didn't they all say that you're a pure goddess? Do you think this young master can't see your current situation? Saying that you're a pure goddess is simply an insult to the word. A slut will always be a slut, fooling around outside. This pretty boy is good-looking but useless. It's better for him to follow this young master in the future. Wan Qing was extremely arrogant. His cultivation was extremely strong, and he had brought 12 experts with him. Therefore, he was full of confidence. In his opinion, Yu Simon and Lin Feng couldn't escape even if they had wings. After hearing Wan Qing's vulgar words, Yu Simon was so angry that her body trembled. Wan Qing, my father and the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms are best friends. Don't go overboard. That won't do anyone any good. Yu Simon said coldly. Wan Qing said disdainfully, your father used to be best friends with my uncle, but it's different now. Your father has become a prisoner, and you've become a fallen phoenix. Chapter 3470. Wan Qing thought that he had everything under control. He looked at Lin Feng with contempt and sarcasm. He didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all. Of course. The main reason was that Lin Feng was too young, and he was from the human clan, which had already declined. Wan Qing naturally looked down on Lin Feng. Yu Simon was very nervous. She didn't know what choice Lin Feng would make. However, the situation was dangerous now. In Yu Simon's opinion, Lin Feng would probably choose to give up on her. She didn't have any deep feelings for Lin Feng. The only connection was that her virginity was taken by Lin Feng. If she thought that Lin Feng would give up his life to protect her because Lin Feng took her virginity, she would be too naive. Every man for himself. Heaven and earth destroyed. Yu Simon was used to the deception in the cultivation world. She was used to the life and death battles in the cultivation world. She was used to too many things in the cultivation world. It was because of this that you, Simon, didn't have much hope. How dare you covet my woman? Is your head on your butt? Lin Feng looked at Wen Qing sarcastically. As he spoke, he hugged Yu Simon tightly in his arms and looked at Wen Qing provocatively. Yu Simon suddenly looked up. There were tears in her eyes. At this moment, Lin Feng expressed his attitude and instantly hit the soft spot in her heart. At that moment, Yu Simon had a feeling that even if she died now, she would have no regrets. Lin Feng. These people are too powerful. We are no match for them at all. I still have a boundary-breaking talisman here. I will hold them back. Quickly take the boundary-breaking talisman and run away. If there is a next life, I hope we can meet earlier, Yu Simon said with a trembling voice. She was holding a boundary-breaking talisman in her hand. She wanted to give it to Lin Feng. She wanted Lin Feng to leave this place quickly. I only ask for this life, not the next. Lin Feng looked at Yu Simon and helped her tidy up her messy hair. Then he said, "These people are so stupid. To me, they were all like ants and dogs. You don't have to worry." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Yu Simon was stunned. His face was filled with disbelief. Wen Qing was a peak immortal emperor. As for the rest, all of them were immortal emperors. 13 immortal emperors joined forces. On top of that, he had also set up a gigantic deployment spell, and Lin Feng had said that those people were like ants in front of him. Is this true? No matter how he listened to it, they all found it inconceivable. Therefore, Yu Simon thought, Lin Feng's words were actually meant to comfort himself. Yu Simon said anxiously, "Lin Feng, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. I'm begging you, okay?" Speaking of which, there was a hint of sobbing in his voice. She was really a woman who made people feel sorry for her. "Brat, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish today." Wen Qing's expression was indifferent. He waved his hand and instantly, 12 immortal emperors appeared, including Wen Qing himself. They all rushed towards Lin Feng. Everyone's body emitted extremely terrifying waves of energy. Those waves of energy. It was as if they could destroy heaven and earth. It was suffocating. It was hair-raising. These people attacked with all kinds of attacks. The power of each attack was extremely terrifying. It was shocking. When the 13 of them attacked together, the power was naturally even more terrifying. 13 kinds of supernatural powers gathered together and turned into a long river of supernatural powers that flooded towards Lin Feng and Yu Simon. After feeling how terrifying the attacks of the 13 people were, Yu Simon's beautiful face couldn't help but reveal an expression of extreme despair. At this moment, Yu Simon wanted to crush the boundary-breaking talisman and teleport Lin Feng out. At the same time, she wanted to stop Wen Qing and the others. However, Lin Feng had already made his move. Yu Simon saw a scene that shocked her. Facing the attacks of the 13 immortal emperors, Lin Feng gently pressed down across the void. In an instant, a giant hand of energy was formed. The giant hand of energy descended from the sky and pressed down on the 13 powerhouses. That huge energy hand contained a terrifying power that could destroy the world. Bang! Following the violent collision, Lin Feng's huge energy hand instantly broke the supernatural powers of the 13 immortal emperors. Impossible! The 13 immortal emperors couldn't help but cry out in horror. They couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Feng, a young human cultivator, broke their combined supernatural power river with such a simple attack. This was too inconceivable. However, no matter how unwilling these people were to believe what they were seeing, it was indeed happening right in front of their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. The 13 immortal emperors sensed danger. Therefore, they quickly retreated, wanting to avoid Lin Feng's killing blow. However, it was too late. The huge energy hand formed by Lin Feng instantly blasted the 13 experts. Bang bang bang, catcha catcha catcha, accompanied by the sound of 13 collisions and the sound of bones breaking. The 13 immortal emperors were all sent flying. Who knew how many bones in their bodies were broken? Plop, plop, plop. Then, The 13 immortal emperors all fell to the ground. Their bodies didn't move. They were all dead. Lin Feng killed the 13 immortal emperors in one move. Oh my God! Yu Simon's red lips opened slightly. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. At this moment, it was really mesmerizing. After Lin Feng collected the storage rings of the 13 immortal emperors, he grabbed Yu Simon's jade-like hand and said, "Let's go." Only then did Yu Simon come back to her senses. She wanted to say something, but this wasn't the time to talk about it. Yu Simon allowed Lin Feng to grab her hand and followed Lin Feng into the distance. The illusion array set up by Wn Qing and the others disappeared. Once again, the streets were bustling with activity as people came and went. Lin Feng and Yu Simon quickly left. The corpses of Wn Qing and the others were lying on the ground. Soon, someone discovered their corpses. A large number of cultivators quickly gathered. Everyone was pointing and whispering amongst themselves. The Myriad Kingdom Star wasn't a place to stay for long. Lin Feng and Yu Simon left the Myriad Kingdom Star. How did you become so powerful? On the ancient starship Shenyuan, Yu Simon looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I had my own fortuitous encounter." Yu Simon couldn't help but snort. She didn't seem to be satisfied with Lin Feng's answer. Yu Simon had a graceful figure and a beautiful face. Her snort added a hint of playfulness. Chapter 3471. Lin Feng asked, "Why was your father ambushed? What are the origins of those who attacked him?" Yu Simon said, "My father obtained something in his early years. Perhaps it was because of that thing that he suffered this calamity. Those who attacked him seemed to be from the Undying Realm." People from the Undying Realm? Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The Undying Realm. Apart from the Celestial race and Immortal race, there must be some other powerful factions. Lin Feng didn't know which group he belonged to in the undead world, but he knew one thing. The other party's faction was extremely terrifying and powerful. Yes, people from the Undying Realm. However, I don't know their exact origins. Yu Simon said. What was that thing your father obtained? It actually attracted the attention of the major factions of the Undying Realm. Lin Feng could not help but ask curiously. To be able to make the major factions of the Undying Realm attack so heavily, from this, it could be seen how extraordinary that thing was. The ruler's armor. Yu Simon said. Ruler's armor? What's that? Lin Feng could not help but ask, puzzled. She had heard of many supreme treasures. However, this ruler's armor, this was the first time Lin Feng had heard of it. However, from the name, it was definitely an extremely terrifying supreme treasure. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the Demon Lord. He wondered if the Demon Lord had heard of this supreme treasure. Demon Lord, have you heard of the ruler's armor? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Never heard of it, the Demon Lord said. At this time, Yu Simon said, actually, I have not seen the ruler's armor before, but my father mentioned it to me. He said that this supreme treasure was forged by a supreme ruler of the wasteland. If one can obtain the ruler's armor's acknowledgement, they might be able to obtain the legacy of that ruler of the wasteland. Of course, if one can wear the ruler's armor, their strength will greatly increase. The ruler's armor is a treasure that can help a cultivator increase their strength. Lin Feng asked in surprise. This kind of magical weapon was extremely rare. However, once such a treasure was born, it would inevitably cause a storm of blood. This was because such a magic treasure was truly too shocking. Anyone who saw such a magic treasure would feel a rush of excitement. That should be the case. My father's rise is closely related to the ruler's armor. Unfortunately, my father is unable to wear the ruler's armor. If he could wear the ruler's armor, then with his father's cultivation, he would have a great chance of winning even against those emperor-rank powerhouses. At that time, it will be very difficult to find an opponent under the starry sky. Yu Simon said. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. Yu Simon's father was an emperor realm master, and he was extremely terrifying. Wearing a supreme treasure like the Dominator's armor, coupled with the defensive properties of the Dominator's armor, his battle prowess was greatly boosted. At that time, it would indeed be so terrifying that it would make people turn pale with fright. It was a pity. Yu Simon's father was unable to wear the sovereign's armor. This is father's regret. But father also knew. This kind of thing cannot be forced. Yu Simon said. Lin Feng asked, then where is the ruler's armor? It shouldn't have been taken by those people who attacked, right? Yu Simon nodded and said, the overlord's armor really hasn't been taken away by those people. Father has kept it in an extremely secretive and dangerous place. I tried to enter that place before, but I failed. Lin Feng said, take me there to have a look. If I can wear the ruler's armor, I might be able to rescue father-in-law. Hearing Lin Feng call her father-in-law, Yu Simon's pretty face instantly turned pink. Her heart was filled with joy. She nodded with a red face. The ancient starship Shenyuan quickly sailed through the starry sky world. Lin Feng and Yu Simon had been separated for a long time, and now that they were reunited, they were like firewood burning with passion. There was no need to explain the details. Bang! On this day, a loud sound shook the sky. The ancient starship Shenyuan shook violently. A middle-aged cultivator stood in the starry sky world. That middle-aged cultivator punched the ancient starship Shenyuan. The ancient starship Shenyuan was forced to stop. The person who attacked was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng stepped out of the ancient starship Shenyuan and saw the middle-aged cultivator. This was an Emperor Ancestor Realm expert, and he was extremely terrifying. The current Lin Feng. He attacked with all his strength. He could fight against a sovereign emperor. However, if Lin Feng relied on his magic treasures, such as the 3 stone swords, the Hell King's bell, the Black Dragon sword, the Sky Drum, and other supreme treasures, he could even fight against an Emperor Ancestor Realm expert. Therefore, after seeing this Emperor Ancestor Realm expert, Lin Feng didn't feel any fear. You dare to stop this young master's ancient starship? Are you here to die? Lin Feng crossed his hands behind his back and looked at the middle-aged cultivator with a cold expression. The middle-aged cultivator's face turned gloomy. He was an Emperor Ancestor Realm expert, but Lin Feng dared to be so presumptuous. Naturally, the middle-aged cultivator's killing intent soared to the heavens. Wan Xin Liang. At this time, Yu Simon followed Lin Feng out of the cabin. After seeing the middle-aged man, Yu Simon's pretty face changed slightly. Yu Simon clearly recognized the middle-aged man's identity. Who is he? Lin Feng looked at Yu Simon and asked. His Wan Qing's father. Yu Simon said with a nervous expression. Lin Feng had killed Wan Qing and the others. However, Wan Qing and the others couldn't be compared to Wan Xin Liang. An Emperor Ancestor Realm expert was an existence that everyone in the starry sky world feared like a tiger. Very few people could fight against such a cultivator. Wan Xinliang's eyes flashed with dense killing intent. You little bastard. You killed Wan Qing. Today, this seat will tear you to pieces. Then, I'll send your soul into the boundless purgatory so that your soul will never be reincarnated. As soon as he finished speaking, waves of terrifying fluctuations surged out of Wan Xinliang's body as he began to prepare a powerful divine ability. He wanted to attack Lin Feng. Are you ready to die? Wan Xinliang walked step by step toward the ancient starship Shenyuan. The aura in his body became more and more terrifying. Lin Feng looked at Wan Xinliang with contempt and sneered. Shouldn't I be asking you this question? Are you ready to die? Little bastard. Don't be so arrogant. Wan Xinliang's eyes flashed with dense killing intent. He leaped up and flew toward the ancient starship Shenyuan. Then, he sent a terrifying palm strike toward Lin Feng. Wan Xinliang was so angry that he didn't even want to torture Lin Feng to death. Chapter 3472. The power of Wan Xinliang's palm strike was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Feng remained indifferent in the face of Wan Xinliang's attack. He waved his right hand. The ancient ship's surface was covered in intertwined emperor runes. They looked like ribbons of laws that could destroy everything in their path. It was extremely powerful. It was shocking. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. Wan Xinliang and the ancient ship's emperor runes collided fiercely. Although Wan Xinliang was powerful, the restrictions on the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship were also extremely powerful. Therefore, the restrictions on the ancient ship easily neutralized Wan Xinliang's attack. It would be difficult for Wan Xinliang to get close to Lin Feng. This ancient ship is so powerful. Yu Simon, who had been worried all this time, saw how powerful the ancient ship was, and her eyes lit up. With such a powerful ancient ship, Lin Feng might not be a match for Wan Xinliang, but with this ancient ship, he might be able to shake off Wan Xinliang. Low-level Emperor Realm? That's all you got? You're trash. I'll kill you like a dog. Lin Feng looked at Wan Xinliang indifferently. Yu Simon could only smile bitterly. Lin Feng was facing a great Di sect cultivator, and he was still acting so arrogantly. Yu Simon's heart trembled. She couldn't understand what Lin Feng was thinking. Does Lin Feng really have the means to kill an Emperor Realm expert? Yu Simon suddenly thought of a possibility. Lin Feng's means were extraordinary. Even now, Yu Simon didn't know where Lin Feng's limits were. It sounded unbelievable that Lin Feng could kill an Emperor Realm expert, but it wasn't impossible. In this world, everything was possible. Little bastard. After I break through your ancient ship's defenses, I'd like to see if you're still as arrogant as before. Wan Xinliang couldn't help but sneer, his eyes flashing with dense killing intent. With a wave of Wan Xinliang's hand, a treasure flew out. It was a bronze artifact. The bronze item was a devil's dragon bloodblade. It exuded a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. A slight tremor ran through his body. It was as if it could instantly shatter the starry sky within 100,000 miles. Its power was so strong that it made people tremble in fear. This was a top-notch bronze artifact. It was extremely terrifying. Wan Xinliang brought out this top-grade bronze tool and directly bombarded the defensive restrictions of the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. It looked like it was about to hit the defensive restrictions of the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. At this moment, the dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. The black dragon sword flew out and collided with the bronze weapon. Clang! Along with the clanging sound of collision, the black dragon sword blocked the attack of Yu Simon's bronze weapon. The army mantra, 3 stone swords out. At the same time, Lin Feng activated the army mantra and controlled the 3 stone swords to slash at Wan Xinliang. Under the activation of the army mantra, the power released by the 3 stone swords was simply unimaginable. The 3 stone swords tore through the void and quickly arrived beside Wan Xinliang. Then, they slashed at Wan Xinliang. Wan Xinliang's expression changed drastically when he sensed the power of the 3 stone swords. The 3 stone swords locked onto Wan Xinliang from 3 different directions. Wan Xinliang couldn't dodge. However, just as the 3 stone swords were about to slash at Wan Xinliang brought out a miniature puppet. Swish! A light flashed. Wan Xinliang disappeared without a trace. As for the tiny puppet, it quickly grew larger and transformed into Wan Xinliang's appearance. The 3 stone swords pierced into the body of the tiny puppet that had transformed into Wan Xinliang. Wan Xinliang's original body appeared 200 meters away, and he put away his bronze equipment. His expression was extremely gloomy. Lin Feng's strength was beyond Wan Xinliang's expectations. Yu Simon was also extremely shocked. Lin Feng actually forced an Emperor sect expert to be flustered. It was unbelievable. And this shockingly powerful man was actually her man. Thinking of this, Yu Simon's heart could not help but feel a sense of pride. Little bastard. Just you wait. Wait for me to get help and I'll take your life. Wan Xinliang looked at Lin Feng with resentment. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. He cursed bitterly. Then, he quickly flew into the distance, wanting to escape. However, Lin Feng didn't plan to give Wan Xinliang a chance to escape. Now was a great opportunity to kill Wan Xinliang. Therefore, Lin Feng quickly chased after him. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He quickly caught up with Wan Xinliang. Then, the 3 stone swords under Lin Feng's control slashed at Wan Xinliang again. Wan Xinliang's expression became unsightly. Lin Feng's strength was beyond Wan Xinliang's expectations, and Lin Feng's cultivation was also beyond Wan Xinliang's expectations. Wan Xinliang couldn't believe that such a young cultivator, and a human cultivator who had already declined, could cultivate to Lin Feng's level. Facing the attack of the 3 stone swords, Wan Xinliang swept over with the bronze weapon in his hand. Suddenly, a bronze world was condensed. The bronze world directly enveloped the 3 stone swords. "Break!" Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. With a flick of his finger. Clang! His right index finger flicked on the black dragon sword, and a powerful force suddenly erupted. The black dragon sword was directly bounced away. The power of the black dragon sword was too tyrannical. With the addition of the black dragon sword and the power of the 3 stone swords, 4 great swords, they displayed a heaven-defying power. Puff! A tearing sound suddenly came out. The bronze world was directly torn apart by the 4 great swords, and then the 4 great swords quickly slashed towards Wan Xinliang. Each of the 4 great swords was incomparably tyrannical. Facing the attack of the 4 great swords, Wan Xinliang was shocked. He swept the bronze weapon in his hand towards the 4 great swords. Clang clang clang! The bronze weapon in Wan Xinliang's hand only knocked away Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. The black dragon sword quickly arrived in front of Wan Xinliang. Then, the black dragon sword pierced through Wan Xinliang's chest. How could this be? Wan Xinliang looked at the bloody hole in his chest in disbelief. He couldn't believe that he was killed just like that. Boundless pain engulfed Wan Xinliang, making him feel as if he had fallen into hell. Cold, darkness, despair, fear, death. Wan Xinliang had never felt like this before. He didn't want to die, but everything could no longer be reversed. Wan Xinliang only felt endless darkness enveloping him. Then, he lost all signs of life, and his body fell towards an unknown place in the starry sky world. Lin Feng, on the other hand, blasted a palm towards Wan Xinliang's body. Chapter 3473. Myriad Kingdom Star. City Lord's Mansion. Yuanshan Lamp Hall. Boom! Wan Xinliang's Yuanshan lamp directly shattered, which frightened the few servants who were cleaning the dust in the Yuanshan lamp hall. It's Lord Wan Xinliang's Yuanshan lamp that broke. Quickly report the news, a servant said with a trembling voice. Then, a few servants rushed outside, their bodies trembling. They found the elder in charge of the Yuanshan lamp hall. Then they told the elder everything that happened in the Yuanshan lamp hall. When the elder learned that Wan Xinliang's Yuanshan lamp broke, he was also shocked. Because Wan Xinliang was not only an emperor-level expert, and he was the younger brother of the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. This identity was too extraordinary. Now that Wan Xinliang had fallen, it was definitely an earth-shattering event. The elder of the Yuanshan lamp hall did not dare to hesitate. He hurried to the place where the Myriad Kingdom Emperor cultivated to report this matter. Myriad Kingdom Star Hall. This was the place where the Myriad Kingdom Emperor cultivated. This place exuded a powerful fluctuation, and the aura was extremely terrifying. Outside the Myriad Kingdom Star Hall, there were more than a dozen guards guarding this place. When the elder of the Yuanshan lamp hall arrived, he was also stopped by these people. Please pass on the message to the Lord. Tell him that something urgent has happened. The elder of the Yuanshan lamp hall said anxiously. Elder, please wait a moment. The guard commander said and was about to enter the hall to report this matter. At this time, a low voice came from the Myriad Kingdom Star Hall. Come in. As soon as the voice fell, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came out. The closed door opened on its own. After the elder of the Yuanshan lamp hall entered the hall, he saw the cultivator sitting cross-legged in the hall. It was a middle-aged cultivator who bore some resemblance to Wan Xinliang. This cultivator's body exuded a suffocating pressure. It was like the pressure of the Lord of the Heavens. This middle-aged cultivator was the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. The elder of the Yuanshan lamp hall did not dare to stare at the Myriad Kingdom Emperor for too long. Even if the Myriad Kingdom Emperor closed his eyes, he did not dare to do so. After entering the Myriad Kingdom Star Hall, The elder of the Yuanshan Lamp Hall quickly knelt on the ground and saluted the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. "What's the matter? Speak," the Myriad Countries Emperor asked. The elder of the Primordial Spirit Lamp Hall hurriedly said, reporting to the Lord. Lord Wn Xinliang's origin spirit lamp was broken. Lord Wn Xinliang has fallen. What? The eyes of the Myriad Kingdom Emperor suddenly opened. Two cold beams of light shot out from his eyes, almost piercing through the void. Who did it? Myriad Kingdom Emperor's voice was filled with killing intent. The Emperor of Myriad Countries had been close to Wn Xinliang since he was young. The two of them had experienced many life and death situations together. The Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms was far more talented than Wn Xinliang. Therefore, even though they had grown up together, there was still a huge gap between their strengths. When Myriad Kingdom Emperor was young, he provoked an expert and was hunted down by that expert. At that time, Wn Xinliang wanted to help his elder brother escape. He even pretended to be his elder brother and lured the expert away. And that time, Wn Xinliang had narrowly escaped death. When Myriad Kingdom Emperor found Wn Xinliang only had one last breath left. Fortunately, Myriad Kingdom Emperor had countless opportunities when he was young and had a peerless elixir to save Wn Xinliang. Later, the young Myriad Kingdom Emperor gradually rose and became a super overlord in the starry sky. And Myriad Kingdom Emperor took great care of Wn Xinliang. The reason why Wn Xinliang was able to cultivate to the Emperor realm was because Myriad Kingdom Emperor had spent countless immortal pills and treasures to help Wn Xinliang break through. However, the emperors of 10,000 countries were willing to do all this for Wn Xinliang. Now. But Wn Xinliang was killed. Scenes of the past appeared in his mind. The killing intent in Myriad Kingdom Emperor's heart was like the overflowing yellow river, uncontrollable. I heard that young Master Wn Qing led people to deal with you, Simon, but they were killed, including young Master Wn Qing. Later, when Lord Wn Xinliang found out about this, he was furious and found Daoist Chenji to deduce the cause and effect, then quickly chased out. Then, Lord Wn Xinliang's origin spirit lamp was extinguished. The origin spirit lamp hall elder said, "You Simon. It's related to Myriad Star Emperor's daughter. No matter who it is. The other party must die. All must die." Myriad Kingdom Emperor could not help roaring angrily, his eyes bursting with endless killing intent. Then he shouted in a deep voice, "What are you waiting for? Go and invite Daoist Chenji. I want to ask him about the result of his deduction." "Yes, subordinate will go and invite Daoist Chenji." The origin spirit lamp hall elder did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly left after responding. He went to look for Daoist Chenji. The ancient starship Shenyuan continued to fly in the starry sky world. Lin Feng did not know that an emperor-level powerhouse was about to come to seek revenge. But even if he knew, Lin Feng had no fear. The supreme path. It was destined to be paved with white bones. Therefore, Lin Feng had long been mentally prepared. So, even if he knew that an emperor-level powerhouse was about to come, Lin Feng would not shrink back. If he wanted to walk the supreme path, it meant that it would be stained with blood. This was a path with no turning back. Either he stepped on the bones of countless powerhouses to become a supreme heavens, or he would become bones under the feet of others and be buried in the starry sky, dying without a burial place. Inside the ancient starship Shenyuan, Lin Feng began to check the storage rings he obtained. Many of the storage rings stored a lot of good things. There were all kinds of immortal iron, divine stones, heaven and earth treasures, array materials, precious insect materials. Of course, there were also mountains of immortal stones, various magic treasures, and so on. Lin Feng moved all these things into the mountain river ring. Lin Feng picked up a ring, which was the storage ring of the Emperor Sect powerhouse Wn Xinliang. An Emperor Sect level powerhouse's storage ring should have extremely extraordinary things. Just as his divine sense invaded Wn Xinliang's storage ring, a gloomy and terrifying voice suddenly resounded. "Spirit of all evil! Spirit of all evil!" Black chi spread out and wrapped around Lin Feng's divine sense, instantly swallowing the strand of divine sense that Lin Feng had invaded Wen Xinliang's storage ring. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Wen Xinliang's storage ring definitely hid a huge secret. He didn't know what kind of energy that strange black qi was made of. It was really too terrifying. It made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Something even stranger happened. After swallowing Lin Feng's divine sense, that strange black qi flew out of Wen Xinliang's storage ring and flew towards Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng hurriedly brought out the black flame god burning fire, a heavenly flame. Lin Feng's heavenly flame directly enveloped that strange black qi. Lin Feng wanted to use the power of the heavenly flame to burn that strange black qi to ashes. But he failed. That black qi rushed out of the heavenly flame and rushed into Lin Feng's mind. Then, that black qi turned into an ugly ghost face and began to search Lin Feng's mind for his soul. Chapter 3474. The ghostly face formed by the strange black gas quickly found Lin Feng's soul. Then, it opened its bloody mouth. It wanted to devour Lin Feng's soul in one gulp. You're courting death. The tiny soul person formed by Lin Feng's soul had an indifferent expression. It directly jumped out and transformed into Lu Yue's star chart. This supreme divine ability passed down by Daoist Lu Yue immediately unleashed an unimaginably terrifying power. It instantly pierced through the ghostly face formed by the strange black gas. I'm an immortal existence. You can't kill me. However, as long as I find a chance, I'll directly devour you. The ghostly face laughed sinisterly. Then, it quickly pounced towards Lin Feng's soul. So strange, Lin Feng couldn't help but be very surprised. This ghostly face's methods were really quite extraordinary. It actually had the ability to not die. However, Lin Feng wasn't without a way to deal with this ghostly face. Lin Feng waved his hand. Suddenly, the black flame god devouring fire flew out and surrounded the ghostly face. Hoo. The black flame god devouring fire burned fiercely. The ghostly face immediately let out a disdainful voice. It's useless. Although this kind of heavenly fire is powerful, it can't hurt me at all. After saying that, the ghostly face tried to rush out of the heavenly fire again. Lin Feng sneered. If one kind of heavenly fire can't kill you, what about 5? Swish. Light flickered. The other 4 heavenly fires. The purple earthcore fire, netherworld fire, golden dragon divine fire, and black flame god devouring fire all flew out one after another. 5 elements heavenly fire array. Then, Lin Feng activated the 5 heavenly fires and formed the 5 elements heavenly fire array. This 5 elements heavenly fire grand array was an extremely terrifying array formation. Because the power of one heavenly fire was already terrifying enough. Let alone 5 heavenly fires combined together. When the 5 heavenly fires were combined together, the power of the heavenly fire formed was unimaginable. It was so powerful that it was unbelievable. It was extremely terrifying and shocking. Right now, the 5 elements heavenly fire grand array combined together and instantly released a terrifying might. The powerful flames engulfed the ghost face. The formation had fused the power of the 5 heavenly flames. Kai. The ghostly face emitted an intense burning sound. Next, black smoke began to rise. The ghostly face let out an incomparably mournful scream. Lin Feng's 5 elements heavenly fire array had caused serious damage to the ghostly face. The 5 elements heavenly fire grand array was indeed terrifying to the extreme. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the power it displayed. 5 types of skyfire. You alone have collected 5 types of skyfire? How is that possible? The ghost face roared in disbelief. The heavenly flame was too precious. Since ancient times, countless experts had tried to find the heavenly flame. Then, he would refine the heavenly fire. But he found nothing. Of course. There were also many experts who found the heavenly fire and tried to refine it. But how could it be so easy to refine the heavenly fire? Many people were burned to ashes by the terrifying flames emitted by the heavenly fire when they were refining it. In the end, they died miserably. This kind of thing. It happened often. Therefore, It was extremely difficult to refine one type of skyfire. However, Lin Feng had refined 5 types of skyfire. It was indeed too unbelievable. No wonder the ghostly face was so shocked. No matter who it was, they would probably be shocked when they encountered such a situation. Lin Feng's skyfire displayed an almost heaven-defying ability. The ghostly face rushed left and right. But it was unable to rush out of the 5 elements' heavenly fire grand array. In the end, the ghostly face was completely refined to death by Lin Feng. What exactly is this thing? It's actually so strange. Lin Feng could not help but be puzzled. The mysterious item in WN Xinliang's storage ring aroused Lin Feng's curiosity. Lin Feng was about to use his divine will to search WN Xinliang's storage ring again. Suddenly, at this moment, crack crack, WN Xinliang's storage ring directly cracked open. An evil light flew out from WN Xinliang's storage ring. The evil light's speed was so fast that it rushed out of the cabin in an instant. It wanted to tear apart the ancient starship's restriction. Then, it fled. However, the ancient starship's restriction was too powerful. It reflected the evil light back. What the hell is this? Show yourself. Lin Feng chased after it. He performed the 9 heavens 10 earths supremacy technique. The terrifying attack slammed into the evil light. The evil light was beaten back to its original form by Lin Feng. Finally, it turned into a book surrounded by an evil aura. The book was extremely simple and unadorned. It emitted a creepy aura that made one's hair stand on end. That book definitely had an extraordinary origin. It should be the book that had released the bizarre black aura from before. Then, that strange black aura turned into a terrifying ghostly face and attacked Lin Feng. What book is this? Lin Feng could not help but be puzzled. He reached out to grab the book. However, at this time, a cold voice came from the book. Lowly creature, take away your filthy hand. A lowly bloodline like yours is not qualified to touch the great book of the dead. After hearing that voice, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. This book was too strange. It could actually speak. Could it be that the book itself was a powerful treasure? The creature that had just spoken was actually the book's spirit. Thinking about it carefully, it was possible. However, this book was too arrogant. It was just a book, how could it boast so shamelessly? Lin Feng sneered. Do you believe that I won't burn you? The book sneered. Brat, even if you control 5 heavenly flames, you can't hurt me. I'm made of profound heaven immortal silk. Fire and water can't invade me, and nothing can hurt me. All of your methods are useless against me. Really? I don't believe it, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He immediately grabbed the book. Then, he exerted force, trying to tear the book in half. However, after some effort, Lin Feng found that he had failed. That book was simply too extraordinary. He could not tear it apart at all. I already said that you can't hurt me, but you didn't believe me. Do you believe me now? Lowly ant, can you let go of me now? The book said sarcastically. Lin Feng did not believe it. He took out the black dragon sword and threw the book into the air. Chapter 3475. Clang. When the black dragon sword slashed the book, it was as if it had slashed a powerful and incomparably hard magic treasure. It made a clanging sound and did not cause any damage to the ancient book at all. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. This was too unbelievable. It was just a book, but it was so extraordinary. It was really unbelievable. The book continued to ridicule, Kid, it's useless. These magic treasures can't hurt me at all. Lin Feng then took out the stone sword and attacked the book with the stone sword. The stone sword's power was extraordinary and it slashed the book. However, the stone sword was also unable to destroy the book. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. The strangeness of the book shocked him. At this time, the demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind, take out the stone dagger. Use the stone dagger to stab the book. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng's spirit could not help but be shocked. He quickly took out the stone dagger. Stone dagger. It was the vampiric dagger that Lin Feng had obtained before. It was very strange. Swish. With a flash of light, the stone dagger appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng grabbed the stone dagger and directly stabbed towards the book. At this time, the book suddenly shook. It swept out a destructive rune towards Lin Feng. The book obviously would not let Lin Feng continue to attack it. Previously, it allowed Lin Feng to attack it because it wanted to numb Lin Feng. Then, it found a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It launched a killing blow towards Lin Feng. Now, the book found such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so it did not hesitate to attack Lin Feng. A destructive force was about to penetrate Lin Feng's body. The situation was critical. At this time, Lin Feng's body disappeared without a trace. At the critical moment, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique to dodge the book's attack. The next moment, Lin Feng appeared beside the book and the stone dagger in his hand directly stabbed towards the book. Overestimating yourself. The book sneered and rushed towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng took the initiative to strike first. The stone dagger in his hand. It directly stabbed at the book. A poochie sound was heard. A tearing sound was suddenly heard. The stone dagger. It directly pierced the book. At this time, a strange scene appeared. A large amount of blood began to gush out from the book. And all the blood was absorbed by the stone dagger. Ah! The book screamed. The book was like a living being. The book itself was a body, and this body contained blood. It is strange. But no matter how strange you are, I'm afraid you'll die under the stone dagger's attack today. Lin Feng used runes to imprison the strange book. Then, he pulled out the stone dagger. One dagger after another stabbed towards the book. Poochie, poochie, poochie. A series of tearing sounds rang out incessantly. Blood continued to spurt out. However, no matter how much blood was spurted out, in the end, it was all devoured by the stone dagger. The stone dagger was really an extraordinary treasure. Lin Feng couldn't help but be astonished. Stop it. Let's talk nicely. The book cried out loudly and began to beg for mercy. It had its own life. If this continued, it would be stabbed to death by Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Weren't you very awesome just now? Why are you begging for mercy now? I was wrong. I didn't recognize Mount Tai and offended young master. Please spare my life." The book continued to beg. Lin Feng said indifferently, "If there aren't any benefits, I won't let you live." Of course there are benefits. When the time comes, I'll acknowledge young master as my master. The book hurriedly said, afraid that Lin Feng would take its life if it spoke a minute later. What benefits? Lin Feng looked at the book and asked. The book said, "Young master, have you heard of the Book of the Dead?" Book of the Dead? What's that? I've never heard of it. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. This was the first time he had heard of the Book of the Dead. However, since the book mentioned the Book of the Dead at this moment, did this mean that this book was the Book of the Dead? Judging from the name, it seemed to be related to the dead. Lin Feng suddenly recalled that the Demon Lord had told him to use the stone dagger to deal with the book. Could it be? The Demon Lord had known about the book's origin long ago. Was that how he knew how to deal with the book? Lin Feng had the impression that Bestial Lord was becoming more and more mysterious. Many times, Lin Feng couldn't see through the Demon Lord. The book said, the Book of the Dead. It's a book that can communicate with the Netherworld. Netherworld? Are you talking about the Netherworld? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The Netherworld. One of the 3 supreme realms. It was a paradise for the dead. The book said, the Netherworld I'm talking about is indeed in the Netherworld, but it also transcends the Netherworld. It's in the Netherworld and transcends the Netherworld. What does that mean? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. The book said, the Netherworld. It's not that simple. Young master, have you heard of the 33-layered heavens? The 33-layered heavens. Lin Feng had indeed heard of it. It referred to the celestial realm. It was said that the celestial realm was divided into 33 layered heavens, which gave birth to 33 heavenly lords. Each layered heavens represented a vast and boundless world. I've heard of it. But what does it have to do with the Netherworld? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, puzzled. The book said, it has to do with it. Of course it has to do with it. Everything in this world corresponds to each other. Thus, if there's yin, there must be yang. The celestial realm, also known as the celestial realm, represents supreme authority and the hope of immortality. It's a place filled with countless possibilities and endless hope. It's full of vitality, and countless races live there. The netherworld is the complete opposite of the celestial realm. Only dead souls visit the netherworld. The celestial realm has 33 layered heavens, and the netherworld has 33 layered heavens as well. This, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The things he had heard today were simply too inconceivable. Lin Feng found it hard to accept. When I entered the netherworld, I didn't find the 33 layered heavens you speak of. Lin Feng said. That's because you don't have the qualifications to enter it, and you don't have the qualifications to comprehend the other netherworld. If you want to enter the other netherworlds, you must have extremely terrifying strength to do so. The book couldn't help but say. Lin Feng's expression turned solemn because he realized this world might be even more extraordinary and mysterious than what he had seen. At the current stage, he seemed to have only seen some things on the surface, and he couldn't come into contact with anything deeper. For example, the underworld mentioned in this ancient book was actually divided into 33 layers of the underworld, and the underworld that he was familiar with. There was only one. Chapter 3476. The book continued, the netherworld I speak of is actually a special world that's connected to the 33 layers of the underworld. That world. It should be the only world that's connected to the 33 layers of the underworld at the same time. The most mysterious and unfathomable part of that world is that it's home to all sorts of terrifying undead from the 33 layers of the underworld. Many of those undead are too terrifying, and their strength is unimaginable. The Book of the Dead can summon those undead. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel shocked when he heard this. According to the Book of the Dead could summon the undead from the netherworld to help one fight against enemies. The book continued, although the Book of the Dead can summon those dead spirits, not everyone can do it because they need to cultivate the summoning techniques recorded in the Book of the Dead. Those summoning techniques are formed from necromancy runes, and those necromancy runes aren't simple at all. Every necromancy rune hides a huge secret. Moreover, those necromancy runes are extremely strange and can affect a cultivator's thoughts. If you can't control the backlash from the necromancy runes, then you'll be controlled by the necromancy runes. Lin Feng was shocked. Those runes were truly extremely strange. He couldn't help but frown slightly. He had a feeling that the existence that spoke didn't seem to be the book's artifact spirit. Lin Feng asked, "You're not the book's artifact spirit?" The existence replied, "It's fine to say yes, but it's also fine to say no." "Why do you say that?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The existence replied, "It's fine to say yes. It's because I can't leave the Book of the Dead. It's fine to say no because I still haven't comprehended the book's profundity." Lin Feng had already guessed that the book was the Book of the Dead that the existence spoke of. Thus, Lin Feng wasn't surprised when the existence confirmed that the book was the Book of the Dead. "You were a cultivator who cultivated the Book of the Dead. But in the end, you suffered a calamity and used some secret technique to attach your soul to the Book of the Dead. Is that why your soul hasn't dissipated even after countless years?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "That is indeed the case," this existence said. "What's your name?" Lin Feng asked. "My name is Yang," the being replied. "How many cultivation techniques did you learn from the Book of the Dead back then?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "There are several hundred summoning techniques recorded in the Book of the Dead, and each summoning technique can summon different creatures. Back then, I had only cultivated 18 summoning techniques. When I cultivated the 19th summoning technique, I suffered a backlash and ended up in this miserable state. Speaking of which," Yang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Looks like this Yang is also a person with a story. However, which cultivator in the world of cultivators didn't have a story? Everyone. They were all independent individuals, independent life forms. Therefore, everyone had their own story. Yang was like this. Lin Feng was like this. It was the same for you, Simon. Thus is the demon lord. This was the case for countless living beings. Lin Feng flipped open the Book of the Dead. On the first page, there were 4 large, distorted words. These 4 large, blood-colored words emitted a thick stench of blood. These 4 large words were written in a language that Lin Feng didn't recognize. This should be the Netherworld language, right? It's the language of the Netherworld, and it's an extremely ancient language that has long been lost. Lin Feng was experienced and knowledgeable, so he was able to recognize the origin of these 4 words. Lin Feng stared at the Book of the Dead. However, not long after, the words Book of the Undead started emitting a strange energy. That strange energy directly enveloped Lin Feng. In that instant, Lin Feng felt as if he had fallen into an endless hell. By the time he regained his senses, Lin Feng discovered that he had actually arrived at an illusory world. Planter. In this illusory world, endless darkness enveloped heaven and earth. This world was boundless, and chilly winds blew. Turn into a member of the undead. Suddenly, a sinister and terrifying voice came from all directions. Then, a dense group of undead quickly rushed over. Among these undead, there were undead transformed from huge bone dragons that were tens of thousands of meters long, and there were also undead transformed from poisonous insects that could poison an emperor to death with a drop of venom. There were also undead transformed from humans, myriad races, starry races, demon races, devil races, and other races. So many undead, covering the sky and the sun, rushed towards Lin Feng. It enveloped heaven and earth. It was so terrifying that it made people turn pale with fright. It was truly terrifying and shocking to the extreme. Those undead seemed to want to kill Lin Feng. Humph. My heart is firm. Who can shake it? Lin Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. He closed his eyes and composed himself. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light. They shone out from his eyes. The next moment, Lin Feng found that he had returned to the real world. The dark world and the endless undead army had disappeared without a trace. What a strange Book of the Dead. It actually pulled me into a boundless illusion. Fortunately, my willpower is strong. Otherwise, I might have completely sunk into the illusion created by the Book of the Dead, unable to extricate myself. At that time, only death would await me. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Book of the Dead. It was indeed incomparably terrifying. Now, Lin Feng had already seen the horror of the Book of the Dead. However, although the Book of the Dead was terrifying and strange, Lin Feng wasn't worried. He had absolute confidence in himself. Lin Feng believed that he could definitely suppress the Book of the Dead. And the more terrifying and strange the Book of the Dead was, the stranger it was. This proved that the more extraordinary the summoning technique recorded in the Book of the Dead was, the more powerful the undead it could summon. Lin Feng continued to flip to the back. He saw the contents of the first page. It was densely packed with runes. Those runes should be the summoning chant recorded in the summoning technique. In addition to those runes, there were also all kinds of pictures on it. Those pictures should be related to the summoning technique, but he didn't know the specific relationship for the time being. Lin Feng put the Book of the Dead into the mountain river ring. Lin Feng would definitely cultivate the Book of the Dead in the future, but not now. Now, Lin Feng's thoughts were all on the ruler's armor. He didn't know if he could find the ruler's armor. If he found the ruler's armor, would he be recognized by the ruler's armor? And then wear the ruler's armor? 1 month later. Chapter 3477. The ruler's armor was stored by Supreme Myriad Star in an ancient star called the Baleful Yin Star. This star was surrounded by endless baleful yin qi. It was rumored that this star had buried too many creatures who died unjustly in the past. Therefore, the resentment of those creatures who died unjustly did not dissipate. In the end, it formed the Baleful Yin Star. Looking from afar, one could see the huge star suspended in the void, exuding a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. The entire star was shrouded in a huge destructive force. This destructive force contained an aura and fluctuation that made one's heart tremble. This destructive force was strange because it was fused with the baleful yin qi, so it formed a special destructive force. Lin Feng and Yu Simon flew out of the Shenyuan ancient starship. Then, Lin Feng put the Shenyuan ancient starship into the mountain river ring. "It's here," father said. The ruler's armor was placed in the depths of the baleful yin star's core. "It needs the terrifying power of the baleful yin star to suppress the ruler's armor," Yu Simon said. "I see. Let's enter the baleful yin star to take a look," Lin Feng could not help but say. "Okay." Yu Simon nodded obediently. Then the two flew toward the baleful yin star. Just as they landed on the baleful yin star, then, a dense crowd of evil spirits and yin corpses surrounded Lin Feng and Yu Simon. Lin Feng took out the ghost-raising jar. The ghost-raising jar flew into the air and began to devour the evil spirits. The evil spirits let out horrified cries and quickly retreated. However, a large number of evil spirits were still devoured by Lin Feng's ghost-raising jar. Lin Feng took out 3 stone swords and slashed at the yin corpses. Clang, clang, clang. A series of clanging sounds rang out. The bodies of the yin corpses were too hard. When the stone sword slashed on their bodies, it was unable to harm them. Roar! The dense crowd of yin corpses let out sharp and ear-piercing roars and continued to charge at Lin Feng and Yu Simon. "These yin corpses' bodies are too hard, there's no need to fight these yin corpses head-on, let's leave quickly." Lin Feng grabbed Yu Simon's hand and said. The most terrifying thing about yin corpses was not their bodies, but rather their corpse poison. The yin corpse's corpse poison was an incomparably strong poison. If Lin Feng were to take a hit, he had been poisoned by corpse poison. Because his physical body was strong, perhaps it could temporarily suppress the corpse poison, and then the white jade toad would have a chance to help Lin Feng detoxify the poison. But what if Yu Simon was poisoned? With the horror of corpse poison, it was extremely likely that Yu Simon would be killed instantly. The white jade toad didn't even have a chance to attack before Yu Simon died. As such, naturally, it was not wise to fight with these yin corpses. After breaking away from the yin corpses' siege, Lin Feng and Yu Simon quickly rushed into the depths. On the baleful yin star, there were yin spirits and ghosts everywhere. They were extremely terrifying and emitted an incomparably gloomy aura that made people feel a chill down their spines. One had to be careful when moving on the baleful yin star, because you didn't know when a yin spirit or ghost would appear beside you. If you were careless, it was very likely that he would be injured or even killed by these yin spirits and ghosts. Even Lin Feng had no choice but to be careful when moving on the baleful yin star. At night, the baleful yin star was even more terrifying. There were terrifying corpse emperors and ghost emperors roaming about. This caused Lin Feng to be extremely shocked. This place was truly a terrifying place. Even terrifying existences like the corpse emperor and the ghost emperor were born. It was hard to imagine. Were there other terrifying creatures born on this star? Think about it. It made people feel a sense of horror in their hearts. "Look, there's a light." Suddenly, Yu Simon pointed into the distance. Lin Feng also saw the cluster of lights. Although it wasn't particularly bright, it was like the only light source in the eternal darkness. Lin Feng looked carefully and saw a cultivator holding an ancient bronze lamp. That cultivator was wearing a black robe and emitted an evil aura. However, he was a monk. Evil monk. Lin Feng frowned slightly. That was an evil monk, and his strength was extremely tyrannical. Lin Feng completely concealed his and Yu Simon's aura, not letting the evil monk discover them. Because, Lin Feng felt that the evil monk was definitely a terrifying existence. If he was discovered by the evil monk, he was afraid that he wouldn't have a good ending. The densely packed yin spirits and ghosts pounced towards the evil monk. However, when those yin spirits and ghosts arrived around the evil monk, they all let out terrified cries and quickly left. The evil monk, on the other hand, let out a sinister laugh. Very quickly, the evil monk disappeared without a trace. The ancient bronze lamp in his hand is very extraordinary. It scared away those yin spirits and ghost. Yu Simon said. Lin Feng nodded. The next day, Lin Feng saw more than a dozen ancient monks descend on this star. Those ancient monks split up and seemed to be searching for the whereabouts of the evil monk. It seems that the evil monk was chased all the way by that group of enlightened monks and finally entered this place. Yu Simon said. Lin Feng said, those monks might want to clean up the sect. Buddhism was good and merciful. And that evil monk was so evil. He must be a traitor of Buddhism. A force like Buddhism that valued its reputation so much would definitely not let a traitor like the evil monk live in this world. Of course. Perhaps there were other reasons, but this was not something that Lin Feng could know. When passing through a mountain range, an enlightened monk arrived. His body was surrounded by endless Buddhist light. The yin spirits and ghosts that rushed over from all directions were all intimidated by the enlightened monk. They didn't dare to approach. It shouldn't be too far from here. The enlightened monk muttered to himself. Crack. Suddenly, the void behind the enlightened monk cracked open. Then, an endless amount of evil light surged out. That terrifying evil monk. He quickly flew out. He sent a palm strike towards the senior monk who had achieved the Tao. You. The enlightened monk was shocked and hastily blocked the evil monk's attack. However, he was no match for the evil monk and was sent flying by the evil monk. Huiyan, it's not too late for you to turn back now. The enlightened monk who was injured by the sneak attack spat out blood and shouted in a deep voice. He. Senior brother Hui Ming, junior brother's Tao is destined to be invincible. Why should I turn back? To me, the ancient Buddha lamp is just like a cage. I, your junior brother, will never go back. Today, I, your junior brother, will send you to paradise early. The evil monk laughed sinisterly and then rushed towards the enlightened monk. The enlightened monk was seriously injured. So, he was no match for the evil monk. The two sides only fought for 3 rounds before the enlightened monk was killed by the evil monk. The evil monk took out a ball of evil fire and wrapped the enlightened monk's body. Soon, the enlightened monk's body was burned to ashes, leaving only a dozen drops of fat floating in the air. Chapter 3478. The so-called Buddha fat was the fat extracted from the body of a Buddhist monk. Rumor has it that the Buddha fat has endless magical uses. For example, calming the qi, helping people comprehend the Tao, dispelling ghosts, and so on. There were too many uses for the Buddha fat. The effect was amazing. Therefore, in the world of cultivators, many cultivators liked to hunt Buddhist monks. Purpose. It was to refine the Buddha fat in the bodies of these Buddhist monks. And on the black market, a drop of Buddha fat could be sold for a sky-high price of 10 immortal stones. Moreover, the Buddha fat was still priceless. TSK, not bad, not bad. To be able to refine a dozen drops of Buddha fat, it's really a big harvest. The evil monk couldn't help but reveal a smile. He waved his hand. All of a sudden, all the Buddha fat flew into the ancient bronze lamp in the evil monk's hand. Lin Feng and Yu Simon, who were hiding in the dark, saw this scene. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The evil monk's ancient bronze lamp turned out to be Buddha fat. This evil monk used the Buddha fat as fuel, igniting the ancient bronze lamp. It seemed. The evil monk should have killed a lot of enlightened monks over the years. The evil monk continued to walk deeper into the cave. After arriving here, the evil monk seemed to have found something special. He had been frowning and thinking about something. It was just that Lin Feng wasn't sure if the special place he found had something to do with the Dominator's armor. The evil monk is very scary. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath and say, perhaps this evil monk's cultivation was much stronger than he had imagined. Yu Simon said, fortunately, this evil monk hasn't found us yet. This guy is so ruthless. If he finds us, he definitely won't let us go easily. Lin Feng nodded. What Yu Simon said was exactly what he was worried about. The evil monk, this terrifying creature, made Lin Feng extremely fearful. If he was discovered by the evil monk would kill him. If I can find the Dominator's armor and wear it, then I will definitely be able to contend against this evil monk. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Now he was more and more impatient to find the Dominator's armor. Lin Feng and Yu Simon quickly headed deeper into the forest. They were gradually approaching the depths of the baleful Yin star. On the fifth night after arriving at the baleful Yin Star, Lin Feng and Yu Simon were attacked by two corpse emperors. These two corpse emperors were simply terrifying to an unimaginable degree. His combat strength was extremely strong. It could be said to be heaven-defying. Most importantly, their physical bodies were simply too strong. The two corpse emperors had refined their bodies into the most powerful magic treasures. Clang, clang, clang. A series of collision sounds were heard. Lin Feng's three stone swords collided with the two great emperors' corpses. However, it couldn't break through the defenses of the two corpse emperors. Their bodies were so strong that even Lin Feng was aghast. Experts fall and become yin corpses. They awaken their spiritual awareness and cultivate the great Tao. They enter the Tao with their bodies and cultivate the Vajra indestructible body. Lin Feng's expression was very serious. The two corpse emperors were now equivalent to invincible Vajra bodies. This battle was extremely intense. Lin Feng and Yu Simon encountered danger several times and almost died under the attacks of the two corpse emperors. Fortunately, Lin Feng's battle strength was extremely strong and blocked the terrifying attacks of the two corpse emperors. He successfully brought Yu Simon away from the pursuit of the two corpse emperors. They had just landed in the forest. A dense barrage of arrows shot over. Every single arrow contained a destructive power that could destroy heaven and earth. A light strike. It could shatter the void. The power was unbelievably strong. So many arrows surrounded Lin Feng and Yu Simon. The person who attacked clearly wanted to kill the two of them directly. Humph. Lin Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding space couldn't help but distort. This was the use of the Tao of space. Lin Feng used the Tao of space to distort the surrounding space. When the dense barrage of arrows shot over, all of them entered the distorted space. Then, those arrows flew out from the void. However, those arrows weren't aimed at Lin Feng and Yu Simon. They were aimed at the people who were hiding in the surrounding forest and shooting arrows. Puff, puff, puff. At this moment, the sound of tearing could not help but be heard. One by one, the cultivators' bodies were torn apart. Some died miserably on the spot, while others were only injured. Who is it? Get out here! Lin Feng shouted coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Su su su. At this moment, one figure after another quickly flew out. Those cultivators were all wearing the attire of the evil demon bandit group. They were actually from the evil demon bandit group. It was truly a narrow road for enemies. Previously, Lin Feng had killed the young leader of the evil demon bandit group, Xie Duanhuan. The evil demon bandit group had even issued a warrant for Lin Feng. But many years had passed. Lin Feng was still living a carefree life. And for a very long time. Lin Feng and the evil demon bandit group did not have any more interactions. But he never thought that he would actually see people from the evil demon bandit group here today. Kid. Young Master Xie Duanhuan was killed by you, right? The middle-aged cultivator in the lead looked at Lin Feng with a dense killing intent in his eyes. It was obvious that this person had already recognized Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng said indifferently, "This guy recklessly came to find trouble with me, so what if I killed him? As the bandits of the starry sky world, don't you know that the weak are prey to the strong, and the survival of the fittest?" Xie Duanhuan wanted to kill people and steal their treasures, but in the end, he was killed. He can only blame himself for not being skilled enough to cause all of this. The middle-aged cultivator's expression was indifferent. What Lin Feng said was indeed very reasonable. However, so what? The leader was furious because of Xie Duanhuan's death. And the arrest warrant had not been revoked until now. Whoever killed Lin Feng would be able to obtain a generous reward. The people of the evil demon bandit group were also extremely moved. Furthermore, it was rumored that Lin Feng had many magic treasures, top-notch sacred arts, 3,000 great Tao, and countless wealth. It was enough to make these bandits go crazy. The middle-aged cultivator laughed sinisterly. "I do not refute what you said. When you are killed by me later, you can only blame yourself for not having enough cultivation. The world of cultivators is cruel to begin with. Are you ready to die?" The middle-aged cultivator waved his hand, and the 200 or so cultivators of the evil demon bandit group quickly surrounded Lin Feng and Yu Simon. Then, these cultivators took out their own magic treasure. One magic treasure after another shook the air, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. The Dharma treasures shook the void slightly. Chapter 3479. These people wanted to besiege Lin Feng. This was the easiest and simplest way to kill Lin Feng. Killing Lin Feng was their ultimate goal. Therefore, they didn't care if besieging Lin Feng wasn't honorable enough. Do you have any last wishes before you die? If you say it now, you might have a chance to fulfill them. If you don't say it, you can only enter hell with these last wishes. The middle-aged cultivator looked at Lin Feng indifferently and asked. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, I think you should say this to yourself. Kid. You're too arrogant. But soon, you'll know how stupid and laughable your arrogance is. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged cultivator waved his hand. After receiving the order, the other cultivators of the evil fiend bandits all attacked Lin Feng and Yu Simon. Buzz. 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 Powerful Dharma treasures vibrated and released extremely terrifying energy waves. Then, those powerful Dharma treasures quickly attacked Lin Feng and Yu Simon. Just as they were about to hit the two of them, Lin Feng directly took out the supreme treasure, the heaven-devouring jar. Ever since he had fused with another fragment, the power of the heaven-devouring jar had increased greatly. Now that Lin Feng took out the heaven-devouring jar, it evolved into a huge black hole. Waves of terrifyingly powerful devouring power surged out from the heaven-devouring jar. The Dharma treasures that were attacking Lin Feng and Yu Simon flew uncontrollably toward the heaven-devouring jar. Damn it, what happened? Many cultivators couldn't help but exclaim. When the middle-aged cultivator saw this, he couldn't help but shout in a deep voice, it's that strange Dharma treasure. Hurry up and retrieve your Dharma treasures. Many cultivators began to retrieve their Dharma treasures in a flurry. However, many people's movements were a step too slow. Those powerful Dharma treasures were directly devoured by Lin Feng's heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar then erased the spiritual will imprints that the cultivators had left in the magic treasures. Many people suffered from the backlash and couldn't help but scream. Those cultivators whose spiritual sense imprints were erased by the heaven-swallowing jar were as pale as a sheet of paper. His combat strength plummeted. Of course, there were also quite a few cultivators who managed to summon their magic treasures back. Lin Feng had the heaven-swallowing jar, an extremely strange treasure that could swallow all kinds of magic treasures. The rest of the people naturally did not dare to continue using their magic treasures to deal with Lin Feng. Therefore, those cultivators wanted to put away their magic treasures. Then, he would use his divine ability to deal with Lin Feng. Army mantra. Weapon control art. Just as the magic treasures flew to their respective owners and were about to be collected by them, a voice suddenly rang out. Lin Feng, on the other hand, used the Bing mantra. The army mantra was powerful because it could not only release the power of one's magic treasure, it could also forcibly seize control of other people's magic treasures. Now that Lin Feng used the army mantra, he immediately seized control of those cultivators' magic treasures. One by one, the powerful magic treasures charged towards their original owners. No, those people screamed in horror. They didn't even know what was going on. Then, the magic treasures that originally belonged to them had already started attacking them. Because the distance was too close. Those cultivators had no time to dodge. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Tearing sounds could be heard incessantly. One cultivator after another was killed by their own magic treasures. Those cultivators who didn't die were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They quickly retreated and distanced themselves from Lin Feng. This kid knows sorcery. Someone shouted in horror and looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of fear. Don't shake people's hearts. This kid doesn't cultivate sorcery at all. It's the legendary army mantra. The middle-aged cultivator was experienced and knowledgeable. He recognized Lin Feng's ultimate move and couldn't help but say in a low voice to calm the crowd. What? Army mantra? One of the 9 secrets of Taoism, the army mantra? Many people suddenly exclaimed. The 9 secrets of Taoism were too famous. Lin, army, do, zhe, advance in groups. Each of the 9 secrets contained endless wonders. Those who obtained one would benefit immensely. Lin Feng had obtained the army mantra a long time ago. Lin Feng's high comprehension was inseparable from the army mantra. Later on, Lin Feng obtained the army mantra. Cultivating it played an extremely important role for Lin Feng. Because the army mantra could release the power of many magic treasures. If he didn't have the army mantra, Lin Feng could only deal with Emperor Realm cultivators. However, after cultivating the army mantra, Lin Feng could kill some Emperor Realm cultivators. This was the biggest difference. The 9 secrets of Taoism were too powerful. It was a supreme technique that countless cultivators coveted. The cultivators of the Fiend Bandits had been fascinated by the 9 secret mantra for a long time. Now that they heard the middle-aged cultivator say that Lin Feng had just used the army mantra of the 9 secret mantra, everyone couldn't help but feel a huge shock in their hearts. Although this kid's army mantra is powerful, we don't have to fear this kid's army mantra at all if we don't use magic treasures. If we kill this kid, not only will we get a lot of rewards from the leader, we will also get all of this kid's magic treasures, divine abilities, 3,000 great Daos, and so on. Everyone, use your divine abilities together and kill this kid. The middle-aged cultivator shouted sternly. He looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a dead man. The middle-aged cultivator was an Emperor Realm expert called Xu Yang. This person was the 9th deputy leader of the Fiend Bandits. Inside the Fiend Bandits, his status was extraordinary. Then let's do it. I can't wait to kill this kid. Immediately, a cultivator said. Originally, there were more than 200 cultivators, but nearly half of them had been killed in the previous wave of attacks. However, among these cultivators who had not died, there were also many experts. Other than Xu Yang, who was at the Emperor Realm. There were also 2 immortal emperors and 4 divine emperors. The rest were also at the quasi-emperor realm. With so many experts joining forces, naturally, they were full of confidence. Kid, you can die now. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Xu Yang was the first to attack Lin Feng. Xu Yang condensed a 3-colored energy ball. The 3-colored energy ball distorted space and time. Its power was extremely terrifying. The others also condensed powerful divine abilities. Chapter 3480. The attack torrent formed by hundreds of cultivators was naturally very terrifying. However, although this attack torrent was terrifying, it also depended on who they were facing. When the other party's attack came, Lin Feng directly took out the mysterious Heaven Treasure Pagoda. The Emperor-level defensive magic treasure flew out and cast down a defensive light barrier, protecting Lin Feng and Yu Simon. At the same time, Lin Feng summoned a swarm of great desolate demon refining insects. The swarm of great desolate demon refining insects emitted an extremely terrifying fluctuation. These great desolate demon refining insects' attack power was extremely strong. In addition to their astonishing defense, they could also release sound wave attacks and contained poison. They were simply invincible. These people besieged Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng used the great desolate demon refining insects to deal with the evil devil bandits. This was the simplest way to deal with the evil devil bandits cultivators. Since there was such a simple way to deal with the evil devil bandits cultivators, naturally, there was no need to use some more troublesome methods. The defensive system formed by the mysterious Heaven Treasure Pagoda directly blocked the attack of the other party's Long River. Then, the swarm of great desolate demon refining insects quickly rushed to the front of the group of evil devil bandits cultivators. They launched an incomparably ferocious attack on the group of cultivators. Miserable screams could be heard incessantly. After the cultivators were attacked by a large number of great desolate demon refining insects, they all suffered extremely serious injuries. The bodies of those cultivators were eaten clean by the great desolate demon refining insects, turning into a pile of white bones. Only the 7 great emperors temporarily blocked the attack of the great desolate demon refining insects. Run! Hurry up and run! The great emperor-level cultivators shouted sternly. Their expressions were filled with incomparable fear. The swarm of great desolate demon refining insects was simply too terrifying, causing them to be on the verge of despair. The 7 great emperors blocked the attacks of the great desolate demon refining insects while fleeing into the distance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, but at this moment, 3 stone swords cut through the void. They instantly caught up to the 3 great emperor-level cultivators. Puff, puff. With the sound of tearing, the bodies of the 3 great emperor-level cultivators were directly torn apart. Then, they died tragically on the spot. The next moment, the 3 great emperors were devoured by the swarm of chaos demon refining insects. After killing the 3 great emperors, the 3 stone swords continued flying towards the other 3 great emperors. The other 3 great emperors were dealing with the crazy attacks of the ancient desolate demon refining insects. Therefore, he was unable to deal with the stone sword's attack. No. When the stone sword slashed down, the 3 great emperor-level cultivators seemed to know their fate, so they couldn't help but cry out in fear. The next moment, poochie, poochie, poochie. 3 consecutive ripping sounds were heard. 3 stone swords pierced through the chests of the 3 emperors. The 3 great emperors looked at the bloody holes in their chests. Their blood continued to gush out. They felt their bodies become colder and colder, and their consciousness became more and more blurry. What kind of demon did we provoke? The 3 great emperors murmured. Then, their bodies fell to the ground from the sky. However, before the 3 great emperors could fall to the ground, their bodies fell to the ground. The 3 great emperors' bodies were already devoured by the chaos demon refining insects. Lin Feng personally walked towards Xu Yang, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Are you ready to die? Lin Feng's cold voice suddenly sounded, like the voice of death from hell. Xu Yang looked at Lin Feng, who was walking towards him step by step, and his expression was extremely ugly. Although he was an emperor-level expert, he was now surrounded by Lin Feng's chaos demon refining insects. Xu Yang tried many times to break free but failed. Therefore, Xu Yang knew. The situation today was extremely bad. Everyone had underestimated Lin Feng's strength. Although Lin Feng was young, he was too terrifying. If they underestimated Lin Feng's strength, they would end up in an incomparably miserable state. Sir, do you really want to kill us all? Xu Yang said with a gloomy expression. If you let me live, I can swear that I won't find trouble with you in the future. Lin Feng could not help but sneer. You have to be punished after doing something wrong. Do you think that I'll let you go just because you're begging for mercy? You must be dreaming. 9 heavens 10 earths. I, the unique and righteous. Lin Feng shouted coldly and performed this peerless technique. This was a supreme divine ability passed down from the last era. Its might was so great that it was simply shocking. I'll fight you to the death. Xu Yang could not help but roar. Then, he threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang! Along with the violent collision, Lin Feng and Xu Yang collided violently. Catcher 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 sounds of bones cracking could be heard. Who knew how many bones in his body were broken? Barf! Xu Yang spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as paper. Lin Feng quickly rushed forward and performed the Great Suppression Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Daos. He suppressed Xu Yang in mid-air. Spare me. Spare me. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to do anything for you. Xu Yang looked at Lin Feng in horror and begged loudly. He did not want to die. He wanted to live. This world was filled with too many temptations. Therefore, this world was too tempting. No one was willing to die. Once they died, everything would be for naught. Their past efforts. They would turn into smoke. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He did not care about Xu Yang's begging. The Fiend Bandit Group was a heinous and notorious bandit group. Countless innocent people had been killed by the Fiend Bandit Group. Therefore, people like Xu Yang did not deserve sympathy at all. Lin Feng grabbed Xu Yang's head with his right hand. Then, he performed the soul-searching technique on Xu Yang. All kinds of memories flooded in. Most of these memories were of bloody massacres. The more Lin Feng looked, the gloomier his expression became. This Xu Yang had killed countless people. Even if he died 10,000 times, It would not be a pity. Lin Feng skimmed through many unimportant memories and found the supernatural powers that Xu Yang cultivated. Xu Yang cultivated a total of 1,500 kinds of supernatural powers. Among them, he cultivated 152 kinds of supernatural powers of the 3,000 great Taos. However, what made Lin Feng rather depressed was that Xu Yang had cultivated all 152 kinds of the 3,000 great Taos. This is... Suddenly, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. In Xu Yang's memory, Lin Feng found a memory. Chapter 3481. This memory. It was the memory of the Stone of Time. The Stone of Time was a mysterious stone that could change the flow of time. This kind of stone was extremely rare. It was said that it was a kind of stone that was born during the evolution of the era. In the past, it was much rarer than the Chaos Stone. This kind of stone could change the flow of time. Whether it was forging a powerful magic treasure or forging a cultivation space that could change time, this stone could play an extremely crucial role. Therefore, this stone was extremely important to cultivators. Once word got out, it would definitely cause a storm of blood. This stone was so extraordinary. After Lin Feng found out about the extraordinariness of this Stone of Time, he couldn't help but be extremely shocked and moved. And the location of this incomparably precious Stone of Time was this baleful Yin Star. The cultivators of the evil demon bandit group entered the baleful Yin Star to search for the Stone of Time. Originally, the cultivators of the evil demon bandit group came in together. But in order to find the Stone of Time as soon as possible. So these people eventually split up. Stone of Time. Stone of Time. There was actually such a treasure here. Lin Feng's face revealed an incomparably astonished expression. If he could obtain such an extraordinary treasure like the Stone of Time, it would be of great use to Lin Feng. At that time, Lin Feng would be able to use the Stone of Time to construct a time-space. If he wanted to cultivate in seclusion, he could enter the time-space to cultivate. Within the time-space, he could change the flow of time. Once he entered the time-space, a short period of time had passed in the outside world, and an extremely long period of time had passed in the time-space. In this way, Lin Feng's cultivation time could be greatly shortened. Right now, what Lin Feng lacked the most was time. Whether it was to rescue his mother or to fight against the world extermination battle, they were all urgent matters. However, there were many things that could not be rushed, and cultivation also required time. Now, Lin Feng saw hope. After Lin Feng obtained some of the memories he wanted with the soul-searching technique, he killed Xu Yang with a single palm strike. The ambitious and ruthless person of a generation who dominated the starfield was killed by Lin Feng just like that. Lin Feng took Xu Yang's storage ring and source. Next. Then, he stored the prehistoric demon refining insect into his mountain river ring. Then, Lin Feng and Yu Simon left together. Not long after, Lin Feng saw some cultivators from other forces arrive. Lin Feng had no idea what the other party's background was. Lin Feng and Yu Simon did not appear in front of those cultivators. Looks like they're all here for the Stone of Time. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a certain possibility, then frowned slightly. The implications of the Stone of Time were too great. Once the news spread out, it would indeed attract many powerful forces. Perhaps before the experts of the evil demon bandits arrived, the news of the Stone of Time had already been known by some of the top forces. However, the evil devil bandits were the first group of cultivators to arrive. After the arrival of the cultivators from the evil demon bandits, the cultivators from the other forces arrived one after another. The cultivators that Lin Feng saw from the other forces basically came to the Yin Fiend Star after the arrival of the evil demon bandits. Now, the cultivators that came to the Yin Fiend Star were not just one wave. After encountering each other, cultivators from different forces began to fight. The battle could be said to be extremely intense. Lin Feng and Yu Simon saw the great battle between the cultivators. Many people died in the great battle. Lin Feng and Yu Simon had always been watching the show. On this day, an earth-shaking sound came from the depths of the Yin Fiend Star. It was like the sound of the Tao, resounding through the clouds. When they heard that sound, All the cultivators on the Yin Fiend star were alarmed. That sound was simply too mysterious. It contained the sound of the great Tao. It was not an ordinary sound. Listen carefully. It was like the sound of a bell being rung. Let's go and take a look. Cultivators' voices of wild joy could be heard from all directions. Other than the evil monks and the Buddhist monks, the cultivators who came here. Basically, they were all here for the Stone of Time. Now, there was a change in the Yin Fiend star. Was it because the Stone of Time was about to appear? If that was the case, it would definitely cause a bloody battle. Lin Feng and Yu Simon did not stop either. Their speed was extremely fast. They quickly walked towards the depths. The sound of the Tao bell did not last particularly long. It did not take long. The sound of the Tao bell disappeared. However, many cultivators had already locked onto the location of the Tao bell. 3 days later, the sound of the Tao bell rang again. Lin Feng could not help but mutter. Was the sound of the Tao bell emitted by a great Tao divine bell? If such a supreme treasure was present, it would be extremely extraordinary. Was the Stone of Time also in the place where the Tao bell was? If the sound of the Tao bell was not emitted by the great Tao divine bell, it might be the sound of the Tao that was caused by an unknown reason. And this sound of the Tao shook the clouds. It spread very far. Although they did not know the exact reason, but something extraordinary was about to happen. When the sound of the Tao bell rang again, more and more cultivators felt that a great opportunity was about to arrive. Even Lin Feng thought so. Lin Feng and Yu Simon increased their speed. They continued to fly in the direction of the Tao bell. 5 days later, above a huge mountain range, a large number of cultivators had gathered. These cultivators were divided into several waves of forces. There was a wave of cultivators that consisted of 9 monks. Although there were few of them, but each of them was powerful. Those monks were the Buddhist experts who had entered the Yin Fiend star to surround and kill the evil monks. Later on, they heard about the Stone of Time. Therefore, they could not hold back. They also came to look for the Stone of Time. The second wave of forces that Lin Feng recognized were the forces of the evil demon bandits. The evil demon bandits. There were many experts. However, Lin Feng did not see the leader of the evil demon bandits. He did not know if the leader of the evil demon bandits did not come to the Yin Fiend star. There were also cultivators from 7 or 8 forces. However, Lin Feng did not know those people. He did not know where they came from. However, Lin Feng had seen some cultivators from those forces engage in an extremely tragic battle. Many people had also died in the previous battle. So many experts had arrived. However, they did not take action. Everyone was still waiting for a good opportunity to arrive. Lin Feng looked at the mountain range in front of him. That mountain range. It was shrouded in grayish-brown fog. It emitted a cold and terrifying aura. The entire mountain range was enveloped by powerful restrictions. After sensing the power of those restrictions, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. The restrictions on that mountain range were too powerful. Even he could not help but feel a dangerous aura. 6 hours later, the Tao bell rang again. Everyone's spirits couldn't help but tremble slightly. Everyone's gazes were fixed on this ancient mountain range. Was something going to happen to this mountain range? Chapter 3482. The sound of the Tao bell rang out incessantly, shaking the void. It resounded through the clouds. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the depths of the mountain range. Crack, crack. The mountain range's restriction began to crack. Many people were overjoyed. As long as the mountain range's restriction was opened, everyone would be able to enter to search for opportunities. As for who would obtain the final opportunity, that would depend on their own abilities. Roar. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar resounded through the clouds. A huge dragon soared into the sky from the depths of the mountain range. On the dragon's back, there was an immortal stone. That immortal stone was surrounded by endless immortal light. That immortal stone seemed to be an eternal stone. It was surrounded by endless mysterious power. Giant dragon stone, soaring to the 9 heavens. Someone exclaimed as he looked at the scene that appeared in the sky in shock. This was definitely an extraordinary phenomenon. Someone said with a trembling voice, "That stone on the dragon's back. Could it be the legendary Stone of Time?" As soon as this was said, it was simply setting off 1,000 waves. The Stone of Time was a supreme treasure that countless people coveted. It could change the flow of time. Such a supreme treasure was enough to make countless people go crazy. And now, so many experts had taken the risk to enter the baleful Yin Star in order to fight for the Stone of Time. If the immortal stone on the dragon's back was the Stone of Time, it would definitely cause a bloody battle later. The dragon carried the immortal stone and rushed into the depths of the mountain range, disappearing without a trace. Everyone was very anxious, hoping that the mountain range restriction would dissipate quickly so that they could search for the Stone of Time. However, this kind of thing was useless even if they were anxious. Everyone could only wait patiently. Among these people, the one who was the least anxious was probably Lin Feng. Because there were only 2 people on Lin Feng's side. Moreover, Yu Simon's cultivation wasn't strong. If they really fought, Lin Feng still had to take care of Yu Simon. So, Lin Feng planned to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. If there was a chance, he would go and snatch the Stone of Time. After waiting for 3 hours, finally, the mountain range's restriction dissipated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one figure after another soared into the sky and rushed into the depths of the mountain range. These cultivators from the major factions couldn't wait any longer and went to look for time stones. Lin Feng and Yu Simon only entered the mountain range after everyone else had entered. When they arrived at the central region of the mountain range, Lin Feng suddenly felt that something was wrong. A cold and terrifying aura enveloped Lin Feng's body. That aura made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. That aura was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Be careful. Why do I feel like something's not right? Lin Feng looked around warily. The surrounding forest exuded a gloomy and cold aura. But other than that, Lin Feng didn't find anything strange. Ah! Suddenly, an incomparably shrill scream came from the front. A cultivator was silently met with disaster. After the blood-curdling scream, his body quickly fell to the ground from mid-air. What happened? Many people couldn't help but reveal a horrified expression. No one knew what was going on. A cultivator with a formidable cultivation base had already met with a calamity. The situation was too strange, causing everyone to feel a sense of horror. Everyone rushed towards that cultivator. Some people went to check on that cultivator's condition. But they found nothing. They couldn't find any injuries on that cultivator's body. That cultivator's death was simply too bizarre, causing quite a bit of panic. This place is too strange. They died without a sound, without any wounds. Could it be that they were cursed? Is that why they lost their lives? Someone said. The cause of that cultivator's death was attributed to the curse. Once a cultivator was cursed, then anything could happen to them. Many people like to push some unknown things to curses. At this time, another scream came from another direction. Naturally, not all the cultivators went to check on that cultivator's death. Only a small portion of the cultivators went to check on that cultivator's death. Most of the cultivators chose to continue heading deeper. And the cultivator who died this time was a cultivator who chose to continue heading deeper. Many people were alarmed. This was the second cultivator to die. Even the cultivators who didn't care about the first cultivator's death. At this time, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They sensed that something was wrong. Many people rushed towards the second cultivator who died. Someone checked on that cultivator's death. However, there were still no clues. Just like the first cultivator who died just now. His entire body. There were no wounds. They couldn't find the cause of death. His death was simply too bizarre. Because of that, many people still thought that this cultivator died from the curse. Only with such an explanation could they feel a bit more assured. We have our ways to counter the curse. We don't need to fear the power of the curse, someone said. They were very confident in themselves. However, very quickly, Another cultivator died. One cultivator after another died here, causing many cultivators to think of retreating. We'll make a decision after we leave this place, a cultivator said in a low voice. They didn't want to take any more risks in this cursed place. They wanted to leave this place to discuss their next move. However, those cultivators who wanted to leave weren't able to leave so easily. All of them were met with disaster. After screaming in pain, their bodies fell from the sky, dying a strange and tragic death. We're trapped here. The curse here wants to kill all of us, someone said in fear. Don't try to scare us. You're just messing with our hearts. A cultivator couldn't help but coldly say. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. Not everyone believed in the so-called curse. Many people felt that there must be a reason for those people's deaths, and it wasn't the so-called curse. Lin Feng crouched down in front of a body to check. He couldn't help but frown. How did this cultivator die? It was too strange. No wonder so many people thought that these cultivators were cursed to death, because they couldn't find any clues. So, they could only blame these people's deaths on the curse. But Lin Feng felt that these people didn't die from the curse. It was just that he couldn't find the cause of their deaths. Suddenly, at that moment, Lin Feng sensed a gloomy and cold qi moving towards him. Normal people might not be able to sense this cold aura. But Lin Feng's perception was too strong. Chapter 3483. Lin Feng had already felt this gloomy and cold aura not long after entering this mountain range. However, now this gloomy and cold aura had become extremely targeted. It seemed to be specifically targeted at Lin Feng. Lin Feng also felt this. And Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. When that gloomy and cold aura quickly approached him, Lin Feng directly used the Tao of space. The void within 1 meter of him seemed to have completely turned into a quagmire. It was simply impossible to move an inch. Kai. Just at this moment, a tearing sound resounded. It seemed that something had rushed into the outer area of Lin Feng that had turned into a quagmire of void. There really is something hidden in the void. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Previously, he had his suspicions about this, but after searching for a while, he didn't find anything. So Lin Feng felt that he might be too sensitive. But now, Lin Feng had found evidence to prove that there was indeed something hidden in the void. Lin Feng's divine telekinesis swept out and began to search for the thing that was imprisoned. Originally, his divine telekinesis couldn't find that thing at all. But now, after that thing was imprisoned, its body couldn't move at all. The difficulty of searching greatly reduced. Therefore, when Lin Feng's divine telekinesis swept out, he really found that thing. When Lin Feng saw clearly what that thing was, his face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. It was a spider the size of a fingernail. But that spider was incomparably strange. That spider was completely transparent. Its body was the best protection. That spider was able to rely on the advantage of its body. It could easily hide itself completely in the void. Moreover, it was guaranteed that no one else could see it. That spider's movement speed was extremely fast, coupled with its ability to hide its aura. Therefore, even if a cultivator used divine telekinesis to search, there were no clues. Lin Feng lightly pointed at that spider. Poof! A cold light instantly pierced through that spider's body. That spider was killed. Transparent blood flowed out of his body. However, the transparent blood dripped onto the ground. Sizzling sounds could be heard from the ground. The rocks began to burn intensely. In an instant, a huge hole was corroded out. The transparent spiders were obviously poisonous. Everyone, be careful. It's a type of transparent spider that silently killed off these cultivators. It's not the so-called curse, Lin Feng said. He pulled Yu Simon to his side and protected her. As for reminding others, Lin Feng also had his own selfish motives. Although these people were competing with him for the Stone of Time, Lin Feng felt that it wouldn't be easy to obtain the Stone of Time. Perhaps there were even more dangerous things waiting for everyone in the deeper regions. And these people. It was a good opportunity to draw away the danger. the more people there were. When danger arrived, the chances of Lin Feng suffering a calamity would be lower. A transparent spider? Could it be the legendary void killer spider? Legend has it that it's an extremely terrifying type of poisonous spider. It can turn invisible and hide in the void. It also contains a strong poison. Once released, the poison in its body is extremely terrifying. It can easily kill great emperor-level expert. An old man said. If those people were killed by the void killer spider, there shouldn't be no wounds on their bodies, right? Moreover, those people don't look like they were killed by poison. Someone raised a question. At this time, the old man said, the most terrifying thing about the void killer spider is that it has all kinds of killing method. Therefore, the deaths of those cultivators might not have been caused by the poison, but we don't know how they died. Is there a way to deal with the void killer spider? A cultivator asked. If they could find a way to deal with the void killer spider, they wouldn't have to worry about the threat it posed. When the time came, everyone could continue to search for the Stone of Time in the depths of the mountain range. The void killer spider is most afraid of the cold. Who cultivates an ice attribute divine ability? The old man couldn't help but ask. I just happened to cultivate a divine ability called 10,000 Miles of Ice. At this time, a beautiful female cultivator with a graceful figure walked out. As soon as she finished speaking, the female cultivator made a series of hand seals. In an instant, a miraculous change occurred. With the female cultivator as the center, heaven and earth began to rapidly freeze. Not long after, the surrounding tens of miles turned into a world of ice and snow. Screech. A sharp, ear-piercing screech could be heard. In the void, one by one, the void killer spiders fled into the distance. But because the temperature was too low, and the low temperature, it was the void killer spider's greatest enemy. Therefore, one by one, the void killer spiders fell to the ground, frozen to death. Some cultivators picked up the frozen void killer spiders. Then, they said loudly, these void killer spiders are really frozen to death. This is great. Looks like our crisis is temporarily resolved. Hearing that, the female cultivator waved her right hand. Then, the frozen world returned to normal. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the crisis was resolved, the cultivators continued to head deeper into the mountain range. One was faster than the other. For the next part of the journey, they didn't encounter any danger. The group reached the depths of the mountain range. In the depths of the mountain range, there was a huge abyss. Everyone stopped in the forest in front of the abyss. Roar. A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the sky. Then, a huge dragon flew out of the void. It was the dragon that everyone saw before. At the bottom of the abyss. It seemed to be the dragon's resting place. Quickly retreat. Seeing the dragon's huge body rushing out from the bottom of the abyss, many people couldn't help but change their expressions and quickly retreat. They didn't dare to get close to the dragon. Because the dragon's aura was too terrifying. Everyone was worried that if they got too close to the dragon, they would be attacked by the dragon. If they were attacked by the dragon, it would be a devastating blow. It was very likely that he would die here. However, what surprised everyone was that the dragon didn't attack anyone. The dragon, to all sure, soared into the sky. Then, it circled around a 10,000-meter tall mountain peak. The dragon's huge body landed on the mountain peak. Then, the dragon's body wrapped around the mountain peak. Finally, the dragon. It turned into a stone dragon. And on top of the stone dragon's head stood an immortal stone. Chapter 3484. I can feel the power of time from that immortal stone. That's right. I can also feel the power of time. It seems that immortal stone must be the legendary stone of time. After seeing the immortal stone standing on top of the stone dragon's head, many people couldn't help but say excitedly. Originally, many people thought that the stone of time wasn't particularly big. Maybe it was just a small piece. But after seeing the stone of time, they realized that the stone of time was actually so big. Looking at the shape, the stone of time was oval. It should be about 100 meters high. And its diameter was also about 100 meters. So, such a large stone of time was definitely extremely rare. If they could get this stone of time, It would be too heaven-defying. It was definitely an unimaginable opportunity. Many people were peeping at the Stone of Time. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and quickly flew towards the Stone of Time. This cultivator was an expert from the evil demon bandit group, called Guo Tianyu. This person's cultivation was abnormally strong. He was an emperor-level expert. He was the 8th deputy leader of the evil demon bandit group. His status was respected. In the starry sky world, he was also a very famous expert. This person made a move. Naturally, it attracted many people's attention. Many cultivators looked at Guo Tianyu. They were wondering if Guo Tianyu could successfully collect the Stone of Time. If he failed, the cultivators of the other forces would naturally try it themselves. If Guo Tianyu succeeded, at that time, they would surround him. If they attacked the evil demon bandit group and Guo Tianyu, they wouldn't be afraid that Guo Tianyu wouldn't hand over the Stone of Time. So many people had already made their own wishful thinking. But since Guo Tianyu dared to make a move, if he really got the Stone of Time, he might have a way to escape. Guo Tianyu was quickly approaching the Stone of Time. As he got closer to the Stone of Time, Guo Tianyu's expression became more and more dignified. This was because Guo Tianyu felt a terrifying force acting on his body. That terrifying force was preventing him from moving forward. Guo Tianyu suddenly sneered out loud, "It's ridiculous. You want to stop me from moving forward? It's simply a daydream. Today, the Stone of Time, I must get it." Guo Tianyu was an extremely conceited person. So he was extremely confident in his own means. He believed that with the many means he had mastered, he would definitely be able to obtain the Stone of Time. Of course, it was good to be confident. However, when one was overconfident, it might turn into arrogance. Just like Guo Tianyu now. He was extremely confident. However, he was a little too confident. When he was 50 meters away from the Stone of Time, his body suffered a calamity. Guo Tianyu's lifespan was rapidly depleting. The Time Stone was actually plundering Guo Tianyu's lifespan. Ah! Guo Tianyu roared and rushed forward. He wanted to collect the Stone of Time as quickly as possible. But at this moment, the Stone of Time shot out a terrifying beam of light. That beam of light headed straight for Guo Tianyu. It was so powerful. People couldn't help but be aghast. What a powerful attack! Lin Feng's expression changed slightly when he sensed the terrifying power of the Stone of Time's attack. The attack of the Stone of Time was simply too powerful. He wanted to fight. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Of course, Guo Tianyu's cultivation was also extremely tyrannical. Perhaps Guo Tianyu had some extraordinary means to resist the attack of the Stone of Time? This was also something that was very likely to happen. At this time, the Stone of Time's attack had already arrived in front of Guo Tianyu. Guo Tianyu's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly used a divine ability to resist the attack of the Stone of Time. The divine ability that Guo Tianyu used was called 10,000 feet to heaven. It evolved a path to heaven and directly suppressed the attack of the Stone of Time, trying to destroy the attack of the Stone of Time. However, the power of the Stone of Time's attack was simply too tyrannical. It actually destroyed Guo Tianyu's divine ability. Then, that beam of light continued to blast towards Guo Tianyu. Not good. Guo Tianyu's expression changed greatly. He quickly dodged, trying to avoid the attack of the beam of light. However, Guo Tianyu failed. He was swept by the terrifying beam of light. With a bang, Guo Tianyu's body directly exploded. Guo Tianyu, an Emperor Realm expert who had dominated the star field for countless years, actually fell just like that. That was an Imperial Emperor-level expert. He actually couldn't resist the attack of the Stone of Time. This was too inconceivable. After seeing this scene, everyone's face couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. How terrifying was the attack of that beam of light to be able to kill Guo Tianyu in an instant. Damn it! The cultivators on the evil devil bandit side looked extremely gloomy. The death of an Imperial Emperor-level expert could be considered a huge loss for any force. The evil devil bandits were naturally no exception. Guo Tianyu's death was a huge loss for their side. The Stone of Time can actually take the initiative to attack, and the attack is so terrifying. I'm afraid no one can collect the Stone of Time, right? That's not necessarily the case. Perhaps there is a powerful expert with monstrous means. If an existence of that level makes a move, it should be successful. Many cultivators couldn't help but discuss. Ordinary cultivators naturally didn't dare to make a move. Even many of the Emperor Realm cultivators were frowning as well. They didn't dare to try. Guo Tianyu's death was vivid in their minds. It rang the alarm bell for everyone. If they didn't have enough strength, if they rashly made a move, they would definitely die. After a long period of silence, an expert walked over from afar. Since everyone is unwilling to make a move, then this Stone of Time belongs to this old man. The approaching cultivator had the demeanor of a transcendent being. This person was called Sky Crane Loose Cultivator. He was a famous rogue cultivator in the starry sky world. Now that Sky Crane Loose Cultivator had come, he was also spying on the Stone of Time. Lin Feng even guessed that Sky Crane Loose Cultivator had been here from the beginning, but this person's patience was extremely strong. He didn't appear in advance. Now that Sky Crane Loose Cultivator had appeared, he probably felt that no one would dare to try again. Not good. Sky Crane Loose Cultivator's cultivation is unfathomable. If he makes a move, what will happen to us? Some cultivators of the big forces said in a deep voice. It's fine. Let's wait and see. The higher-ups of the big forces issued an order not to act rashly for the time being, but to see if Sky Crane Loose Cultivator could successfully collect the Stone of Time. Then. Chapter 3485. Unfettered Sky Crane walked towards the Stone of Time, step by step. His cultivation was truly terrifying. The terrifying pressure emitted by the Stone of Time did not affect Unfettered Sky Crane in the slightest. Unfettered Sky Crane quickly approached the Stone of Time. Wang. At this moment, the Stone of Time shot out a terrifying beam of light towards Unfettered Sky Crane. With a wave of his hand, Unfettered Sky Crane sent out a dazzling sword energy. The sword energy collided with the Stone of Time's attack, creating a clanging sound. In the end, the two attacks were annihilated. Unfettered Sky Crane is so powerful. He was able to block the Stone of Time's attack. It seems Unfettered Sky Crane might be able to obtain the Stone of Time. That's not necessarily the case. The Stone of Time's attack won't end so easily. Just now should be the appetizer. Just wait and see. The Stone of Time will definitely release an even more powerful and terrifying attack later. That's right. The Stone of Time's attack has just begun. As for the outcome, it is still impossible to determine. However, even if Unfettered Sky Crane obtains the Stone of Time, it will only be a gift to us. He is a loose cultivator. Although he is powerful, two fists cannot fight against four hands. Can he fight against so many of us by himself? Many cultivators discussed spiritedly. Yu Simon could not help but say, Unfettered Sky Crane's cultivation is so powerful. He might really succeed. Lin Feng nodded and said, there is indeed such a possibility. Unfettered Sky Crane's cultivation is absolutely terrifying. However, I wonder what other powerful moves the Stone of Time will unleash. Unfettered Sky Crane was getting closer and closer to the Stone of Time. Wang, wang, wang. The Stone of Time once again released a powerful attack. This time, the Stone of Time shot out one destructive power after another. The dense destructive power was like a peerless immortal sword. It was extremely powerful and all of them shot towards Unfettered Sky Crane. Unfettered Sky Crane's eyes were extremely cold. When the second wave of attacks from the Stone of Time arrived, Unfettered Sky Crane opened his hands. An illusory world appeared in his hands. The illusory world quickly devoured the attacks from the Stone of Time. Just like that, Unfettered Sky Crane easily destroyed the second wave of attacks from the Stone of Time. Unfettered Sky Crane's combat power shocked everyone. It was inconceivable and terrifying. Soon, Unfettered Sky Crane was 10 meters away from the Stone of Time. He was extremely close to the Stone of Sky Crane. Sky Crane's loose cultivator wanted to take the Stone of Time in one go. He sped up and dashed toward the Stone of Time. Then, he waved his hand and a powerful devouring power surged out. Unfettered Sky Crane by Unfettered Sky Crane, unfettered sky cranes of time. The stone of time shook the void, and a terrifying power gushed out from the stone of time. Unfettered by unfettered crane, unfettered skies of time, unfettered time. Was. Unfettered unfettered ed. Sky crane loose cultivator roared. He wanted to quickly escape from that strange and terrifying power of time. However, he tried several times. They all ended in failure. The power of time emitted by the time stone was simply too terrifying, causing Sky Crane Sanren to be unable to break free. In the end, Sky Crane Unfettered's lifespan was completely devoured. Why is this happening? I can't accept this. Sky Crane Loose Cultivator let out a mournful and unwilling roar. But no one could save him. Right now, Tian He and the other two were in a very bad situation. He struggled a few more times, but in the end, there was nothing he could do. Cultivator Sky Crane's lifespan was completely stripped away. It was as if his body had lost all its strength. In the end, Sky Crane Loose Cultivator's body fell to the ground. When he hit the ground, there was no longer any trace of life. Furthermore, Sky Crane Loose Cultivator's eyes were glaring angrily. Obviously, he died with his eyes wide open. Dead. Even someone as powerful as Sky Crane Cultivator was killed by the Stone of Time. Who else can collect the Stone of Time? Some of the cultivators outside sighed. They didn't have any hope of collecting the Stone of Time. The Stone of Time was simply too terrifying. It made one's heart palpitate. After losing 2 experts in a row, everyone became even more fearful of the Stone of Time. Yu Simon said. Even Sky Crane Loose Cultivator is dead. Is there really no way to collect the Stone of Time? Lin Feng said, if you want to collect the Stone of Time, you need to resist the corrosion of the power of time. Otherwise, you won't be able to collect the Stone of Time. Yu Simon nodded. It was indeed as Lin Feng said. Even if one was powerful, they could resist the various attacks of the Stone of Time. However, resisting the corrosion of the power of time was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yu Simon said, if a cultivator has grasped the law of time, they should be able to resist the corrosion of the power of time for a short period of time. Only immortal realm cultivators can comprehend the law of time. Lin Feng said. He stood in the distance and observed the Stone of Time. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Lin Feng felt as if a living creature was being nurtured inside the Stone of Time. This was an earth-shattering thing. The Stone of Time was already extremely terrifying. If a living creature was being nurtured inside the Stone of Time, it was hard to imagine how powerful and terrifying this living creature's cultivation would be. You don't have the strength to collect the Stone of Time, but you want to obtain this treasure. You're overestimating your cultivation. At this moment, a sneer was heard. An expert walked over from afar. It was a middle-aged cultivator. His aura was unfathomable. Sovereign Tai Qian, someone exclaimed. He recognized the expert's identity. This was a sovereign realm expert. He was definitely standing at the peak of cultivation. Outsiders had no way of knowing exactly how powerful such an existence was. Now, a sovereign realm expert had come personally. It seemed like he was going to collect the Stone of Time. An expert of this level was too powerful, making everyone present feel pressured. Previously, many people had seen Sky Crane Loose Cultivator make his move. The cultivators from the major factions were waiting for Sky Crane Loose Cultivator to succeed. Although Sky Crane Loose Cultivator was powerful, he had yet to break through to the sovereign realm. Chapter 3486. Emperor Tai Heaven was giving off a suffocating aura. He was like a high and mighty deity looking down on everyone. No one dared to look at someone as strong as Emperor Tai Heaven. The Emperor Realm was a very special realm among great emperors. Once one reached the Emperor Realm, their life force would undergo a huge change. Because of this, Emperor Realm cultivators were unimaginably terrifying. Even if there was only a fine line between a peak Emperor Realm cultivator and an Emperor Realm cultivator. But in reality, there was a huge gap between the two sides. And it was a gap that was almost impossible to cross. An existence at Emperor Tai Heaven's level rarely came out, but he came to the baleful Yin star in search of a stone of time. It was obvious just how powerful was the stone of time's allure. Even an Emperor realm cultivator couldn't resist its allure. Emperor Tai Heaven walked towards the stone of time. The stone of time seemed to know how strong Emperor Tai Heaven was. So it released the power of time to envelop Emperor Tai Heaven. The power of time was capable of destroying everything. No matter how strong a cultivator was, they couldn't stop the power of time from corroding their body. Against the power of time, Emperor Tai Heaven waved his hand and summoned something that looked like a crystal. It was a crystal that was almost transparent. Taking a closer look, you could see that there seemed to be water flowing inside the crystal. Against the power of time, Emperor Tai Heaven raised the crystal in his hand. Something shocking happened. A powerful devouring force was emitted from the crystal. The power of time that came from all directions was completely absorbed by the mysterious crystal in Emperor Tai Heaven's hand. After seeing this scene, someone suddenly exclaimed, "A time crystal! That's a time crystal! It's rumored to be a special crystal that can absorb the power of time. It's extremely rare." A cultivator couldn't help but exclaim. The cultivator clearly recognized the extraordinariness of the crystal. And now, Emperor Tai Heaven had a mystical treasure like the time crystal. Furthermore, it could negate the power of time from harming his body. So he didn't have to worry about the power of time harming his body. Emperor Tai Heaven's face was filled with pride. He came prepared. He was confident in obtaining the stone of time. The Grand Heaven Emperor continued walking towards the stone of time. The time stone seemed to know that it couldn't do anything to monarch Tai Qian. Therefore, it shot into the sky and tried to escape. The stone of time has really gained sentience. Some cultivators immediately cried out in alarm. "Where do you think you're going?" Monarch Tai Qian snorted coldly as he unleashed a tremendous amount of dharmic powers to suppress the stone of time. The Grand Heaven Sovereign naturally wouldn't let the stone of time escape so easily. If the stone of time escaped, wouldn't all his efforts be for naught? Emperor Taigan also knew that there must be other experts secretly eyeing the stone of time. If the stone of time escaped, the stone of time might be taken by someone else. At that time, he would have nothing to do with it. The Grand Heaven Sovereign would never allow such a thing to happen. In the face of Monarch Taigan's suppression, the stone of time gently shook the void. Instantly, a powerful force swept towards the Emperor Tai Qian. When the two attacks collided, Sovereign Taigan was actually sent flying. The stone of time's methods were truly extraordinary. After sending Monarch Tai Qian flying, it wanted to tear open the void and escape. However, at this moment, the void split open and a cultivator stepped out. It was a middle-aged cultivator. His eyes flashed with a sinister and terrifying light. When they saw the middle-aged cultivator, the fiend bandits were instantly excited. "The leader is here." The cultivators from the fiend bandit group cried out in alarm. The leader of the fiend bandits was Xie Duanhuan's father. Back when Xie Duanhuan was killed by Lin Feng, the man issued a wanted order in the universe. The entire starry sky world wanted Lin Feng. However, no one had been able to find Lin Feng's whereabouts. Lin Feng had heard of the leader of the fiend bandits like thunder. It was just that he hadn't had the chance to meet him for so long. Now that he saw the leader of the fiend bandits from afar and felt the terrifying aura emanating from him, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This was definitely an existence that was close to heaven-defying. Who knew how terrifying his cultivation must be? If he ran into someone else, Lin Feng had no chance of winning. After the leader of the fiend bandits appeared, he threw a punch at the stone of time. The stone of time that was trying to escape was sent flying. Then, the leader of the fiend bandits formed a dense array of runes. Those runes flew out and suppressed the stone of time. This person's methods were truly extraordinary. Not only was his cultivation high, but he also seemed to be proficient in formations and runes. Now, he wanted to suppress the stone of time. Just as the leader of the fiend bandits was about to succeed, Taigan Sovereign launched an attack on him. Sovereign Firmament naturally didn't want the stone of time to be taken by the leader of the fiend bandits, so his attack was extremely powerful. "Sovereign Firmament, you're courting death." The leader of the fiend bandits roared and threw a punch at Sovereign Firmament. At this moment, the void split open again and a third expert attacked. The expert who had appeared this time was Supreme Venerable Myriad Star. This person was chasing after Lin Feng. It just so happened that the Stone of Time was born. Therefore, he hid in the dark and waited for an opportunity to attack. Now, he finally found the opportunity. The opportunity that Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star had found was excellent. Because Sovereign Firmament and the leader of the fiend bandits were engaged in a fierce battle, each holding the other back. This also bought time for Supreme Myriad Star. Endless magical power surged out of Supreme Myriad Star's body and directly enveloped the Stone of Time. It's done. Supreme Myriad Star's eyes suddenly lit up. Sovereign Firmament and the leader of the fiend bandits who were engaged in a fierce battle had ugly expressions. The two of them quickly abandoned each other. They charged toward Supreme Myriad Star. Supreme Myriad Star casually threw out two golden puppets. This was a puppet technique. The two golden puppets flew directly toward Sovereign Firmament and the leader of the fiend bandits. In mid-air, the two golden puppets transformed into Supreme Myriad Star's appearance. The two golden puppets were terrifyingly powerful and had no problem holding back Sovereign Firmament and the leader of the fiend bandits for the time being. The Stone of Time is mine. Supreme Master Myriad Star smiled as he was about to collect the Stone of Time. But at this moment, an unforeseen event happened. In the void, a pitch-black lump of iron appeared and smashed toward Supreme Myriad Star. Chapter 3487. Ahaha! The Stone of Time is mine. No one can snatch it from me. Motai attacked Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star while roaring. His words could be said to be rather arrogant and despotic. This was also in line with Motai's character. Motai exerted his strength to the extreme. He slammed into Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star. Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star could naturally choose to continue collecting the Stone of Time, but Motai's appearance was too sudden. If Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star continued collecting the Stone of Time, he would not be able to block Motai's attack. Motai's attack was very powerful. If Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star was hit by Motai's attack, it would definitely cause great damage to him. Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star might even be killed by Motai. All of these could happen. Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star was naturally aware of this, so he had to temporarily give up collecting the Stone of Time in the face of Motai's attack. Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star threw a punch at Motai. Bang! Along with a violent collision sound, Motai and Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star collided fiercely. Motai was no match for Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star and was sent flying. However, Motai was strong enough. Although Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star sent Motai flying, he could not cause any damage to Motai at all. Whoosh! At this moment, a light flashed next to the Stone of Time. A young cultivator appeared silently. This young cultivator was none other than Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately took out the heaven-devouring jar. A powerful devouring force gushed out of the heaven-devouring jar and enveloped the Stone of Time. The Stone of Time also launched an attack on Lin Feng. The Stone of Time swept out a terrifying power of time. The Stone of Time wanted to use the power of time to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped in the void, his deep voice resounding between heaven and earth. The power of time also has its own destiny. The god of time also has his own destiny. Flowers bloom and wilt, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, night and day. The changes of time are all inseparable from the great path of destiny. As for me, I am the incarnation of fate. I will use the power of fate to dissolve the power of time. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a large amount of fate power descended from the sky. The power of destiny collided with the power of time formed by the Stone of Time. Lin Feng's Tao of Destiny was indeed powerful, to actually withstand the erosion of the power of time. And at this moment, the heaven-swallowing jar unleashed its might and directly swallowed the Stone of Time. Got it? Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Little bastard, you're courting death. At this moment, the three sovereigns roared furiously. The three great emperors attacked together, launching terrifying attacks at Lin Feng. The divine abilities of the three great emperors could be described as world-destroying. In an instant, the void shattered and then flooded towards Lin Feng. The attacks of an Emperor Realm Master were indeed extraordinary. It was so powerful that it was unbelievable. After feeling the terrifying power contained in the attacks of the three great emperors, the surrounding cultivators all felt their hair stand on end. Who is that kid? How dare he steal the treasure that the three great emperors want? He's simply courting death. Yeah, that kid is completely courting death. The attacks of the three great emperors can probably kill him in an instant. Many cultivators could not help but be extremely shocked after seeing Lin Feng take the Stone of Time. However, when those cultivators saw the three great emperors attacking Lin Feng, they immediately knew that Lin Feng would die without a burial place. The attacks of the three great emperors were really too terrifying. It was not something that a young human cultivator like Lin Feng could contend against. The attacks of the three great emperors were about to reach Lin Feng's body. At this moment, whoosh! A light flashed. Lin Feng disappeared from where he stood. The situation just now was very dangerous. Fortunately, Lin Feng's heaven patching technique played an extremely crucial role at the critical moment. Lin Feng appeared hundreds of meters away. The demon iron also flew back to the mountain river ring. Then, Lin Feng grabbed Yu Simon and quickly flew into the distance. Until now, many people still had not recovered from the shock of what had happened. Because everyone originally thought that Lin Feng would die without a doubt. However, the reality was not so. Not only did Lin Feng dodge the attacks of the three great emperors, but he was also unscathed. I'll take the Stone of Time. Everyone, don't worry about it anymore. Everyone, go back to your homes. Before leaving, Lin Feng shouted loudly. Many people's mouths twitched violently after hearing Lin Feng's words. Who the hell was this guy? He was unscathed even when he was in trouble. Before leaving, he even said such teasing words. Little beast. It's you. The leader of the demonic bandits was the first to recognize Lin Feng's identity and immediately roared. His eyes flashed with dense killing intent, as if he wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Then, Supreme Myriad Star also recognized Lin Feng's identity. Supreme Myriad Star was also full of killing intent towards Lin Feng, and couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng immediately. Boy, blood debts must be paid with blood. Today, you can't escape. Supreme Myriad Star's cold voice came out. Among the three great emperors, the only one who didn't have a grudge with Lin Feng was Supreme Myriad Star. However, the Stone of Time was taken by Lin Feng, so Supreme Myriad Star's killing intent towards Lin Feng was not much weaker than the killing intent towards Lin Feng by Supreme Myriad Star and the leader of the demonic bandits. Lin Feng didn't pay any attention to the three great emperors who were somewhat flustered and exasperated. He stepped on the world of 8 directions and increased his speed to the extreme. Then, he quickly disappeared from everyone's line of sight with Yu Simon. The three great emperors chased after him. Heavens, the Stone of Time was actually taken by a young cultivator. I really didn't expect that the three great emperors couldn't get the Stone of Time, and in the end, it was taken by that young human cultivator. We can't deal with an Emperor Realm Master, but with our cultivation, dealing with that human brat shouldn't be a problem. That's right. Let's go. Let's surround that human boy. Although the Stone of Time is with him, it's only temporary. It's still uncertain who will get the Stone of Time in the end. I think we have a great chance of getting the Stone of Time. Many cultivators began to discuss spiritedly. Human nature was greedy. If the Stone of Time was taken by the great emperors, the cultivators of the major forces wouldn't dare to snatch it. However, the Stone of Time fell into Lin Feng's hands, which gave the cultivators of the major forces hope. Chapter 3488. Lin Feng was extremely excited. He had managed to steal time stones from so many strong cultivators. That wasn't an easy thing to do. Of course, Lin Feng and the others were not safe yet, because they needed to find a way to get rid of the three emperors who were chasing after them. As for the other cultivators, Lin Feng did not care. So what if they were peak emperor sect cultivators? They could not do anything to Lin Feng. Only great emperors could pose a threat to Lin Feng. The speed of the three emperors was also extremely fast. In addition, Lin Feng was carrying Yu Simon. Therefore, Their speed was reduced. The three emperors caught up one after another and saw Lin Feng and Yu Simon. Killing intent flashed in their eyes. "Are you ready to die?" The leader of the demonic bandits asked coldly. This existence's hands were stained with the blood of countless living beings. He was definitely a terrifying existence. Now that the old hatred between him and Lin Feng was added together, he could not wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. "Boy, when I catch you later, I will cut off your flesh piece by piece, then pull out your soul and throw it into the boundless purgatory. You will never be reincarnated." Supreme Emperor Myriad Star's voice was filled with endless killing intent. His killing intent towards Lin Feng was no less than the leader of the demonic bandits. "Boy, you're courting death by provoking me. No one in the world can save you." Supreme Emperor Tai Qian's voice was as cold as ice. The three emperors. Their killing intent soared to the sky. Lin Feng glanced at the three and could not help but sneer. Although the three emperors were gradually closing in on him, Lin Feng was not worried because he had not yet reached his maximum speed. "You want to catch up to me with just the likes of you? What a fool's dream." Lin Feng could not help but sneer, his face full of sarcasm. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the three Emperor Realm Masters were almost angered to death by Lin Feng. Their expressions were incomparably gloomy. "You're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. How laughable. I hope you'll still be so arrogant when we catch you." The three great emperors spoke at the same time. Lin Feng, on the other hand, no longer paid any attention to the three Emperor Realm Masters. He sped up and rushed into the distance. After Lin Feng used the 8 small worlds to the extreme, 8 illusory small worlds appeared under Lin Feng's feet. Lin Feng stepped on the 8 illusory small worlds as if he was stepping on 8 real small worlds. Lin Feng's speed had reached an incredible level, leaving the 3 Emperor Realm Masters in the dust. Damn it! Seeing Lin Feng getting farther and farther away, the 3 Emperor Realm Masters could not help but roar angrily, their eyes filled with killing intent. Although they really wanted to kill Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. They could not catch up to Lin Feng at all. In the end, Lin Feng used the 8 small worlds' divine ability to shake off the 3 Emperor Realm Masters. Next, he planned to find a place to study the Stone of Time before looking for the ruler's armor. Lin Feng found a hidden cave and entered it with Yu Simon. Then, Lin Feng sealed the cave with a seal. Then, he took out the Stone of Time. The Stone of Time had become much more obedient. It was motionless. Yu Simon looked at the Stone of Time in surprise and said, "Is this the Stone of Time? A stone that can change the flow of time?" It was Yu Simon's first time seeing the Stone of Time, so she was very curious about this treasure. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. This treasure can change the flow of time, but it probably requires some special methods to do so. Let me comprehend the mysteries of the Stone of Time. Hopefully, I can figure out how to use it." "Okay." Yu Simon quickly nodded, not daring to disturb Lin Feng. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He began to comprehend the Stone of Time. Time is the medium that dominates everything. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Feng felt the world spinning. He found himself in an illusory world. This illusory world was a blurry and chaotic world. This was the world after the destruction of an era. Until the Big Bang. After the Big Bang, a new era began to be born. In the process of the birth of an era, countless living beings and races were formed. In the history of an era, great eras appeared one after another. Some of the great eras were dazzling and incomparably brilliant. However, some of the great eras were dim and lightless, and cultivation declined. Regardless of whether it was a flourishing great era or a declining one, under the passage of time, everything was moving. Flourishing great eras would come to an end one day. Declining great eras would also come to an end one day. Time was the medium that everything moved. Even the birth, aging, illness, and death of a person was also carried by time. It was just like the saying in the secular world that people were rare in the 70s. In other words, when a person reached the age of 70, their lifespan was almost at its end. Why was there such a saying passed down? Because in countless eras, The time from birth to death for countless ordinary people was about 70 years. Thus, the people of the later generations came up with this saying. The movement of everything in the world was carried by time. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. In the boundless starry sky world, a long river appeared. That river was boundlessly long. The river was surrounded by boundless holy light. The river of time. That long river was actually the river of time. The river of time that covered the history of an era. Lin Feng walked forward in the river of time. He caught a rune in the river of time. That rune recorded the life of a cultivator. That cultivator was called Hu Yi. Lin Feng was shocked. Hu Yi, the great sorcerer of the sorcerer tribe, had once shot down 9 suns. He was a legendary figure. Hu Yi shot down the suns, newer flew in the sky, and other legends were related to this existence. Even the fuse of the great sorcerer tribe war was related to Hu Yi. In the past, when the demon tribe was at its peak, they occupied the heaven realm and ruled the heavenly court. However, because Hu Yi shot down the suns, he killed the 9 golden crows. Demon Emperor Di Jun was furious and killed Hu Yi. The sorcerer tribe naturally wouldn't let Hu Yi die so tragically. In addition, the sorcerer tribe was increasingly dissatisfied with Demon Emperor Di Jun's cruel rule. Therefore, the sorcerer tribe began to resist the rule of the demon tribe. Demon Emperor Di Jun sent an army to suppress them, and the Great Sorcerer Tribe War broke out. Chapter 3489. The war between the witches and demons had led to the extinction of the witches. The decline of the demon race. These were all secrets of the past. Note, of course, the witches might have only suffered a great loss because there were no historical records of their extinction. However, there were no more witches in the universe. Hu Yi shot down the 9 suns in the past for the sake of the world. However, the development of the matter far exceeded Hu Yi's expectations. Lin Feng watched Hu Yi's life. There's no Chang'e. Lin Feng could not help but mutter. In the myths, Hu Yi's wife was Chang'e. However, in the memories that Lin Feng read, there were no memories of Chang'e. Why was that? Could it be because the myths were fake? Or was it because after Chang'e left Hu Yi wanted to forget Chang'e? So he erased the memories of Hu Yi in his soul? All of this was unknown. It was difficult to find out what happened back then. Unless Lin Feng could find other people from the same era as Hu Yi, he might be able to obtain information about what happened back then from other people's memories. Lin Feng also saw the sun-shooting divine bow and sun-shooting divine arrow in Hu Yi's memories. It was a supreme treasure that Hu Yi had spent countless efforts to create. This was a heaven-defying supreme treasure that could even shoot down the sun in the sky. From this, one could see how terrifying the sun-shooting divine bow and sun-shooting divine arrow were. Speaking of the sun-slaying divine bow, many people might not know much about it, but if it was the Hu Yi bow, many people would have heard of it. The sun-shooting divine bow was actually the Hu Yi bow that was passed down in the future. However, this supreme treasure had long been missing. Countless cultivators had searched for this supreme treasure, but there was no news. If the Hu Yi bow were to appear in the world, it would definitely cause a storm of blood. This was because this supreme treasure was not only a supreme treasure created by Hu Yi, but it might also be related to the secrets of the sorcerer tribe and the legacy of the sorcerer tribe. The witches were an extremely glorious race back then. Each of the 12 witches was equivalent to Pangu, Nua, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. From this, one could see how terrifying the witches' inheritance was. If one could find the witches' inheritance, it would be an unimaginable gain. At this time, a rune flashed violently. Lin Feng was startled and quickly flew towards the rune. He grabbed the rune in his hand and began to carefully comprehend it. Lin Feng heard the sound of a baby crying. "Master, Madam has given birth to a boy." A female cultivator walked out of the room and said excitedly. There were a dozen or so cultivators standing in the courtyard. Among them, a handsome human cultivator was pacing back and forth, appearing extremely anxious. When he heard the female cultivator's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Congratulations, Master." Everyone congratulated the young cultivator. "Congratulations, young Master." There were also some people who didn't address the young man as Master, but as young master. Clearly, his status was different from the others. The young man nodded with a smile. Without stopping, he quickly entered the room. Longer, thank you for your hard work. The young man came into the room and saw the woman with a pale face but a beautiful smile. He sat by the bed and gently stroked the woman's hair. Brother Tien, let's give our child a name, said the woman. Look at the red maple leaves outside, it's as beautiful as a paradise. Our child was born on the day the maple leaves fell. How about we call him Lin Feng from now on? Said the young man. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. The beautiful woman murmured the name. She nodded and said, all right, we'll call him Lin Feng from now on. My child will be called Lin Feng. Yeah. Little Lin Feng, who had just been born not long ago, smiled when he heard that he had a name. He even mumbled a few inaudible syllables. This child, Lin Baitian, looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng had just been born, but he had already displayed extraordinary abilities. Even though Lin Baitian was knowledgeable, he couldn't help but be shocked. Our child is destined to be extraordinary, said the woman. Perhaps he's even more extraordinary than we imagined, said Lin Baitian. He stretched out his right hand and tapped Lin Feng's forehead. A rune flew out of his hand and imprinted itself on Lin Feng's forehead. Brother Feng, don't try to divine the child's fate. His fate. It shouldn't be controlled by us, said the woman. Said Lin Baitian. I know. This child's future is destined to be extraordinary, but I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. I didn't divine his future just now. I only planted a fate rune on his forehead. I sealed his fate bloodline. The woman sighed. Our child is born with the undying bloodline, the sovereign bloodline, and the fate bloodline. Any one of these bloodlines is heaven-defying, but with all three of them in his body, won't it cause a backlash in the future? Speaking up to this point, the woman became worried and sick at heart. Bloodline backlash wasn't rare. If there was only one bloodline in the body, it was also possible for bloodline backlash to occur. If there were two bloodlines in the body and the balance between yin and yang was reached, the chances of bloodline backlash would be greatly reduced. If there were more than two bloodlines in the body, the chances of bloodline backlash would be greatly increased. Lin Feng was born with 3 bloodlines, which was why Lin Feng's mother was so worried about Lin Feng. No way. Apart from the fate bloodline, there seems to be a strange power hibernating in his body. I wanted to check it out earlier, but I discovered that the strange power instantly concealed itself, said Lin Baitian with a frown. However, he soon felt relieved because he didn't think it was a bad thing. In the future, if Lin Feng opened the seal on the fate bloodline, the 4th bloodline would be the 4th bloodline. The 4th type of strength in Lin Feng's body might also awaken on its own. At that time, he would be able to form the cycle of the 4 divisions. The cycle of yin and yang was the cycle of 2 bloodlines. The cycle of 4 divisions was the cycle of 4 bloodlines. It was like the change of seasons. The cycle of 4 divisions would make a cultivator's bloodline even more powerful. There's actually a 4th power? Could it be bloodline power as well? Is it an innately awakened innate talent like Brother Tien? If that's the case, I'll have to thank the heavens. Chapter 3490. Further down the line. This was the birth of a tragedy. Di Wudao, the son of the Heavenly Emperor, had joined Lin Baitian because he wanted to improve his cultivation base and defeat Lin Baitian one day. However, he realized that Lin Baitian's cultivation base had improved too quickly. Although his cultivation base had improved quickly as he followed Lin Baitian, there was still a huge gap between him and Lin Baitian. Therefore, Di Wudao's jealousy of Lin Baitian grew. Jealousy. It was the most terrifying emotion. This was because once a person developed feelings of jealousy, it was very likely that they would do anything. Di Wudao was too jealous of Lin Baitian and could not surpass him. Therefore, he wanted to destroy Lin Baitian. However, killing Lin Baitian wasn't an easy task. Lin Baitian's followers were extremely powerful and a few of them were as strong as Di Wudao. Therefore, he had to use some special methods to deal with Lin Baitian. Lin Baitian was a rising star of the human race. Although he was young, his reputation had already spread far and wide. Di Wudao thought of the Black Mist tribe, which had a blood feud with the sovereign emperor tribe. Therefore, Di Wudao sought out the Black Mist tribe and joined forces with them to deal with Lin Batian. Di Wudao had been looking for an opportunity to strike but did not dare to do so in the end. Lin Batian was too much of a threat to him. Di Wudao would never forget how Lin Batian had killed the 9-headed Yuan Sage Great Celestial in one move. Even his father would not dare to say that he could kill a 9-headed Yuan Sage Great Celestial in one move. It's not impossible to deal with Lin Batian. You can start with his wife and son. I'll teach you the Dao severing art. You can attack Lin Batian's son and sever his great Dao and destroy his Dantian. Lin Batian will be distracted and that will be our chance. A powerhouse from the Black Mist tribe said sinisterly. The Black Mist tribe will deal with Ji Longa and Lin Batian's son. I'll sneak attack Lin Batian at the critical moment, Di Wudao said. The powerhouse from the Black Mist tribe thought for a while and nodded. All right, no problem. We'll strike in 3 days. 3 days later. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Soon, it started to rain heavily. According to the plan, Di Wudao went to find Lin Batian and sent him away. The Black Fog tribe's experts arrived at Lin Batian's residence. These people from the Black Fog tribe sealed the courtyard. Then he broke in. Black Fog race. Ji Longer's face abruptly changed. That's right. It's us. Ji Longer, your time of death has come. More than a dozen Black Fog tribe experts sneered and joined forces to attack Ji Longer. A great battle broke out between the two sides. Ji Longer had just given birth to Lin Feng not long ago, so her body was still relatively weak and could not withstand the attacks of more than 10 Black Fog tribe cultivators. Ji Longer was injured. The cultivators of the Black Fog tribe took away the infant Lin Feng. Return the child to me. Ji Longer quickly chased after him. Lin Batian and the others were discussing how to enter a dangerous place to find a treasure that would greatly benefit their cultivation. Lin Batian and the others rushed out after hearing the commotion. What happened? Lin Batian asked anxiously. Black Fog tribe. They took away our child. Ji Longer said with a pale face. Take good care of my wife. Lin Batian said, then rushed into the sky and quickly chased after them. After Lin Batian chased after them, Di Wudao also chased after them. Lin Batian's speed was extremely fast and caught up with the Black Fog tribe cultivators. Lin Batian, you're too late. Your son has been injured 3 times by us before he could even cultivate. His Dantian was also destroyed by us. From now on, he will be a cripple. A Black Fog tribe cultivator laughed loudly. You all deserve to die. Lin Batian's voice was cold. He took a step forward and the entire world froze. The experts of the Black Fog clan were instantly frozen in the void, unable to move. Lin Batian took another step forward. Bang bang bang. Next. The sound of bodies exploding could be heard. More than a dozen Black Fog tribe cultivators' bodies all exploded. They did not know what kind of powerful technique Lin Batian used to be so terrifying. Such battle prowess was truly shocking. Lin Batian hugged the infant Lin Feng. Looking at his son's weak breathing, Lin Batian's killing intent was monstrous. 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Batian quickly healed Lin Feng's injuries. At this time, Lin Feng had just been injured and still had time to recover. Under the cover of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Lin Feng's body quickly recovered. At this moment, Di Wudao was the first to chase after them. 9 stone swords appeared and slashed at Lin Batian. Di Wudao's 9 stone swords were about to pierce through Lin Batian's body. Suddenly, the space around Lin Batian's body distorted, and Di Wudao's 9 stone swords could not move an inch forward. Di Wudao. You dare to trick me? Lin Batian's eyes turned cold. You, Di Wudao was shocked. He had been by Lin Batian's side for many years, but he did not expect Lin Batian to be so powerful. One had to know that Lin Batian was mostly focused on Lin Feng, healing Lin Feng's injuries. However, Lin Batian easily blocked his attack. Then, how strong was Lin Batian at his peak? It was hard to imagine. Lin Batian was also a decisive person. He had already guessed the whole story. It was Di Wudao who colluded with the Black Mist tribe and almost killed his son. Lin Batian slapped at Di Wudao. No, no, no. Give me one more chance. Spare me, spare me. Di Wudao cried out in fear. Originally, Di Wudao didn't think that he was a person who was afraid of death. Only now did he realize that even in the face of death, he would still be afraid. Di Wudao could not block Lin Baitian's attack. Just as Lin Batian was about to kill Di Wudao, a figure silently appeared between Lin Batian and Di Wudao. Father. Di Wudao was overjoyed. It was his father, Heaven Emperor. Bang! Lin Batian and Heaven Emperor collided. Both sides took 3 steps back. Lin Baitian's face darkened. He tore open the void and left quickly. What? After Lin Batian left, Heaven Emperor spat out mouthfuls of blood and collapsed to the ground. Father, how are you? Di Wudao could not believe his eyes. His father, the powerful Heaven Emperor who controlled the undying world, was injured so badly by Lin Batian. Moreover, Lin Batian had probably only used 30% of his strength just now.